and Do Tank that's based in Brazil. We connect global to local and global agendas on security, and digital security is one of them. So throughout the years, we have been working a lot on establishing kind of GovTech and CivTech to support kind of the creation of knowledge across different areas, such as crime rates, mapping gender-based violence across different cities in Latin America, enabling access to information to refugees across Latin America as well. And when we think about cybersecurity, it is often seen as a very thorny and difficult and perhaps not that accessible kind of topic. It wasn't for certain when I started researching this. It was really hard to find information. So what we found, at least in the Brazilian scenario, is that it's too complex and too technical. That is not just specific to Brazil, but I'm guessing like we share different similar challenges here. It's fragmented in terms of roles and responsibilities across the public administration. And it's often criticized, at least in Brazil, for being very militarized. So how can we actually portray the multi-stakeholder aspect of the different policies that have already been developed in Brazil specifically? So we try to map this ecosystem and also kind of establishing the portal as a way of making access to that kind of knowledge more easier for researchers and policymakers as well. So as you said, we launched the Brazilian Cybersecurity Portal in 2021 at the beginning of the year. So how did the network help us in kind of pushing this forward? I've basically spoken to almost all of you at a certain point of the development of the portal. I think that's really important to ensure that we're not doing double efforts or trying to reinvent the wheel, rather than in the process of developing a portal, thinking about how can we establish knowledge that is accessible to a particular community, but also speaking globally. So the portal is also in English. So that was something that we wanted to do, not only create knowledge that's situated in the global south, but also in a way to communicate it externally. And the network of portals was just amazing, and just having that shared experience of what does it mean, and think about the process of making that kind of knowledge more easily accessible. So the Observatorio de Ciberseguridad from the OAS has overlaps with the Brazilian portal, for example. The UNIDIR portal has overlaps in terms of the Brazil profile over there. So it's really important for us to keep that communication open beyond just the interface, let's say. And the lesson learned for me, I would say, is that a portal needs to speak to the scope that it's covering, right? So in that case, we were really diving deep into the national ecosystem, and the idea, you can see timelines in other portals, but in our case, we not only created a timeline, we created like a network representation of the different actors and sectors and linking the different policies that they developed. So that is kind of the way in which we could portray what was a national environment, which is very different from other portals. So always trying to contextualize that, learning from the other portals as well, but creating something new that can help us represent that kind of knowledge in a new way. So I'd say these are the 2 points.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's interesting that just a few years ago, there weren't any portals, or the portals were in I think far less developed stage than they are now. So certainly I share your original concern that there was hard to find stuff out there, but it's good to have these things out there now. So thank you for that. Stephanie, you're the chair of the Civil Portals Board and work on the Digital Watch website. How do you see the state of cooperation? There are a number of portals out there, which I think is good. Lots of flowers are blooming, but you also want the garden to work together. So how do you see that going from your perspective?
Thank you, Chris. Hi, everyone. It's good to be here with you. Yeah, as you both were saying, Chris and Louise, a lot of flowers on the garden, but it's important for the gardeners to be able to work together because the garden is big. So lots of work to do. But to answer directly your question, state of cooperation is looking good. Obviously, there is more work to do, but there are early very good signs, I would say. So that's the short reply to your question. A bit of a longer reply is the following. So as you're saying, I represent the both sides. So the Civil Portal, which is the GFC's portal, is a library of almost 800 international projects. So that's a lot. It's a very rich site with projects, tools, publications. So all these resources on capacity building, and it serves as a good tool for practitioners working in cyber capacity building. Digital Watch is a little bit different, I would say broader in terms of the coverage of digital policy, because it looks at over 50 topics under the broad definition of digital policy. And there's also the aspect of resources, not so much the focus on capacity building. I would say that's just one of the topics that are covered under the Digital Watch, but the idea is a broad thematic coverage. In terms of cooperation, this is something that the Civil Steering Committee, and here I am wearing the hat of the chair of the Civil Steering Committee. The steering committee is working, is taken as a priority, this cooperation among the portals. And a good example was a good coordination call this year between Civil and UNIDIR's website. I would say we appreciated the fact that they let us know their update plans beyond the interface, and created a shared online spreadsheet in our table so we could see the new resources that they're adding to the site. So that's very much appreciated. So yeah, I mean, the cooperation is there. The idea is, even when it comes to new portals, which do pop up every now and then, the idea is not to reinvent the wheel, avoid duplication of efforts, and that is why cooperation needs to be strengthened a little bit, and the portals, at least the representatives of the portals, need to come together every so often. But I'll a few more ideas further on in the session. So back to you, Chris.
Thank you for that. And I think that you raise a good point, that all the portals are not necessarily scoped in the same way, which is important because they don't have to be. It's just interesting. It's important, though, for people to know what the portal is meant to encompass, what its focus is, and when you cross-link between them to make sure that people understand that, because there's a lot of things that people want to find out in this area, not solely capacity building. That's certainly an entree point for a lot of it, but not only that. I should note, for folks on the call, if you've not looked at the chat, there is a couple, I think, important things there. One, Kathleen from GFC, Kathleen Bay, has posted links to each of the portals from our speakers. So if you're interested, and I hope you are, please check those out after the meeting, after we're done. And then the other thing that she notes is that when we're going to have an open discussion in the latter half of this meeting, so please have questions ready. Use the raise hand function so that we can call on you and have that discussion when we get to that point, or at least phrase your question for the panel. So Andy, let me turn to you next. You work on UNIDIR's cyber policy portal, which you recently updated this year. And indeed, I know we're in the process of updating Sybil as well. Do you have any lessons from that update experience, which often could be trying, I know, in terms of any of these things, and listening to the experience and requests of your users, because I'm sure that's part of the process of updating, is what works and doesn't work and what serves your community.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Chris, and for your dedication to moderate this in the middle of the night. I'm quite impressed. I'm grateful also to the GFC to bring the community of portals together. I think it's the first time that we are all sitting together for this event, and of course to the IGF for providing the platform. Updating the CPP and so the policy and legislation profiles of the states is essentially a constant process for us and for the team behind the cyber policy portal. The information that's gathered on the portal has been evolving almost pretty much daily since the beginnings in 2019. This year alone, I think we're close to 140 updated profiles this year. But yes, there's a different side as well of these updates. We update also the functionality, user interface, and so on. And we've made a lot of improvements this year to the portal. For us, the feedback of the users is obviously the driving force of the changes and improvements for the user interface and functionalities. And thanks to our users, we have actually identified what they may be interested and not. And one thing that popped up this year was the views on international law. It's a subcategory that we have added recently to the portal. It's quite popular with visitors. I mean, having said that, first and foremost, CPP is a confidence building tool. So it's facilitating transparency. It's aimed at reducing potential misunderstanding among the UN member states. It's something that has been recognized by the OEWG and GG in their reports this year. So I bet it doesn't come as a surprise that if I say that states are the most important target audience for us. But this views on international law, for example, the collection of the views provided by nation states has been requested frequently, actually, by the research community. So we try to serve them as well. Of course, we have to constantly prioritize. And although the team behind the CPP, so Cyber Policy Portal, has some quite futuristic ideas for the future, we have to balance with our capacities, the capacities of the development team, and the potential impact, obviously, of each of these improvements. I guess the most important lesson would be to actually listen to the users. I know that sounds a bit obvious, and I apologize for that, but I theorize that that's probably not as followed as much as it should be. It's quite easy to get caught in the excitement of new things, new features, creating new features just for the sake of features with themselves, while actually being disconnected probably from the target audience. I think that would be it for now.
So, I mean, a couple of things you said obviously are interesting. One is just the constant push to make sure you're updating, and this has been a banner year in terms of countries talking about how they view international law, for instance, coming out of the GGE, where that was one of the voluntary tasks that a number of countries did. And second, I think you make the point that listening to users, it ties in very well with this theme. The GFC just had its annual meeting, and the theme of that was a more demand-driven approach, because we see this in capacity building too. It's great for us to have all these capabilities that we offer people, but if it's not meeting their needs, that's kind of a mismatch and it's not helpful, especially when we have limited resources. So thank you for that. Well, let me finally, let me go to Enrico, and then I'll go to more general questions. You use these portals as a researcher and as a project implementer. So from your perspective, what's your experience with using these portals, and what difference do they make to your work?
Thank you very much, Chris, and hi everyone. So my experience with these cyber portals, both as a researcher and as a project implementer, has been overall positive. So from my perspective, they are useful for three main reasons. And those are research, dissemination, and as instruments for cyber capacity building and training. So let me explain you why. So first, of course, they are useful for research purposes because, as has been said, they aggregate, organize, and make available research, analysis, and also data sometimes. So they can be useful for mapping existing policies on digital issues and on cybersecurity. They can help identify gaps in policy and regulatory development, and allow to zoom as well in specific countries or regions. So they can support both the thematic analysis of cybersecurity issues, but also understand the geopolitical landscape on digital and cyber policy. And finally, when research, analysis, and data have been collected and organized longitudinally, when that happens, they allow also to understand developments also across the factor of time, which is a very important one. Second, they are also useful for dissemination purposes, and that's really important from a researcher perspective, because they will allow researchers, academic, and other think tank organizations, for instance, but also government in some cases and private sector, why not, to reach a wider and specialized audience. For instance, just to mention a portal that is not part of this discussion, the African portal, which is widely used by Research ICT Africa and maybe researchers doing research on the African continent. It works as a virtual hub and a research repository, which includes expert analysis on African affairs. So not only cyber, but broader African affairs. And what is good of that is that it publishes and promotes research and analysis on different African issues from different think tanks. And thought leaders, academics, researchers, journalists, industry experts on policy issues on a variety of fields. And because it is open access, is an open access research repository, very important, I believe, for dissemination of research. It holds reports, occasional papers, and policy briefs, which are available for free and full text download, which is not always the case, especially with academic publications. And all the publications are provided by the partners of the African portal. And so it really allows for this wider dissemination of their research for an African and even global community. And third, I believe these portals are really useful as instruments, as we said, for cyber capacity building and training. For instance, Cyber has got a full section of tools, and it really allows to filter content by themes, topics, tags, type, actor, year, and therefore to access a highly specialized knowledge on a number of important issues related to cyber, digital policy issues, and other highly specialized area related to the work that we do. I would stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I take your point about not everything is available in full text form. Since I switched to starting to write some articles recently, I found that, to my surprise, that's not always easy to get to those things if you're not a full-time academic. And so I think it's very helpful to have that. Let me open up the aperture a little bit and ask all the panelists a question. So, I ask any one of you to jump in. I ask you, make this conversational. So, we've talked about the value of these portals. How can we work together to promote these websites and help users know what information is available to them? What kinds of things can we do to encourage that? And this is an open question to any of the folks, any of the four of you.
I'll volunteer to jump first, Chris, because it sort of builds on what I was saying earlier. So perhaps two suggestions from my end. I think it would be good to have a virtual meeting, one or regular of portals in 2022. So essentially it's bringing the portals together and just sharing updates and plans. So an open channel of communication among the portals. And related to this, very related actually, it's joint communications. For instance, a newsletter by once every 2 months, portals month. And here I have an example from Geneva, which is where our Geneva Internet platform operates from, obviously. And there's a good example of a newsletter called the Geneva Platforms. And essentially it's not thematic, so it brings updates from the different platforms that exist in Geneva, and once a month it publishes all the updates from the different platforms. So we're involved because of digital policy, but the themes are varied. So the thing that binds them together is literally the word platforms. But there could be something similar for portals. So essentially portals with different teams, different scopes, and just having updates there for people to see. So those throwing out those two suggestions.
Let me just jump in and sorry, Chris, is it okay? Yeah?
No,
okay.
It's great. That's exactly what I wanted.
Great.
So.
No, that's great. I mean, so I just wanted to add like two really quick points, because I think there are two dimensions to how we can think about, promoting each other's kind of work. I think obviously there is the internal coordination between different portals to ensure that we're not as I said, like reinventing the wheel and seeing how we can potentialize the synergies that we have. So that is one element of that, but there's also kind of the external element. And one thing that I think was very useful, especially our chats with like Unidir throughout this whole process was, to reference each other's work. Be it in social media whenever we're promoting kind of each other's work, or just ensuring that we can have a page in our own kind of portal that kind of references other portals. I think that is a low-hanging fruit, which is basically linking things and creating like a static page, because we know like building portals also includes like having the funding, having the capacity to actually update it continually. So I think, just having a cross-reference across different portals is also a very low-hanging fruit that we could do, and actively kind of promote that and kind of just say periodically, oh, these are the other portals that are available out there. So these two dimensions, I think, would play out very well.
Great, thank you for that. Others?
Yeah, just to jump into what Louise was saying, I support what she was saying on referencing these portals, and that's really important also from a researcher and research perspective. So to add a reference in your piece of work to the specific portal, it would increase their credibility, and of course the community reading your work would see what's the source of your data and on your information, and would have certainly an important impact on promoting the use of these portals for research purposes. And second one, also try to increase as much as possible the instruments for interacting with the wider community behind these portals. So the possibility of submitting your work, of reviewing periodically. I mean, we should not underestimate the power of users able to review the work or information on data that is being published on these portals. Of course, that needs to be done somehow in a specific and structured way, but that should not be underestimated. So I believe that to provide instruments and possibilities for the wider community to interact with the portal by double checking the data, updating the data, publishing their own work and information, again, will be very important for promoting the use of these portals.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy.
Me as well. Yeah, I don't want to be the only one on this question. I think one thing that keeps coming to our minds, to be honest, is the fact that these portals, to a degree, have a different purpose and different audience. Sometimes, not always. I understand that. As I said, CPP, so Cyber Policy Portal, sorry, as a confidence building tool, but we do know the usefulness of the portal also for national capacity building efforts or research purposes, something that Enrico was emphasizing. But at the same time, we recognize that we can't be the jack of all trades, and we don't wish to be. That's why we have a dedicated session. Yeah, other resources, and thanks, Louise Marie and Stephanie for mentioning our outreach and collaboration efforts in the past. So I think that is really helping our users to look what's beyond what we offer, because again, I don't think we want to offer everything. And then another thing is perhaps we should cooperate more in our outreach and user engagement activities. This today is the first example of this, and I applaud to the organizers. But perhaps we should tap into our networks a bit more and make use of them in promotion of our portals.
Great. Well, thanks. They're all good suggestions. Are there, as you look at the landscape, Andy made the point that there are different focuses, and that certainly makes sense. You don't want everyone doing the same thing. There are overlaps, that's inevitable, and that's great. But are there, as you look out there, all of you, and the websites, the portals that are out there, are there, I think you've all said there's a bit of overlap, which is not necessarily bad, but are there gaps that you'd identify? Are there things that you'd say are not being covered that we need to make sure we're taking account of, or is there overlap that you find is not helpful? And again, anyone could talk about this.
Well, I can jump in. I think on the gaps, definitely. I mean, I'm totally biased here, but I definitely think that we need to think more about national portals, regional portals. I think that is a very interesting way of bringing or linking, for example, let's say, a Sybil or, a higher level kind of portal such as UNIDIR that's trying to map, policies across different countries and kind of territorialize it to like a particular context to kind of bring more. And then we can start linking better kind of these different knowledge pockets, pockets of knowledge. So the other point that I would say in terms of what I think might be a point of attention in thinking about these different portals, I think both cyber norms and kind of mapping APTs, so advanced persistent threats, state-sponsored cyber attacks, are two of the key kind of thematic elements that I see that get a lot of attention, and there are lots of different kind of initiatives mapping that, which is great. They are really important, but I do think that sometimes we are kind of over creating. There's like different emphases, but perhaps these are 2 points that have been capturing a lot of attention, rightfully so. But it might be a place that we need to consider, like how can we leverage what's out there instead of kind of continue creating these mapping efforts of different norms and also different APTs. So that would be my 2 cents.
Okay, great. Any other thoughts from folks?
Yeah, I'll sort of build up on what Luis Marie said. I think in general, we need to be reactive to what's going on around us. So what's going on in cyber policy discussions, what's happening in UN processes. Well, no, it's one process. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see certain gaps emerge. Speaking from experience here, we did not start with views on international law, a collection of these national views on the applicability of international law to cyberspace. And yet we saw that there's as I mentioned, demand and also the heating debate, I suppose, within the UN processes dedicated to ICT, peace and security. So I think that was our attempt to fill in the gap, but I'm pretty sure others are going to emerge. I mean, Luis Marie had 2 examples. I'm pretty sure there's going to be something else as well.
Right. Any other thoughts? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe quickly, Chris. In terms of gaps, I agree as well with Louis Marie that probably there is a need of working more on national or regional portals. We are also receiving requests, for instance, of developing specialized portals on Africa, digital policy developments. It seems that African stakeholders would like to see something like that, probably because it's a very specific geopolitical region with its own characteristics, and therefore it would allow to really have this kind of both thematic, in-depth, and regional focus on the developments of these regional issues related to cyber. But the second point is also, I think, one has to be careful and mindful of the sustainability of some of these portals, because of course here we are dealing, with the GFCE, UNIDIR, that have got the resources, capacity to make them sustainable, and as Andres was saying, to update them daily, meaning that there is at least one resource dedicated exclusively to that kind of work. And this is of paramount importance, especially if they're used for policy purposes. We find ourselves sometimes using the data and information on that portal, and if it's not updated to the latest one, a policymaker would make a comment, sorry, you are not saying what is actually, and rightfully as well, right? I mean, so they always need to double check somehow. Now, to have them probably highly specialized at the national and regional level would somehow allow maybe to fill in some of these knowledge gaps that might be there related to the difficulties on upgrading and updating them. But at the same time, there is always the need of understanding whether the model is sustainable, because you can have a once-off exercise, a portal that is up and running for 1 year, but then what about in future? And that's really, really important. So that's an aspect I think it needs to be always taken into account.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's not an easy task, and I think probably that's the most resource intensive of any of the portals, is just keeping them populated and up to date, and especially with the changing environment we have. And you're quite right; they lose relevancy if they're not as up to date as they can be. So that is something that's a concern and something we need to look at as a gap. Any other thoughts on that? And if not, I'll move to the last question. Any other thoughts?
I do, Chris, and this aspect about the resource-intensive need to keep the content updated is something that, and now I'm wearing the hat of the Digital Watch Observatory, is something that we felt too. It's, the larger or the richer the content on the portal, the bigger the resources needed to keep those updated. We have a team of, at the moment, around 30 specialists who look at the content every day. But sometimes, and that's I acknowledge that that's a large group, but sometimes it feels it's not enough. Since we look at digital policy from such a broad perspective, it's a challenge to keep up with all the developments simply because it's so dynamic. There are developments every day. So going to even regional and national levels, that's a huge jump. So the resources required for that are even more, they have to be very large. So in terms of sustainability, for the portals, I think some serious thinking is required. I mean, for anyone thinking of setting up a portal, it's no joke, and some serious thinking and funding also is required for the resources.
Yeah,
So
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just want to mention the funding aspect, because basically you need money to keep the the experts need to be compensated for the work. It's natural, so there's a lot of funding required to keep things moving along.
Yeah, I'd say two things. One, look, I know many in this community, I think all in this community are really passionate about the subject, so they want to work and want to volunteer as much time as they can, but you do have to fund and resources. People have to live. So, it's an important thing. And even in and it's not always that easy raising these funds, especially for these topics. I'm hopeful that we can mainstream cybersecurity and cybersecurity capacity building more after this year, when it's gotten more national and international attention. But it's always a hard issue, and that's something we need to call more attention to. And that's a larger discussion about how we can tap into the larger, I think, development community to think about this. And I will tell you that even when I was in the government, where we were just trying to keep our own website updated, which people would use, researchers and others would use for authoritative positions, unlike the U.S. government, that was really hard. So it's not, it's governments to share the same issues too, and a lot of our information is drawn from governments. Well, let me move to the last open question, and then we're going to open it up to questions. And there's already been a number in the chat from the audience. If there's something that you could ask of the wider community or another organization that would make your job easier, what would that be? And answer if you want to, don't if you don't. We can move into questions too. So there's just kind of an open question if there's something you would say. I think a number of you have talked about this already. Funding, resources, discussion, so you don't, more discussion between the portals, I think have all come up. If there's anything that hasn't come up, please say now.
Can I start?
Yeah.
This one. One thing that Enrico sort of mentioned, and I think it came up in recent discussions with various organizations that we collaborate with, is this, if you notice perhaps that there's an issue on our cyber policy portal, specific profile, feel free to raise this with us. By no means we are perfect. We get a lot of information from the government, but nonetheless, a lot is also done through a lot of the profiles are updated through desk research. So I think that would be a flagging of an issue would be immensely appreciated. That's one. And second, I think it's quite clear. Also, any potential issue that we may have with a user interface, or the request for a new functionality, something like that. I think all these things would be immensely appreciated. We actually have a dedicated feedback form on our website. We get quite a lot of information through that, more and more so, to be honest. And I think that's something that I'd encourage people to use. Not only my fellow panelists, but anyone that may be interested in this area.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Chris. Yeah, no, go ahead.
No. I just said great. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just gonna add to what Andy was saying right now, because one thing that, as soon as we launched, I think there are two things here. Like the first one is, how do we build these places where people can actually feed into, and goes back to Enrico's point. We actually have not a feedback, but it's really like a data input form. And people have really kind of reached out and kind of said, I don't understand. Why are you two mapping more cybercrime nationally? So, and that is really interesting, because it was like from people in the federal police that were working with these things and reached out through that particular element and thought that they could kind of add to the experience of mapping, the national landscape. And one thing that I think, we're really, really open about is that we're not trying to kind of be, exhaustive here. We're really leveraging the knowledge of these experts. So I think, looking from that perspective just gives the user so much more power to kind of build collectively this knowledge base. And the other point would be definitely kind of to bring, as I said, how can we communicate better, the different national developments. And because, as I said, in Brazil, for example, like cybersecurity and cybercrime are very much related in terms of roles and responsibilities. I mean, that's not exclusive to Brazil, but just having that perception and being able to communicate that externally, it's absolutely amazing. So yeah.
Right. Well, I wanted to
maybe.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, please, Chris.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, very quickly on this. So I think it's also important to consider sometimes not to duplicate efforts that are already in place. Just to give an example, when we used to conduct research at ICT Africa, our ICT Access and Use survey producing these big data sets on a number of African countries, we found ourselves in the position on whether we should have our own dedicated portal for that highly specialized data set, or maybe to use another portal. And we decided to use another repository that has got already a number of data sets, simply because we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There is somebody that does the job better than us. We do research, collection of data, curating the data. Let's do that rather than, to add a component of portal. So from our perspective, would have been, as was better at that point, to decide, okay, let's collaborate with the portal and let's be part of that repository. That what it does, it's highly specialized on data repository from different sources across different teams and organizations. So I think that would help the community, considering that there are already existing portals that do that kind of job of aggregating the kind of information. Let's rather use them, because there are already, as we said, probably team that do that kind of work of aggregating data and information. And secondly, I'm wondering also up to what point these portals can be used also for internal tools. So not only as an interface for the public, but somehow also to benefit internal communications or work that is done at an organization level. I guess the UNIDIR portal probably is used by UNIDIR researchers for their own purposes. Similarly, I'm sure that the cyber portal is used by the GFC community and the GFCE team as well for their own research. So sometimes I see again duplication. So using a portal for their own internal purposes, internal communication, and external one for the broader audience. So I'm wondering if sometimes would be better to merge this kind of two processes and to use one point of access both for internal and external issues.
And also, as it was pointed out in the chat, to share practices on how these portals are being set up, what the back end looks like, as you say, what features they have, I think is useful. Both because one could serve as an example to another, but also in the duplication point you made. Well, I'm going to open up to the audience for questions, and both questions from people who are dialing and want to share their experience running or using a specialist cyber portal, or a participant that might want to say what they find most valuable, what sites they find most valuable. We have a couple questions that have already come up from the chat, and one of them from Carolyn Weisner is, do we have any way to know how many users the websites in the Capacity Builders Network have in common? Is there a lot of overlap? Does anyone have a good sense of that, or is that something that's sort of at this moment unknown?
Chris, when it comes to the overlap, all right, the number of users visiting a website, that's easy to know because there are tools such as the analytics to tell you that. When it comes to users overlap, that's a bit difficult because the analytics will not tell you who the users are. Plus, there are all sorts of data protection issues, so you can't really first know. And second, even if you do, which is very difficult, I don't think that it's even possible to share information about that, with other portals. But the Caroline's question brings to mind the point of the user awareness. So in terms of numbers, how many users use each portal, I think that's very useful to share. And I can tell you immediately that the Sybil portal, it grew from 1,000 users a month to 3,000 users a month last year. So that's a significant increase in the number of users. But still, we feel that that's not enough. We think that there are still a lot of people out there who can benefit from the Sybil portal, but still don't know about it. So there is, I personally feel there's an issue of a lack of awareness. So there is no one space online where you can see, or at least I'm not aware of it, where you can see all the different portals out there. What there is, it's just been published, is a study that Diplo carried out, and it was funded by it was actually mandated by the GFC and funded by the government of Canada. It was a gaps analysis of cyber capacity building tools. And we did a review of the portals out there. So somewhere there is a list in the study which is online. I know it's not the same as having it on a portal, for instance, having the list there. But my point is that one thing that we found in conducting the study is, again, the lack of awareness of these tools, including the portals. And we felt it is a bit counterintuitive because there is so much information out there. We receive emails, we're on social media, we're exposed to so much information, and yet still people don't know about the different portals. So there's a lot of perhaps noise, and the useful information about the portals is not getting through to the people who need it. The study focused on diplomats, that's true, but I think it's judging from the number of users that Sybil has, I think it's a more, let's say, generic issue about the lack of awareness. So that's something that when we think of cooperation among the portals, that's something that we can also build on. For instance, the portals internally, even if not here, is a public event, but if portals getting together and sharing the number of users they have every month, seeing how the number increases, seeing how they can work together to promote the other portals, why not? This is part of the cooperation, right? So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Chris, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. I think that it is hard to see what the overlaps are. I take your point. And sort of this cross promotion that several of you raised in the beginning of the session, I think is helpful for awareness purposes. And another is just to get a sense from users what they find valuable and what they don't, and maybe even what other portals they use, as you do surveys or feedback from users. And that's really the second part of Caroline's question. Do any of you have an example? I'm sure you have many examples, but one that you'd like to say today of a user that found your portal particularly helpful for doing their work, and how did it enable their work in the end? So this is the value proposition. Now we don't see that just by the numbers who come to the portal, but it's more the feedback we get either orally or written from our users. But anyone have a story they want to tell? Don't all jump at once.
I'll go again. But I must disappoint you. It's not a story. I'm very sorry about that. It's a bit of a bullet point list of things that I think was quite rewarding to hear. We have quite a lot of testimonials on our social media platforms from a variety of users. So be it governments, researchers, private entities, or private sector. So I think that's something that's quite rewarding to know that we're on the right track. And second, which I understand it's very context specific or very cyber policy portal specific, but I need to repeat the fact that we were explicitly mentioned in the OEWG and GG reports of 2021 was a big recognition also for the portal, and I think the fact that we are on the right track. Those are two, unfortunately, again, not a story, but still quite useful, I suppose.
Right. Anyone else want to jump in? All right. Well, I do think that I mean, at least I've heard from many people that these portals are very helpful and when and useful because if they know about them, this goes back to the point. They have to know about them first before finding them useful. But I've heard from many people that these collections, which have different focuses but are very helpful. The GFC one, certainly the capacity building communities found that helpful because of the number of products, the fact that they're updated and they deal with such a range of topics has been very helpful to them. And then part of that is, as a lot of the chat I'm seeing now deals with some of the technical issues of setting up a portal. So there's the actual content issues, but there's the back office, the back room. How do you set them up? And one little conversation between Louise Marie and Robert Collette is exactly on this point that just the technical aspect is useful to share among people. But Robert makes, I think, a very interesting, or Louise makes a very good point that when you set up a security portal, like for instance the GFC, you're instantly subject to a lot of attacks on that portal. So you also have to think about security issues too. So Louise Marie, I don't know if you want to talk about that for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something that, it's kind of funny, like when you look at it from that perspective, right? In a sad way, but in a good way, let's say. And I think, setting up a portal just involves so many dimensions as, a researcher, project coordinator kind of a function. You have to oversee all of these things, and you need to kind of plan knowing what you need to plan for, and just having this conversation across different portals about what you need to include when you're thinking about setting a project for a portal is absolutely fundamental. And I don't think sometimes we consider like the security or having a budget, a part of our budgets that actually covers security for that infrastructure that might possibly need to be a little bit more sophisticated than your usual kind of security of your organization, let's say, or of different portals that you've set up. So I think, having that in mind, which is a very kind of mundane kind of technical aspect, is very important when thinking about bridging, research aspirations of what kind of knowledge you can put out there together with what do I need to actually make sure that this platform, that this portal will be sustainable. And, independently of like different, backgrounds or different regions or different funding capacities that you might have, that will allow you to plan in a more concrete way of what you can achieve with the funding that you do have. Obviously, we do, as Andy said previously, we can have like beautiful futuristic kind of plans of how we can visualize things in a very interactive way. But, what can we do to optimize what we have right now and have these criteria very laid out? So I think this conversation is one of the types of conversation that would be useful for a network going forward,
Let me raise that question since we're getting toward the end of our time, and I've been told in advance we have to end on time, absolutely, by our organizers. This has come up a few times, and it seems to me it's a good idea, but I really want to get your guys' sense of this. This meeting to me has been very helpful, just in sharing information. Would it be helpful to have a more formal virtual meeting of portal managers in 2022 to share notes, share experiences, figure out what they have in common, what they need to build, what some of the deliverables are? Would that be something that would be useful to organize? I see a thumbs up from one of our panelists. Anyone want to address that? Stephanie, you want to start? You did the thumbs up. Well, I know Louis, a couple of you done, but Stephanie, let's start with you.
Yeah. I mean, definitely yes. I think the question is who is going to take the initiative to organize, and I think it's something that the civil steering committee can initiate. And there has been already work by Kathleen, Robert, Carolyn, and the steering committee itself. Some, let's say, building blocks, some elements on for this.
Great. Others on the call?
Yeah, absolutely. I think perhaps one way of thinking about this is, we started a conversation here about what kinds of things you might consider when setting up a portal, independently of, the funding that you have. Maybe think about this, laying out both the back end and the content kind of end, and trying to kind of communicate that with a wider audience that's interested in building their own portals, just sharing that information, structuring it in a way. So I think that would be something that would kind of focus the work of these conversations beyond just sharing best practices, which I think it's really good. But tying that to perhaps, the work that the GFC has been doing, I think that is a very interesting way of just structuring, ideas around cyber capacity building from the perspective of the portals.
Right. Well, I think the steering committee and the GFC can take that on, and we'll be in touch on that. Just in 1 minute or less, well, actually less than 1 minute, just 30 seconds. What any other concluding remarks you guys have before I kind of wrap it up with some concluding remarks and recommendations? If you have them, you don't have to have them, but go ahead. Anything else that anyone wants to add? Well, thank you for this. It's been a very rich discussion, I think, and the GFC is certainly very pleased to support this event, because that's really our raison d'etre. We're all about trying to help organizations coordinate and share information in support of a better international cyber capacity building agenda, but also help all these other things, as people said, the regional approach, the national approach, the more focused approach. And there are a lot of things I heard in this meeting that I think are, as we said, it's always nice to have a meeting where you have concrete recommendations, and there were a lot of them. Everything from collaborating in terms of the back end of portals, to cross promotion, to linking between portals, to really awareness. I think one of the key things I heard from many of you was just making sure people are aware of this, and making sure these portals are actually useful and current, and the updating issues and the resource intensity of that. But also, I think that cross communication will help with that as well. So, I learned a lot on this in terms of what I've used several of these portals myself, and I always find them very, very helpful. And this is a relatively new concept, but one I think will grow as people become more aware of it. And we go into, additional sessions, both in the UN system and regional systems and the GFC community. These will turn out to be, I think, even more valuable for folks as resources. So, a couple of the other issues is, as I said, placing more signposts on portals to other websites in the network, I think, are helpful. We mentioned doing more joint communications on our sites. For example, the GFC magazine could have an article on the network of websites and talk more about that. We've had some point of that in the last issue, but go even further on that. And I do think there's a lot of support to have a call in 2022 to get folks together. And I welcome suggestions both from our panelists and from other people listening to this call on everything we've talked about today, how we can strengthen this ecosystem, and how we can take this forward, because this really, I think, is meant to serve the larger community, but it's also a community effort. So with that, I want to bring the panel to close. I want to thank all of our panelists for their great comments, but also for all the work they put in, because it's not just showing up on a panel. It is all the work you're doing, both behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, which I know is not easy, but is much appreciated by, I think the entire community. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chris. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I'm not sure if the Secretariat heard me. You might want to try playing the video again. There was no sound.
They sent a note in the chat. IGFA sent a note saying we're live and we should go ahead.
All right, let's start then. I'm assuming they're not going to replay the video. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, and a very warm welcome to the launch of the study of the Internet's technical success factors at the IGF 2021. I'm Joyce Chen, and I'm from APNIC, which is the Asia Pacific Network Information Center. So just about this study, it's a new study on the Internet's technical success factors, and it was jointly commissioned by APNIC and LACNIC. So APNIC is the Regional Internet Registry for the Asia Pacific region, and LACNIC is the Regional Internet Registry for the Latin American and Caribbean Internet addresses. After a very difficult evaluation of 14 proposals, we decided to engage Analysis Mason, who are with us today, to conduct this study. We would love to hear your comments and your feedback on some of the study's findings during today's session. First, let's warm up with a quick Menti question. And if you allow me, I will share my screen. Just give me a second. So what I would like you to do is to go to menti.com, that is menti.com, and then when you're on the page, you can type the code 42177963. And what we would like you to do is to answer the question, in your own words, how would you describe what has made the internet successful? I would just give a few seconds for people to get into the page. So that is menti.com. And then you can key in the code that you see on the screen, which is 42177963. And tell us, how would you describe what has made the internet successful? We are starting to have some answers come in. I see people are thinking about connectivity. 4G is one of them. Of course, we also have 5G, eventually 6G. Some people have pointed out openness, that comes out very large. Internet content, definitely. Collaboration. Distributed governance, I like that answer very much. I see some people have also put in the protocol TCP/IP that has made it easy for people to connect. It is flexible, it is universal. I see some people have put down resilience, or the internet itself is resilient. And in the pandemic, we have seen exactly how resilient it has been. It hasn't disappointed us during this 1 or 2 years that we have had to work from home and having to cope with the pandemic. I see some people have said affordable. I think that's very important as well in ensuring that people have access to the internet. And the IGF also has a main session on meaningful access and connectivity that you can look forward to in a different session. So together with distributed governance, I also see multi-stakeholder model. It's interesting that somebody put universal acceptance as well. There is also another session that will come up in the IGF that talks about universality. And I think universal acceptance will be one of the issues that will be brought up at the main session. So permissionless innovation. I like that very much, and we do hear that quite a fair bit. Without it, and without the internet being open the way it is, it would be very hard to see all these new technologies and emerging technologies coming up in the internet. So I see that the answers have started to slow down, and I thank you very much for putting some thought into this question. It's just a warm-up. And next, it is my pleasure to invite Oscar Robles, CEO of LACNIC, to share his thought on the study. Oscar, please.
Thanks, Joyce, and thanks everyone for joining us in this session. Let me tell you some of our motivations to make this study. Sometimes we find that the internet technical community members have asked themselves if the internet is fit for its purpose, or if the internet of today deviates from its original design. Also, it is not uncommon to listen to other stakeholders criticizing the internet, proposing new network design on the fly, or even suggesting new protocols on the fly, which evolve from one day to another day, fitting everyday findings and critiques from real experts. So we wanted to make this a serious effort to understand the foundations of internet success and make sure not to change that. Naturally, the first question was whether or not the internet has succeeded. And the next and most important exercise was to identify what has driven its success, what elements of its design, what protocols, what system, what practices have brought this success. This is the report of the findings. I believe this is a great exercise that needs to be taught to everyone in the internet industry, in the telecom industry, government official regulators, but also we, the internet technical community, to become aware of these elements, to know exactly how it should evolve without compromising its scalability, its flexibility, adaptability, and resilience. Thank you, and let's hopefully it will be a productive study for you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oscar. And next, it's my delight to invite Paul Wilson, Director General of APNIC, to give us his thoughts as well on the study. Paul?
Thank you very much, Joyce. Thanks, Oscar, and thanks to everyone who's attending, including, of course, our colleagues at Analysis Mason, who we'll hand over to shortly. But like Oscar, APNIC approached this challenge or this opportunity to get together and to conduct a study, conduct an investigation. It's something that we were hearing about a lot over the years, and we took this challenge because I think the question of the internet's success and what's made it successful is really, really important. The question of internet governance has been around for about 20 years. It was about 20 years ago that the multi-stakeholder process was kind of discovered, and that internet governance was discovered as an issue that people started to care about. And I think alongside that was a threat that maybe the internet's success was a passing thing, or that it was under threat, that something could go wrong, that improvements were needed. But I think we have to remind ourselves that it's been 20 years of astronomical internet growth that has continued, while the same discussions have continued and continued in quite a few cases. It's not that common, but in quite a few cases to still threaten or to worry that the internet's success could be short-lasting. So the internet's success is absolutely non-trivial. It's a different success than what we saw 20 years ago, and there are different issues being discussed and raised these days. But it's successful nevertheless. And amid all the changes, we thought it was very important to look at the internet today and why the internet today continues to be successful. What are the threads that have come through all of these years, and that mean the internet is successful in spite of all the threats, in spite of all the promised issues and problems? Because of course, to change the internet is a big enterprise, and some fundamental changes are proposed from time to time that need to be obviously very well justified if we're going to take trouble to do them. IPv6, for instance, is something that's been necessary for 20 years, and it is happening, but the fact that it's taken so long to deploy IPv6 as a needed improvement to the internet's addressing system kind of illustrates that changing the internet these days is non-trivial. It's a big enterprise, a big ask, and I think we should all be sort of very clear on what it is that we're dealing with and what successes we might be overlooking or not understanding in order to sort of embark on these sorts of discussions. So the idea of the study, I think, is to throw some really recent findings, some recent thoughts and recent findings to this issue, because no doubt the discussions and the speculations about the internet and its success and whether the success will continue, et cetera, are going to go on themselves for as long as the internet itself does. Long answer, but there you are, Joyce. Thanks for the invitation. I'll hand you back.
Thanks very much, Paul. And I do see we have friends from our remote hub in Nigeria. Welcome. It's very good to see there are people who are physically attending the meeting in your remote hubs as well. So now I'll pass the time to Emmon Kavalbine, who is the partner of Analysis Mason, to share their findings on the study. Emmon?
Great. I will actually start presenting. My name is Michael Kendi, and as Joyce said, I'm here with my colleague Amin Kvalbein and Julia Alford. Together we'll do this short presentation and take your questions. And we were also joined in the work by David Abakasis, who unfortunately couldn't join us for this presentation. So just a kind of a brief introduction. I mean, I think for many, the success of the internet is something that's taken for granted just because of the scope and scale and presence in our lives and the resilience and all these factors we're about to talk about. It's something that we may take for granted. So for us, this project was really an excellent opportunity to think deeply about what led to the success, what led to these to the success that Paul and Oscar just described as well, and what might threaten it in the future. And so would really like to thank APNIC and LACNIC for the opportunity to present it. And if you go through the report online, or there's a short website and also a report, and I think Pablo shared the links for that, you'll see that we really had the privilege of interviewing many members of the community, leading members of the community for the report, and we took some quotes, and I'd like to thank all of them. I noticed Olaf Kolkman from ISOC is on the call. He was one of the people we interviewed. I may have missed others who are on this call, but certainly we very much valued their inputs and participation. So for now, I'd like to present some of the highlights of the report, or start it out. Ahmed, if you could switch pages. So overall, we identified 4 dimensions to the internet success that are outlined in this diagram on the left. The 4 are that the internet has successfully scaled to the increased demand from new users and usage. Those are kind of the horizontal arrows. It's been flexible to new network technologies, pointing downwards. It's adapted to new applications. Just a huge variety of applications that is the upward arrow, and the whole of it has been resilient to the shocks and changes, including adapting to all of our increased usage during this pandemic, including today's conference, which we can attend remotely if we weren't able to get to Poland. Julia will go through in a little more detail each of these 4 points. But overall, they help explain how the internet grew from its roots as a dial-up access network over copper telephone networks to encompassing fiber to the home and 5G, and as Joyce said, 6G in the future, how it's gone from simple communications with text emails to video conferences like this one, and ultimately how it grew from a US-based research and academic network to the global phenomenon that it is today. Next slide, please. These 4 dimensions of success that are at the right really grew out of some guiding ideals that led to these design principles in the middle. These guiding ideals on the left were built in by the designers of the internet, the founders, and they really shaped the technology, the organization, and the operational development of the internet. And I'll just go through these briefly. So the openness, the internet is open in many, many ways, including that it's open when new standards are developed or existing standards are updated. They're open to anyone to participate through the IGF and other standards organizations. The resulting standards and protocols are open for anyone to adopt and use. It's open to new networks that can join the internet and become part of the global internet. The simplicity, the second one, the internet is built from very simple protocols. It was meant as a general purpose network, not something to do a specific task, which has enabled it by putting together all of these simple protocols as building blocks to be able to solve very complex tasks and to continue to evolve and adapt. And finally, the decentralization. There's no central authority that owns, operates, or controls the internet. That's led to the multi-stakeholder model that I believe Paul mentioned, and is clearly one of the drivers behind the Internet Governance Forum and other ways that we get together to think about the governance of the internet. And those three guiding ideals led to these three design principles in the middle. Next slide, please. And these design principles are the layering at the left, which separates the applications from the networks, with the internet protocol as the central stable building block. And sometimes this is portrayed as an hourglass with the applications at the top, the networks at the bottom, and the internet protocol in the middle. And this fundamental design principle has led to the other two principles. If we go to the bottom there, the network of networks, each network operates independently from the other networks. It allows new networks to join, as I said. It allows existing networks to adopt new technologies, all of it independently from the others, and all of it without permission from anyone to join. And then going to the top, the end-to-end principle, in which the intelligence of the internet is largely in the end devices at the edge of the network, not in the core of the network, meaning that applications can be developed by anyone, made available, and all of us can access them or download them and use them without permission, without changes to the fundamental networks because of the layering principle. And just finally, one strength of all of this is that, and we document a few of these, that these principles can be violated without threatening the success of the internet, those 4 success factors. That's another strength. And now I'll turn over to Julia to go into a bit more detail about the 4 dimensions of success that result from these design principles. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. So the first dimension of the internet's success is in its ability to scale. So on this slide here, we have a figure generated from ITU and World Bank data, which shows the number of internet users over time split by RIR region and overlaid with the global population. The rapid growth of the internet's user base is clearly visible, from an estimated 6 million in 1990 to 3.9 billion, more than half the global population, a mere 30 years later. This is just one observation of how the internet has scaled, and this growth is ongoing. Even in regions where per capita internet adoption is nearing 100%, there is still exponential growth of the network in terms of the number of devices connected. And you can find more such observations in our report. In particular, we found that remarkably, despite more users and more traffic per user, resulting from more time spent online and more data-intensive applications, connection speeds are increasing. This demonstrates that the internet has scaled in such a way that it not only met growing demand, but improved user experience. The internet's technical architecture, operational and business models each contribute to the scalability. In particular, the layering and end-to-end principles that Michael mentioned have allowed networks, applications, and services to scale independently of each other in order to keep up with demand. Additionally, the number of networks and their capacity has had to increase dramatically in order to meet that growing demand. And it is the network of networks principle and the openness ideal that has allowed for increased capacity and an inter-domain routing system based on the simple BGP algorithm that scales well. Interestingly, we note that the growth in capacity, particularly subsea capacity, is driven by the needs of large internet companies, which offer content and applications and who are now themselves investing in supply. With regards to the scalability of the routing system, in the report, we demonstrate this by showing that the average path length stays virtually constant as the internet grows, and that the long-term trend in churn rates does not seem to exceed the growth in the routing table size. The second dimension of success, thanks Armand, is the internet's flexibility. That is, its ability to run over a variety of underlying network technologies. Here we have an example from Australia. The figure shows the number of internet subscriptions over time according to the access technology used. We can clearly see the evolution from analog through DSL to mobile and fiber. Despite the wide-ranging characteristics of each technology, which make them suitable for varying geographies, economies, and people, the internet has been able to run over each. That flexibility to accommodate new technologies stems from the layering principle, which separates the routing of traffic from the underlying technology. And the networks of networks principle allows each network to run independently, as long as they run IP. The interconnection model also adds flexibility, allowing networks to connect with each other and exchange traffic directly or indirectly. In order to facilitate traffic exchange and make it efficient, internet exchange points have emerged around the world. In our report, we note that IXPs have a generative impact on traffic levels. The average traffic per member network increases over time, showing how more content is delivered through an IXP as it grows, resulting in increased usage. The ability of the internet to adapt to new applications and uses is the third dimension of success. Yes, that one. Here we have two illustrations of how the internet has adapted recently. The increasing popularity of HTTPS on the left, and on the right, the increase and introduction of QUIC. However, the adaptability of the internet is apparent throughout its history, not just in recent years. As the early internet grew, it transformed. It was no longer just a means of accessing computing power and sending files, but communicating and socializing. Over time, the internet has become the primary vehicle for delivering many services that existed long before the internet ever came onto the scene. From voice calls to banking, reading the news to watching movies, grocery shopping to booking hotels, services have converged on the internet, and it has adapted accordingly. As it grew, two application platforms emerged over several decades and helped drive the uptake of the internet. The first was the World Wide Web, which emerged in the early 1990s, and the second was mobile app stores, which became popular in the late 2000s. The introduction of these platforms has been a large proponent of the internet's growth and diversification, but the layering and end-to-end principles are what are central to supporting this wide range of applications. As requirements have evolved, the end-to-end protocols of the transport layer in particular, those that control the flow of traffic, have evolved accordingly. From a fairly stable protocol mix in the 1990s and 2000s to the more recent changes driven by the widespread adoption of transport layer security, TLS, and end-to-end encryption, both of which are evidenced by the growth in websites using HTTPS and QUIC, as shown on screen. Additionally, the general nature of IP allows applications to independently develop innovative offerings. The openness of the internet also means that anyone can innovate and provide new applications, and those can be made available to anyone else to adopt. As a result, and in the context of the end-to-end principle, applications and protocols in the end systems can treat the internet as a non-discriminatory entity that will move traffic regardless of its content. In our report, we also discuss how the changes in applications over the years and the growing geographical scope of the internet have led to new business models and investments on the part of internet companies providing content and applications in order to help deliver the content. The fourth and final dimension of success is the resilience of the internet. The internet has proven resilient in the face of shocks and changes. Here we present just one observation of that resilience to increased traffic as a result of the pandemic. This plot shows the average international traffic split by RIR region over time. And you can see a clear spike in the growth rate in 2020 as a result of remote working and schooling. Yes, no. So the spike in growth rate due to the pandemic as a result from remote working, schooling, increased social video calls, and more free time to spend online. And yet, despite this large uptick in demand, the internet continued to operate and offer sufficient service, as further demonstrated in the report, where we show that connection speeds only minutely changed briefly, and we have other examples as well of how the service remained sufficient despite increased demand. The internet has been resilient throughout its history and not just during the pandemic. The very growth of the internet in terms of the number of users and their usage and the emergence of new networks and applications, as discussed previously on previous slides, is in fact an indirect confirmation of resilience. Over the years, concerns have been expressed about the possible collapse of the internet, whether that's due to uncontrolled congestion, the collapse of the interdomain routing system, or a range of security threats, but the internet has stood firm. For example, one thing we discuss in the report is how, despite difficulties, the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 is taking place. This is something that Paul mentioned earlier, and we show that there is a notable increase in IPv6 usage in recent years. The internet's resilience stems from simplicity and from decentralized operations. So these go back to the guiding ideals. The simplicity of the core protocols, the resilient topology of the internet, and the decentralization of the network of networks have all played important roles in achieving this resilience. Within the network of networks, the entire responsibility for maintaining individual network operation is distributed across individual autonomous operating entities. This distributed responsibility fosters resilience in multiple ways. Diverse equipment, diverse operational practices, and in the fact that planning and decision making is across all levels. Although an individual network can fail for a number of reasons, cable cuts, security threats, etc., the internet topology has evolved in such a way that there is no single central point of failure that can disrupt the whole internet. Finally, as Michael mentioned earlier, the internet has been resilient to violations of the design principles. One such example that we discuss in the report is the fact that DNS essentially bends the layering principle. I will now hand over to Armin to talk through the next slides.
Thank you very much, Julia. So far we've been talking about the success of the internet, and there is no doubt a lot to talk about. The internet has indeed been very successful. As Oscar mentioned in his introduction, we still hear frequent, critiques of the internet, or people who point out the apparent lacks of the internet, and there are, of course, also such things to point out. And there's no doubt that there are several technical challenges facing the internet also today. In the box here, we point out 3 of those. We could point out more. One such challenge is security. Security is, of course, a major issue for individual users of the internet, but it is also an issue on kind of a systemic or architectural level, perhaps in particular related to DNS, such as DNS spoofing or cache poisoning, denial of service attacks, but also to routing with BGP hijacking as one example. Quality of service, or the lack of strict service guarantees, is a recurring topic throughout the history of the internet. There have been, of course, decades of proposals and attempts to implement quality of service in the internet across different networks and domains. And finally, there's been a lot of talk about the inability to adapt or adopt new protocols, as has been pointed out several times here. IPv6 is perhaps the prime example of that, where a lack of local incentives has made adoption very slow, whereas it's clear that the internet as a whole needs this change to happen. Now, many of these challenges, they are addressed through evolution, through different standard bodies who are addressing all of these challenges that we see here. For instance, in the security domain, there's DNSSEC, there's DNS over HTTP. For the routing challenges, there is route origin validation, which is now being deployed using RPKI. And for quality of service, there is also, of course, a lot of work addressing that. Now there's the deterministic networking working group in the IETF, who are working on, protocols that will give performance guarantees within networks and also in time across networks. So there is this evolutionary path, or there is this evolution going on in the internet constantly, as there should be. From time to time, there are also proposals for more radical changes to the internet architecture, departures from the internet as we know it today. Such examples historically would include active networking, for those who remember that, and also named data networking in more recent times. Of course, the internet must continue to evolve to meet these changing demands. And we argue in our report that plasticity, or the ability to change and adapt, is a part of the reason for the success of the internet. As Paul mentioned earlier, the internet is now embedded in all parts of society, and we believe that a fundamental change to the internet architecture is difficult to implement in practice, as shown by the time it has taken to adopt IPv6, and that a market-driven transition to a radically new architecture is unlikely at this stage. We also believe that any attempt to force such a transition to a radically different architecture might have unwanted side effects in terms of scalability, flexibility, adaptability, and resilience, which is what this report is all about. And as a concluding note here, as the internet develops, we believe it's important to look at what has driven the internet's success so far, and to be careful with changes that break with the guiding ideals, openness, simplicity, and decentralization. They have been central to the internet's success so far, and we believe they are still relevant and important, as well as the design principles that we have highlighted and that Julia highlighted for how they drive these different dimensions of success. So with that, we conclude our presentation of this report. The report is available as has been mentioned, and there's a link in the chat. So please have a look, and we welcome any feedback, and hand the word back to you, Joyce.
Thanks very much, and Julia and Michael, for sharing the findings of the study. We do have one question at the moment, and that's from Marco. I don't know if Marco wants to just take the mic and ask the question. Otherwise, I'm happy to read it out as well.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you, Joyce. It's Marco. I work for the RIPE NCC, full disclosure. Now, I was curious when you showed the slide about sort of the large proportion of international traffic within the RIPE NCC service region. whether you counted the EU internal market as one, or whether you still consider the traffic between the 27 member states as international. I was a bit surprised by the large equivalent of the RIPE NCC, but then again, given that there is a bunch of small countries in Europe, it makes sense, but only a few. Yeah. So is the EU counted as one, or as individual countries? Thank you.
Hi, Marco. We did it on a per country basis, so they were counted individually.
Thank you. Then it makes a bit more sense why there's such a large chunk there.
Thanks, Marco, for your question, and thanks, Julia. So I do see in the chat, Fazane says, these are good technical economic factors for individual protocols, but I think there is a social system angle that might need more attention. Anybody would like to speak to that point?
I can address it. Thanks for the comment, and I noticed there was an agreement further down. Yeah, well, I was just about to say what Paul put into the chat, that the study was looking at the technical success factors. We did highlight right up top that people drove all of this and are continuing to through all of the contributions at IGF, ITF, all of the various venues and our own personal efforts, that there's that there is a lot of personal contribution. But as Paul just noted, we did want to focus on the technical success factors.
Thanks, Michael. We have a question from Jim, I think, or a comment. Jim?
Thanks, Joyce. This is an excellent piece of work, guys, so congratulations for putting this together. I think you're right in identifying the key technical factors, but I think there's one or two other issues that maybe could have been brought out, teased out a little bit more in the report. I think, for example, you could maybe say a little bit more about permission as innovation as being one of the drivers for the internet's growth and success factors. The fact that nobody has had to go along and get a license to start Google or to start Facebook or to start eBay, they just did it. I think that's a very important factor in how the internet has grown and become such a successful thing across the world. We've got to realise, of course, that business models have changed, and nowadays we've got things like the cloud that we didn't have 20 years ago, and that would have been unthinkable if we didn't have the internet. And finally, we'd also say that the multi-stakeholder model is also a crucial part of the internet success model, because everybody who's got a stake in how the internet evolves and becomes successful has got a chance to participate and a chance to be heard. It's not happening behind closed doors in a membership-only organisation with high barriers to entry. Cheers.
I can take that one as well. I'm going to see a question further down that would be great for you to address. I mean, we didn't specifically use the word permissionless innovation, which among other things was in a kind of a fundamental document from ISOC a few years back. But the principle exists in several places: the openness of the internet and the end-to-end principle that allows the adaptability of new applications is really where we thought about that idea. We didn't specifically mention the companies that you were able to enter, but the idea that the World Wide Web was able to come in, help drive the growth, as Julia said, and then the app stores and all of the websites that built on top of that. So we indirectly, I think, addressed that. And likewise, there is a little section on organizational factors that come out of the 3 guiding ideals that includes multi-stakeholder governance, kind of upfront in section 2, and in particular the decentralization of the lack of ownership really paved the way for this multi-stakeholder model, because there's no one network that controls the internet. There's no one that has to give permission. So there's this multi-stakeholder model that has taken its place of a particular owner. So we did cover that, and we did talk about that a little bit. as a contributing factor in terms of the organization and development of the internet.
Before we get to William, I see your hand is up. Maybe we could have Wim to ask your question that was in the chat, if you would like to take the mic. Sorry, I'm not hearing the sound from the room. Just 1 second while we sort out the technical issues. This is the problem when we have a hybrid format for the meeting, but I'm so happy to see the participants in the room, if just for a few seconds. No, still cannot hear you. We can do this, we can do this. Perhaps while we are waiting to sort out the audio issues, let's just turn over to William in the meantime, if that's okay, and we'll get back to you, Win.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
So I was wondering, you talk about decentralization of the internet and how this is one of the major factors on why it's been able to scale in such a way. Yet on an application level, we see an increased centralization of major technical players. I was wondering, did you by chance look into how the centralization of gatekeepers, for example, may affect the decentralization on a technical level as well, such as regarding which technologies are adopted and perhaps how this may affect scalability in the future?
Yes, perhaps I can try to answer that. And it's a very good question. Thank you for that. We did spend quite a bit of time in the work with this on discussing these issues. We have also reflected a little bit on it in the final section of the report. I think you are right that there is such a trend, and there is this as you put it, centralization at the application layer. And of course, that influences the internet. Now, as we see it, we have not so far seen a development where that has slowed down or has limited the availability or the access to the internet as such. We have seen that these very large internet players, they have taken a role in the further development of the internet. As you yourself mentioned, they are active in developing new protocols. Quick, as was mentioned here earlier, is one example of a protocol that was originally developed by Google, by one of these very large players. And of course, there is a risk, perhaps, that as a lot of the traffic in the internet moves internally into these very large networks, they can adopt different protocols, different ways of doing things internally in their networks, and that would somehow, contribute to a separation of what is the public internet and what is internal networks. You can always speculate about these things. So far, we have not really seen that happening as far as we can see, but we'd be interested, of course, to hear any other views on that.
Paul has his hand up. Do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I would just comment that the permissive environment of the internet, which allows permissionless innovation, can allow things to layer on top of the internet that start to look like they might in themselves break internet principles. Well, what we would really need to worry about is whether that becomes the default or whether that influences the way the internet itself works. I mean, we heard a lot, until about 2019, we heard a lot about the the death of peering being something that would, or the death of transit, sorry, as an emergent trend which comes from the proliferation of CDNs and so forth getting in the way of and making transit connections redundant. But COVID has shown us that transit and end-to-end connectivity is absolutely as strong as it was ever intended to be, because we're all using it now, and across the world, peer-to-peer, end-to-end communications has had this incredible resurgence. So the bad thing would be if the apparent death of transit had actually resulted in the death of end-to-end, then that would be where one of those sort of apparent behaviours actually does affect the infrastructure. But it's an example where it hasn't done. So again, the centralisation of Facebook, for instance, doesn't necessarily mean anything in a technical sense for the centralisation of other services on the internet. Or if it does, that's what we should be probably talking about. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And Oscar, I think you have a comment, and then we'll get to Wim.
Yes, thanks, Joyce. A couple of comments here. We aim to look for technical decisions and how the technical developments have made the internet success. So we've become aware that if we ever need to fix something, we don't change in a non-conscious way these fundamentals. So of course there are many elements, commercial, social, economical elements that may be relevant of this for this success, but those are not part of this original design, and this is what we hear very often, that let's try to come up with this new technical standard, whether those are countries, whether those are companies. Trying to answer the question made by Wim, he will make it in a couple of seconds, but let me jump ahead. I think this is the first stage, the first stage of future challenges. We need to make people aware of these fundamentals, so we don't mess with those in the future, whether this is for political reasons or this is for trying to fix current challenges to the internet technical capabilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Oscar, and thanks, Wim, for your patience. Let's get to your question now.
Thank you. Okay. Well, it's pretty weird to ask a question when just heard the answer. So thank you, Oscar. But first of all, hi from Katowice. It's really great to sit in this meeting. It's a pity for everybody online that you're not here, because the experience of this hybrid is completely different than what you would expect from being used in a normal meeting with remote participation. But second, congratulations for the study, because I think it's very clear and put in very clear terms, explains the success. And that brings me also to my question. Well, what are now the biggest threats you see to that could make that this evolution, this continuous growth, this success of the internet will not continue? I think one answer is already given by Oscar, and I think I fully agree that probably one of the threats is that there is not the understanding of how it actually works, how resilient it is, and that based on that there is not sufficient trust. And if there is not sufficient trust in how things work, people will look for other solutions. But do you see other risks or threats we need to look out for and try to answer? Thank you.
Yeah, this is Armin. Perhaps I can just start off with one, and please others join me as well, because in this area, of course, I think everyone has thoughts to contribute. But one such issue, I mean, we have seen that the internet works well. It scales. We don't see a collapse in scalability. We don't see a collapse in these other dimensions that we have discussed. Of course, there is the issue of safe use of the internet for all. I mean, how to keep the internet as a place where where it's safe to be, and where it's where people should have the ability to access information openly and freely, but also to be not put in harm's way. Thinking of all the economy that is moved to the internet, and all the attacks, all the threats that are coming from there. And in response to all these threats, of course, since the internet has become so important, governments also take a legitimate interest in the internet and in ways to regulate it and to keep their citizens safe and to shield them from harm. So this balance between this, in some cases at least, legitimate need from the governments and in the openness of the internet, because as the governments try to make their influence, to have their jurisdiction also in the internet domain, of course the risk is that they will be too strong. Basically, they will take measures that are unproportional, and that kind of limits the openness and availability that has been so central to the internet's success. So recognizing this, at least sometimes legitimate requirement of a government to have some saying in this, whereas on the other side, keeping this openness and distributed nature and the multi-stakeholder model of the internet, that is at least important, I think.
Thanks, Hammond, for your answer. Do you have any follow-up questions or comments, Wim?
No, thank you.
Thanks very much, and lovely to have you in Katowice. So I'm just mindful of time. Oh, sorry, Oscar, go ahead.
Unmute.
You're muted.
A comment, if you're interested in these other challenges, at the last part of this study, we have mentioned some of those challenges. Centralization is, of course, one of the things that we've seen as a challenge to these fundamentals. So make sure to read those ideas. Probably you have several others, but those are the ones that we believe are the most relevant challenge in the near future.
Thanks, Oscar. So just to round up this section of the Q&A, I do have one last question to our three special guests from Analysis Mason, which is, during the course of your doing the research for the study, and knowing that a lot of the factors that have been brought up today isn't really something new or groundbreaking in that sense, did you learn anything that was new or surprising to you as you were conducting this study?
I think for myself, certainly we had a multidisciplinary team. Amund is more on the technical side. I'm an economist, so I think we learned from each other to take a full view. But I think the real advantage was to put all the pieces together, to start from the beginning, the guiding ideals, and we had the privilege of talking to some of the founders, and Steve Crocker and Vince Cerf, to really get an amazing view of their views at the beginning that we incorporated into the three guiding ideals, taking that through these design principles into the success factors. I think that, for me anyway, was the real learning of bringing all of those points together and thinking about some of the future threats that we that Amund just spoke about.
Yeah, just perhaps to second that, Michael, one kind of personal experience from me from doing this. I have a background in networking research in academia, and there's a lot of focus, was at least 10 years ago when I was still active in that area, a lot of focus on new architectures, more kind of radical proposals, novelty. Things have to be new. We don't have to rest. We can't rest on past success. We need to do new things. So for me, this study has kind of been kind of an eye opener on that. Well, there is a significant value in how things are working today. Of course, we should keep innovating. We should keep developing and proposing new solutions. But there is also some value in stepping back and looking at what has made this a success, and that can kind of guide new proposals for novel innovations on the internet that at least make sure not to destroy what is already very valuable.
That's great, Michael and Armand. I don't know if Julia would like to share any thoughts, whether you found anything new or surprising for yourself as you went through this journey of conducting the research.
I mean, I'm much newer to researching the internet than Armand and Michael both are. So I found a lot of it was quite novel to me, but all very interesting, certainly.
Thanks very much to all three of you. Now, in our last few minutes before I close the session, I would like you to go back to menti.com. I will share the link in just a short bit, but give me a second to share my screen. Here we go. So go to menti.com and use the code 4217-7963. And then answer the question, how do you see the future of the internet? What do you think it would look like? I think that's a great way to end the session and to think about how we have the eye on the future. And I think there were also some discussion around this as well. So we'd love to hear your thoughts around this. So go to menti.com, use the code 4217-7963. So we see the answers slowly coming in as people look into their crystal balls. Somebody has put in walled gardens. I think that's something we are already beginning to see, and that we might be able to project into the future. Lots of small, local, secure internets. Inclusive, I like that. Hopefully we will continue to be more inclusive and more diverse. The internet will continue to evolve to fit the new needs, addressing new challenges. And I think it is very well equipped to do that, as we've heard from today. More accessibility in rural areas. I think that is work that is already being done, and it will continue to happen. I don't know if any of you see at one point, perhaps, one day we will have everybody who is connected online. So I'm just going to, oops, sorry. Right, I'm going to scroll down and see what the other answers are. Future of the internet is promising if it remains open. I like the optimism. More logical centralization of key architectural functions, at the same time increased topological decentralization of their deployed realization. I see some people who are seeing more and more centralization, more walled off networks, but then yet at the same time, I see some people who are also feeling that it's more positive. We can always work towards being more open. Interesting comment that we're only halfway, lots of innovations, but hopefully still open for everyone. And it's true, there are always surprises. It used to be once every few years, but we're looking at once every few months cycle now, and even faster, I think. So there will always be new surprises coming out from the internet. Still resilient, interoperable, global, unfractured, secure. IPv6 only, yes, let's aim for IPv6 only future. So I thank all of you for your participation in today's session. You can continue to put your answers in and we will continue to collate them as they come in. I also want to have special thanks for Emmon, for Michael, for Julia for joining us today, as well as Oscar and Paul for giving the opening remarks. And of course, thank you to all of you for your engagement, your participation. It's not very easy because we're in a hybrid mode, but I do hope that you find the study meaningful. I will put the link again to the study in the chat, and I hope that you would take some time to read the study and to go through the points. We would love to have your comments and your feedback, so do stay in touch. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, thank you. Hey, my name is Justin Brookman. I'm here today on behalf of Consumer Reports. We're an American civil society organization, I think probably best known for testing products. So we test thousands of products each year in our labs, cars, smart TVs, all sorts of different things. We also have like a journalism side, and we also do policy. And so that's the side that I work on. So I'm director of technology policy there. Work on issues like privacy and competition, or big tech issues, broadband access, which is an incredibly important issue, but also evolving and emerging issues like algorithmic bias and algorithms, but also platform responsibility and platform accountability. And I think a lot of people talk about it in terms of like political misinformation, like Twitter and Facebook, enabling misinformation or not doing enough to protect users from harms in the platforms. I'm going to be talking about like a slightly different variation on it, which is about dangerous products being sold on e-commerce platforms like eBay or Amazon. There's obviously a lot of benefits from these e-commerce platforms. We have access to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of sellers, and maybe at least as many manufacturers. And there's real benefits to that, and it creates competition, and products can be cheaper for consumers. The flip side is like, maybe tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of manufacturers or sellers, they're not fully vetted. There's not, maybe the products are unsafe, or is a lack of accountability there. And so I'm going to talk about some of the emerging legal trends and trying to think about who should be responsible for dangerous products on these platforms. I'm going to be doing it with probably a little bit more of an American focus, just because that's my background and that's what I know. But obviously, I'm interested in hearing others' perspectives. I'll talk a little bit about European law. But otherwise, yeah, I think the principles about who should be responsible are relatively universal. So who is liable when you buy something and it harms you, if it blows up? So traditionally, in the Western tradition at least, there's this idea of privity. Like whoever you have contact with is the only person you can go to. So if you bought a hairdryer that was badly wired and it burns down your house, or at least your bathroom, you only had recourse against the store from which you bought it. You didn't have a relationship with the manufacturer, and so the law just didn't allow you to go to them. But that kind of over time broke down. The store wasn't necessarily the best position to make the hairdryer safe. And so we start to see the law hold manufacturers and others liable as well. Maybe they were negligent. Maybe they just didn't do the wiring right. And so therefore they have some moral responsibility and therefore should be obligated to pay. Maybe there's a warranty, either an express warranty, this will last for 10 years and it doesn't, or an implied warranty. There is some implied warranty that products are safe and aren't going to be harmful. And so over time, the law has expanded to kind of reach, yes, sellers, but also manufacturers as well. And then it's continued to get kind of more expansive and say there are other places. The law is more likely to try to hold people responsible for what happens, and so now the sellers are at least in American law, generally automatically liable for damages. It's not a matter of contract. It's not a matter of negligence. Just that they sold something that's harmful, that's being used as it's supposed to be used. Then they should be they're liable if consumers are harmed. Same applies to manufacturers. If only like 1 in a million products harms people, and even if they invested a lot more money, they couldn't have found that defect. The law is going to make them responsible and say, well, you should bear the cost of it. And then, if 1 in a million gets harmed, then maybe you raise prices a little bit in order to make the person who was harmed whole. If 100 in a million, maybe you have to raise prices more. If it's like 1,000 or 10,000 in a million, maybe you'll just make the decision not to sell it altogether. And so now, lots of people can bear liability now within the supply chain. It can be the parts manufacturer that went bad. It can be the product manufacturer. It can be the seller. But the key is that the consumer, the person who got harmed, is going to be made whole. And then there can be contracts can be between the various parties to say, okay, if something goes wrong, then you'll pay for it. Or a court can say, well, the manufacturer maybe bears 70% of the cost and maybe 30% goes to the seller. Or maybe we can't find the manufacturer, so the seller bears all of it. But the key is that the consumer, at the end of the day, should be made whole. So it's a little bit trickier now these days when you have online platforms that don't necessarily sell, but they kind of connect people to other sellers. And so things like Etsy and eBay, where you're buying from someone else, but eBay is a place that you go and it's maybe the place that you give your money to. But the problem is, now there are lots and lots of very small sellers and manufacturers who, if you are injured, maybe you can't find them. Maybe it's a seller like here in Katowice, and the product was manufactured in Shenzhen, China. And as a consumer, if you're harmed by it, you can't find any of them afterward, or they're effectively judgment proof. And so the question is, well, should like eBay or Etsy or Amazon or other these companies, should they be considered liable for the dangerous products that are sold on their platforms? Think about Amazon. They started out selling stuff directly to consumers. You went to the Amazon store to buy a book, and it was Amazon who gave it to you, who purchased, who packed it up and sent it to you. But now Amazon's changed a lot. It's transitioned to be a platform where there are thousands of different sellers on there, even including on things like books. And so there was a story in the New York Times, I think last week, that the Amazon bookstore, it used to be pretty reliable. You would know, okay, I'm going to get the latest bestseller. Now there are dozens and hundreds of different companies selling books on there. And maybe there's benefits to that. Maybe it drives down prices. Maybe you have more options. Maybe they're, but there's also less quality control, and Amazon, and some of the listings may be confusing, and there's more potential for deception. And so it's just been an overall transition in the Amazon marketplace. And so we talk about platforms, there is this kind of general concept in the law that platforms aren't legally responsible for what happens on them. And so in America, this is encapsulated in Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which says, if someone says something on your platform, you're not considered the speaker of it. So if I go on Twitter and say defamatory or evil or illegal things, Twitter's not considered the speaker of that, and they're not liable for libel or defamation. This idea is also in European law. I believe it's the e-commerce directive, but it's also been transposed around the world. Sometimes in trade agreements, which there's been some criticism of, they're not democratic processes, and so should a treaty between the United States and say Mexico and Canada, where this came up, should it say that no country can pass a law that holds a person liable, a platform liable for speech? And I don't think this concept was written with product sales in mind. It makes sense, I think, to some extent, with regard to speech, though it definitely has costs as well. But commercial transactions are generally more closely regulated and probably should be more regulated. And so I don't think that Section 230 should be interpreted to absolve platforms of responsibilities for the things that are sold on them. And this is I think a lot of people use as the prototypical example of something that can go bad, which is hoverboards. Often, cheap. Again, cheap is good, but cheap has costs too. And so there have been a number of cases where hoverboards purchased from overseas manufacturers, usually in China, have caused real damage, to have burned down houses. And this is one in a series of Wall Street Journal kind of exposés into how there's all sorts of dangerous products on Amazon, and they weren't taking responsibility for it for at least a while. They've definitely changed their behavior and their policies with regard to hoverboards. But for a number of years, there is all sorts of cheap options and potentially dangerous options that you could purchase. And Amazon's perspective was, well, you're making the decision to buy this from this other seller. We're just trying to let you guys meet and interact. But over time, and again, this is over time, maybe 5 years, maybe not even, you're starting to see courts, at least in the United States, say, well, Amazon probably should be liable in this case. Again, this is a Chinese manufacturer, or again, overseas manufacturer who we can't find. We don't actually know. The case of Oberdorf there was a case of a dog leash. There's a leash that snapped back and popped the poor woman in the eye and left her blinded. and again, she was using it as it was intended to be used to walk a dog, but it damaged her, and they were unable to find who actually manufactured this in the first place. She brought the case against Amazon, saying, "Hey, I bought this on Amazon. I paid Amazon. I don't know who this other entity is." And the courts agreed. And a couple other cases there too. One about hoverboards. One, a person bought a replacement laptop battery. Again, cheaper than maybe they would have gotten from Samsung, but it also then caught fire. And so there's definitely has been like the trend towards saying, yeah, Amazon, they're a big company. They probably should bear the cost of this, and then they can distribute it. They can make a decision about whether to sell hoverboards or batteries or other products. Not all. There's definitely been some cases that have gone the other way, including that have pointed to Section 230 and saying, no, this is Amazon's just a platform. It's not their fault. But I think the overall trend is more toward finding them liable. It's successful enough that there's legislation in California that we at Consumer Reports worked on that would have explicitly said, if you're an online marketplace and you're putting something into commerce, you bear product liability responsibilities. The legislation was dropped because I think people felt pretty comfortable that the California law does cover Amazon. And so I think Amazon of these platforms is probably maybe the easiest case. They're huge. They certainly have the ability to bear costs, and then to make decisions about which products to allow to be sold on the platform. They're a trusted brand. And people think of themselves still, I think, as buying on Amazon, because that's how they started out. You're buying directly from the company. Amazon's the one that shows up on your credit card. They process the payments. In many cases, they actually pack it up and ship it. They list it as fulfilled by Amazon, and so they are in possession of it. They have the ability to inspect it if they want to see if it's safe. They also affirmatively go out of the way to recommend certain products. So Amazon Choice is an algorithmically driven notifier that says, hey, Amazon Choice, kind of suggesting that you buy this, maybe because they've had successful sales, people have given it good ratings, but that it is Amazon kind of specifically recommending you buy from a certain vendor. And then in many cases, it's just not clear, who it is that you're purchasing from. And so in this example, this is a workbench, a workout bench I searched for. And there's a lot of information on there, but if you can see in the middle of the listing that the brand is identified as Spot U, Spot U, which I don't know who that is. I'm not sure many people do. And then over on the far right, it says it ships from Amazon, but it's sold by Magnitude LLC. I don't know who Magnitude LLC is. I'm not sure. I doubt anyone really does. And so I think because of the historical Amazon buying experience, and people may not understand they're buying from Magnitude LLC. And I have no reason to think that this particular product is unsafe, but you can imagine a workout bench could, if it's not put together well, it's designed to resist 1,000 pounds. It sounds like something could go wrong there. If it goes badly, would a person be able to find Spot U or Magnitude LLC, and again, Amazon might require Magnitude LLC to post a bond or to have insurance in case something goes wrong. But that's a decision that Amazon can make. A couple other legal issues to consider. There's product recalls. Sometimes governments say, okay, 20, 40 hoverboards have caught fire. We should bring them all back. People should not have these anymore. They should get repaired, or they should just get refunded. Should platforms be responsible for that? Should they have to give refunds, give their money back, especially if the other company has gone out of business? In June of this year, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which is the U.S. agency which oversees product recalls, sued Amazon and said, you guys are selling tons of products on there that have been recalled. They're fulfilled by Amazon, so they're shipped out of Amazon warehouses, and you guys should be responsible for it. But I think the outcome of that case has not been determined. A couple other things to consider. There's basic consumer protection law, which in the United States says, you can't commit unfair or deceptive business practices. Deceptive is pretty easy. You can't lie to people. Unfair, it's expansive and people aren't quite sure how far it goes. But one thing it's been interpreted to require is companies to use data security. So if you have personal information stored, you have to protect it, you have to encrypt it, you can't just leave it out there accessible to attackers or hackers. You can imagine regulators kind of saying a similar thing on e-commerce platforms. If there's like low-hanging fruit, kind of basic things you could do to make the product safer. Again, this is not maybe strict liability, but it's more like of a reasonableness test. Do you have an obligation to monitor for potential, damaging products? Do you have to take things down proactively? This is kind of a different issue, but I think it's relevant about, there are tons of fake reviews on sites like Amazon that could convince someone, hey, this is a good, safe product. Should you have some obligation if all the reviews are coming from the same IP address and seem to be badly translated? Do you have an obligation to find those and take those down? So I think you can make an argument that these platforms do have some, again, reasonable duty, and it's not strict, but they they should take cost-effective measures to protect their platform users from harm. Okay, so I think, like I said, Amazon I think is easier, but there are other kind of platforms too. I think it's maybe harder to make the case that they should be liable for dangerous products. So eBay and Etsy, I think, in many cases, it feels more like that's connecting you to another person, that eBay really is just an intermediary. You're buying a handcrafted thing from a small seller in Minnesota. I think even, and others are probably even more divorced, like Craigslist and classified ads, where it says, just come over to our house and pick up the bike and I'll give you $100. Craigslist in this case doesn't actually take possession of anything. They don't process the payment. They don't get the money. So, and obviously you could do this over social media or email. You could say, hey, you want to buy a bike? I don't think that the communications platform, just because they're involved in a sale, should be held strictly liable for an explosion from a product that was unsafe. But the question is, where should that line be drawn? I think somewhere past Amazon, maybe including eBay and Etsy, though it really depends on the facts. And so, trying to think through what the criteria are for when a platform should be liable for dangerous products. If they're in possession of the products, if they have the chance to inspect them, if they fulfill the order, maybe those are factors in the criteria. Likelihood of harm, if they are inherently dangerous product, maybe again there should be some duty of inspection or more care should be exercised. If the platform makes money from it, like that probably augurs in favor of responsibility. Processing payment, I think, probably is important. Again, it does feel like you're giving the money to this platform, and I think that probably should be a pretty important factor in the analysis. Disclosures to consumers, like how much do people, what do they see? What do they expect based on what they're told about this commercial transaction? Depends on the products. I think things that are handmade or used, probably less responsibility for the platform, because they don't, again, these products are going to be all different by nature. I think this it's harder for the platform to maybe exercise discretion and oversight. Algorithm recommendations. So, these are all like things, again, and the law is very much unsettled. Like I said, the cases have tended to hold Amazon responsible, but there's definitely a lot of uncertainty, even in the US, where there's been some case law on this. And so I think as we move on, there's going to need to be more certainty. Obviously, I'm not recommending an 11-part or whatever this is part test. That's not workable. I think the law is going to have to provide more certainty, both to consumers, but also to merchants. Briefly, that this is something that other jurisdictions are thinking about and talking about as well. Europe has similar platform immunity defaults as the United States does, but as that's being reconsidered with regard to speech and misinformation, probably being reconsidered with regard to platforms as well. There's the Digital Services Act is being debated in the European Parliament and European policy-making bodies. And they do kind of pull back on immunity a little bit and say, if you're aware of illegality, you may have an obligation to take down speech and potentially products as well. There's also been discussion of a general product safety regulation to replace the existing directive to provide a more harmonized law across Europe. And the BEUC, a civil society organization in Europe, has criticized that as not taking on this specific issue about the role that e-commerce platforms should play with regard to product safety. Sorry. And so, just to wrap up, what I think the end game looks like is, I think there's needs more clarity on what aspects of a platform should trigger product liability for defective products. I think probably should be fairly aggressive. Again, these platforms, Amazon, yes, but I think even the eBays and Etsy's of the world, they can require things like insurance. They can require things of sellers on there better positioned than, say, the user, the consumer, who is not really well positioned to evaluate which merchants are the most reliable. Also, even when there's not strict liability, clarity on when there are obligations to monitor, to respond to complaints, to potentially take down bad listings. Again, right now the law is very unclear on that, but I think they're probably, whether through enforcement of existing law or through new regulations, probably more obligations on platforms to take more responsibility for what happens on them. And then, maybe some specific mandates. Again, like transparency. Again, maybe they should be required to take identifying information from all these merchants. And some of those cases against Amazon, they were just unable to find the person who had sold the goods in the first place. So maybe requiring information so that it can be contacted, requiring insurance, requiring a bond potentially in case something goes wrong. Maybe requiring service of process in the jurisdictions where they operate. So if something does go wrong, then the consumer can file a suit against them and potentially recover. And then finally, I think just empowering and funding regulators. This is one of the biggest problems that there are some laws that could be enforced right now, but at least in the United States, regulators are woefully understaffed and underfunded and underpowered. Even if they do bring a case against a company for a violation of consumer protection laws, they often can't get penalties. There's no consequences, and so it doesn't really put the fear of God into companies. They need to adhere to existing laws. So I think, giving regulators more resources specifically to look at this issue, to look at platform responsibility issues is, I think, a good idea. Private enforcement, again, to empower consumers to bring cases against platforms when something does go wrong. This is an area where the United States actually does a fairly good job on product issues. Other countries around the world, it's harder to get access to the courts to get recovery for defective products. So another thing that folks should think about when considering ways to deal with the issue of damaging products. And with that wraps up my talk. I don't know if anyone has questions or thoughts, either online or off. Okay, I don't see any comments. Do we have one? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your great presentation. And I would like to ask about the private enforcement. What do you mean by the private enforcement? Is it legitimate?
Yeah.
Compares to the government enforcement models.
Right. So the question is about what does the private enforcement look like? And so I was thinking, so certainly I think regulators should have the ability to again, mandate product recalls and to fine if you're not taking reasonable steps to go after when something goes wrong. Private enforcement is, I think, in these cases where, again, if you were the one who got the leash snapped you in the eye or the hoverboard burned down your house, then you have access to the courts to say to then sue Amazon or whatever body would be responsible and to obtain relief from them, to say, hey, my house burned down. I'm going to you, Amazon, because you you have a lot of money, and you sold me the product. And maybe on the back end, Amazon can recover from whatever manufacturer it was if they can find them. Again, the idea that the consumer at the end of the day needs to be made whole, should have access to courts and legal process to do that. And then the Amazon and the manufacturer and the seller can work out between them which who's going to pay what. And that could be a matter of contract, or that could be a matter of the courts. Cool. Well, thank you very much for those watching online. Thank you for folks here. And happy to connect. Again, my name is Justin Brookman. You can reach me at justin.brookman@consumer.org if you have questions about this or other US tech policy issues. Thank you very much.
So again, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. This video, which contains the word trust and be trusted, is not produced by the Dynamic Coalition, but is a standard video with which any session of the IGF starts. But it's a nice coincidence indeed, because the words trust and be trusted are prominent in the video, and this is also everything about this session of the Dynamic Coalition on Data and Trust. So thanks everybody for joining the Dynamic Coalition on Data and Trust session at the IGF 2021. We did really hope that we could have had it in person in Poland. For various factors we all know, we prefer to have it virtually. And hopefully next year will be in person, so we will be able to meet and greet face to face again. The Dynamic Coalition on Data and Trust was launched in 2020, just in the middle of the pandemic, when we did see there was a sort of gap about in the IGF Dynamic Coalition landscape. A gap for speaking and talking and discussing and sharing best practices on data and trust, and that's why we launched the Dynamic Coalition together with Emily and Oxil in 2020. And we did want from the very start this coalition to be truly dynamic, and that's why we do have regular sessions and calls throughout the year, as we did this year. With several calls and one session during the Eurodig meeting in Trieste. That time we managed to be live from Trieste with some speakers remotely connected, but other speakers with us live from Trieste. That said, today's session is all about data management and data accuracy and the NIS2 directive, which is really a hot topic in the DNS industry. We will manage in the next 55 minutes, 60 minutes to speak about data management and data accuracy and the NIS2 directive from different perspectives, starting with an overview of the NIS2 directive by the European Commission. We have Benjamin Bögel with us, and then we'll move to Paulina Malaya of Center, Policy Director at Center. She has been regularly updating the Center. Center is the Council of European National Top-Level Domain Registries, this umbrella organization for CCTLD, but not only CCTLD operators. And she's been regularly updating the Center membership about the evolution of the NIS2 directive at the legislative process level. We will then move on with the other speaker, who is Dirk Jumper, Security Manager at URID. Dirk, URID is the registry operator for .eu, and its equivalent in Cyrillic and in Greek. And .eu, as URID, as in many other registries, we have been following the impact of the NIS2 directive on our operations and the actions that have to be deployed by the registry to make sure that at some point we are fully compliant with the forthcoming NIS2 directive. We'll move on with Kit Drazek of VeriSign. And thank you so much, Kit, for joining at the very last minute. And I believe you will provide a very interesting, view of what you think is, the NIS2 directive and all, what VeriSign does in terms of data accuracy and data management. VeriSign is the largest registry operator worldwide level, and VeriSign is the operator of .com, .net, and other TLDs. So thank you again, Kit, for joining. And we will end with Arda Gerkens, who's from the Online Child Abuse Assessment Bureau. And she will provide an interesting perspective from a special area of, special group of the end users. So we will collect all the opinions and all the views on data accuracy, data management, and the NIS2 directive. But at the same time, we want really this to be an interactive session. We have Emily Taylor with me as the online moderator. I'd like to leave the floor to Benjamin first of the European Commission. I'd like also to invite the speakers to stick to the 5-6 minutes as we have agreed. We will collect questions from remote participants and ask the questions directly, and then open at the end the floor for a discussion. So thank you, Benjamin. You're the first.
Great. Thank you very much, Giovanni. So my name is Benjamin Bögel. I work in the European Commission in the Cybersecurity Policy Unit, and I'm part of the team that has been working on the NIS directive since the proposal came out. And I will quickly provide I will quickly walk you through the main elements of the directive. And this will not be very specific to DNS. It will be a general overview so that you know the framework, you understand it, also with a little bit of background for those that are maybe not from the European Union and that don't know how EU law works. And then we can get into the details in the Q&A. Okay, so the NIS directive is a directive that has come into force in 2016 already, covering 7 sectors of the economy and some digital service providers. And we have now in December 2020 decided to propose to revise it, to make it fit for the digital age, so to speak, and also taking into account the experiences that we've had with the COVID-19 crisis. What I will present to you now is a proposal by the Commission. So this is not a final law. It's a proposal that still has to go through the legislative process. The legislative process has already started. We already have a position by the European Parliament on the one hand, and there is also a position already by the Council, which gathers the member states of the European Union. And we will soon enter, probably beginning of January, we will enter trilogue discussions. That means that the 3 institutions that I just mentioned, Commission, Parliament, and Council, will together negotiate to come up with the final legal text. The NIS directive is a directive. That means that its rules are not directly applicable in the member states, but they need to be transposed by the European member states into national law, and only then the rules apply actually. So that's a quick introduction into where we stand at the moment. So our proposal basically maintains the 3 pillars that already exist in the current directive. And the first pillar is that we want to improve the member state capabilities. So our directive requires member states to put in place cybersecurity authorities that implement the rules of the directive, but also so-called CSIRTs. These are computer security incident response teams. And in addition, the member states are required to put in place national cybersecurity strategies and frameworks on coordinated vulnerability disclosure and crisis management. So that was the first pillar on the member state capabilities. The second pillar, which is probably the most interesting one for you, is on the risk management and reporting of entities. So these are usually companies, but they could also be public entities. There will be 2 types of entities defined by the new directive: essential and important entities. And these companies, they are required to take cybersecurity measures. They are very high level in our directive, these measures, and then further specified by the member states. And these entities will also have to notify significant incidents and cyber threats. And the third pillar of the directive is on cooperation and information exchange. So there are 2 fora established by the directive: the cooperation group, which gathers the national cybersecurity authorities. And this cooperation group discusses strategic issues and policy issues. And then there is the CSIRTs network, so the network of computer security incident response teams, where those incident response teams can jointly discuss major incidents and how to respond to them, especially incidents that have a cross-border dimension. And under this pillar, we also have European frameworks for coordinated vulnerability disclosure and crisis management. And it also foresees a biannual ENISA report. ENISA is the European Cybersecurity Agency, and this report will contain a ranking comparing the capabilities of the member states in terms of cybersecurity and policy. So of interest for you is maybe the scope. So the scope is basically a list of sectors in which the entities that are part of these sectors will have to take the measures that I mentioned. So cybersecurity measures and incident reporting. And so far there have been 7 sectors: energy, transport, banking, financial market infrastructures, health, drinking water, and digital infrastructure. And the list will now grow much longer. It will also include public administration, space, postal and courier services, waste management, chemicals, food, manufacturing. And in the digital sector, so far we have covered so-called digital providers. These were search engines, online marketplaces, and cloud providers, but also DNS providers, top-level domain registries, and internet exchange points. And in the future, under the new directive, if agreed by the co-legislators, the Parliament and the Council, we will also include social networks, data centers, content delivery networks, and electronic communications and trust service providers, so internet service providers and trust service providers. Although the latter, they're actually not a new category, they're merely transferred over from another existing legal instrument. And so that's the scope that we're looking at. Entities, there will be a size threshold, so not all entities will have to take the measures, but only the ones that are medium in size or larger, with the exception of top-level domain registries. And we also propose this exception for DNS service providers. So in these cases, they will have to be covered irrespective of size. The risk management measures that I mentioned, they're very high level. So it's about incident handling, business continuity, supply chain security, etc. And the incident reporting requirement would be to issue a first report within 24 hours after you know that you have experienced an incident in your organization. I will also briefly speak about the specific article in the directive, Article 23 on WHOIS. That's actually not my unit that has been dealing with that, but another unit in my organization. And that's why I also brought a colleague of mine, Melina Strungi, who will happily answer any questions on this specific aspect of the directive. So Article 23 requires member states to ensure that top-level domain registries and entities providing registration services maintain accurate and complete registration data and provide lawful access to such data. In more detail, this article ensures that domain registration data that is not personal data is published without undue delay, that the access to specific domain name registration data upon lawful and duly justified requests of legitimate access seekers is possible, and that these requests are replied to without undue delay. So that's a brief overview of the directive. I think I've exceeded my time, so sorry for that.
Yes, you did, but you are brave enough to put your face, in front, because it's a very controversial directive to date, especially for the DNS industry. So thank you for again putting and showing your face. And I don't know if Melina would like to add anything to what Benjamin just said.
Yes, hello everyone. I think Benjamin covered most of it. Just to briefly mention specifically for Article 23, that it aims at creating a legal framework that would support the prevention and fight of DNS abuse, and ultimately contribute to the increase of the overall level of cybersecurity in the EU. And as Benjamin mentioned, this would be achieved by ensuring the accuracy of domain name registration data, ensuring the publication of registration data that concern legal entities and that are not personal data, and also ensuring that the registries and registrars will have a firm legal ground to provide access to specific domain name registration data upon lawful and duly justified requests from legitimate access seekers. Last but not least, another element is that Article 23 aims at ensuring that all requests to access to domain name registration data receive a timely reply. Either positive or negative, doesn't matter as long as any request is properly addressed. And also the Commission reserves the right to issue any guidelines on the topics of accuracy on domain name registration data, including on its disclosure by drawing from industry good practices in order to support a harmonized approach across the industry in the EU. So I hope that was not too long. I'll leave it to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Melina. I see that, Emily, is there any question from the floor? And thank you, Emily, for moderating the online floor.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Yes, Laurie has asked a question about whether registrars are included or just registries. And Benjamin has put a reply in the chat on that, but maybe we can come back to that and invite Laurie to take the floor at some stage when we've gone through our speakers.
Okay.
We also have a request for the microphone from Susan Payne. And in fact, maybe we can use the raise hand function, Giovanni, for people who would like to ask a question so that we can run through our speakers. Thank you.
Yeah. So, Susan.
I'm sorry, can I quickly jump in just for the question in the chat? So as rightly said by Benjamin, I mean, he covers the NIS provisions. Just for Article 23, to note that just for this provision, also registrars are covered. So basically, if you read the wording of Article 23, it refers to domain registries and the entities providing services to them. For them. So this is meant to also cover registrars. And I repeat, for Article 23 only. Thanks.
Thank you, Melina, for clarifying. Susan. Susan, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I should wait for the rest of the speakers, but it is a question specifically on this, and particularly on the decision to include all TLD operators, irrespective of size, and more particularly irrespective of the business model of that TLD operator. And the thing I'm thinking of in particular is that a number of brand owner or a number of companies have what are termed .brand TLDs, which are essentially more of an internal matter. They are not providing a service to the public at large. They may, if they choose to operate in such a way, they might they might allocate names to, say, trademark licensees or group companies. But it's not a sort of public service, and it's not a sort of an essential infrastructure to the wider public. It may well be essential infrastructure for them internally. So my question is, why do you perceive the need to be regulating them in the same way as an open sort of retail model, top level domain? Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Any short and reaction from Melina or Benjamin?
So if your brand top level domain is only used for internal purposes and you're not providing it as a service, so if you're not providing a registration service to the wider public, it's out of scope. Our directive only applies to services that are available publicly.
Thank you, Benjamin. Very clear answer. And speaking about registries, who's best than Paulina to take the floor, as she's fully into registry with Center. So thank you, Paulina. The floor is yours with all the discussions that have been going on in the Center community about this directive. And thanks a lot again for your updates to this community.
Thank you, Giovanni, very much. And yes, good afternoon or good evening from my side as well. And yes, once again, great thanks to Giovanni and also Emily for organizing this very timely debate, and of course for inviting me today to give a short overview of how NIS2 is relevant for DNS actors and specifically to TLD registries. And I will try to not repeat already what has been so helpfully and extensively covered by Benjamin and Melina. But just a quick overview is that, again, to reiterate that NIS2 aims to increase cybersecurity resilience of sectors deemed to be critical for functioning of the society. And one of those critical sectors is rightfully also a cornerstone of the internet infrastructure, and that is the domain name system. And as already identified by Benjamin, NIS2 is essentially a revision of the currently valid legal framework in the European Union, so the NIS directive that was adopted back in 2016. And actually already in 2016, the essential status of DNS and specifically of DoD registries was first time confirmed by policymakers in the EU. And NIS directive suggested that TLD sector can be considered essential, but left the identification process of concrete operators that could fall as operators of essential services to the EU member states. Of course, NIS directive also established a national supervisory regime over operators of essential services and established the need to follow the minimum set of information security measures by variety of operators across the European Union. And in the past 5 years, European CCTODs were already consistently identified as operators of essential services as part of the digital infrastructure sector, as established by the NIS directive. And this confirmed and it also in some ways encouraged additional investments into security of networks and information systems within the European CCTODs. So the question now is, how is NIS2 different? And specifically when it comes to the DNS, NIS2 makes a few important statements directly in its text. So in the proposal that I'm referring at the moment, as Benjamin identified. And it's different from the mere suggestion to include DNS sector as essential, as established by the current NIS directive. So specifically, NIS2 explicitly recognizes that upholding and preserving a reliable, resilient, and secure DNS is a key factor in maintaining the integrity of the internet. So that's an important statement to frame the obligations and additional provisions that NIS2 put forward. Furthermore, according to the NIS text, maintaining accurate and complete databases of registration data, so-called WHOIS data, as referred in the proposal, and providing lawful access to such data is essential to ensure the security, stability, and resilience of the DNS. So that's another important statement in the NIS2 proposal. And finally, the availability and timely accessibility of this data, as also pointed out by Melina, is stated to be essential to prevent and combat DNS abuse. So as a result, the NIS2 goes further than its predecessor NIS directive by first enlarging the scope to more digital infrastructure services, and in particular the DNS services, since DNS is recognized as a critical key component for supporting digital economy and society. The scope of the NIS2 is also extraterritorial, so it encompasses all services available in the European Union. And secondly, importantly for TLD sector, is that it puts a special emphasis on a so-called data accuracy obligation on TLD registries and registrars. That is essential for security and stability and resilience of DNS, and that is the Article 23 that Melina has also already provided an overview of. And according to the proposal, again, I will just reinstate what Melina already said, but just to frame our discussion a bit further, TLD registries and registrars will be obliged to collect and maintain accurate and complete registration data, publish all registration data concerning legal entities, and provide access to non-public personal information to all legitimate access seekers. And as already also identified by Benjamin, this is currently a proposal, so the negotiations on the final text are still ongoing. And the co-legislators in the European Parliament and the Council of European Union have been also working on their respective drafts of the legislation before they can enter the final negotiation rounds. And when it comes to Article 23, both co-legislators are in favor of adding additional obligation within the data accuracy scope, that is to verify the registration data, in addition of keeping it nearly accurate and complete. And the co-legislators are also in favor of specifying which data sets should be kept accurate, complete, and essentially verified. And if some of these positions will prevail in the final stage of the negotiations, DoD registries and registrars can be obliged to verify registrants', for example, physical addresses and phone numbers, in addition to their identity and other contact details. So, and with regards to legitimate access seekers and their access, as also already pointed out by Melina, but within the co-legislators' positions, there might be also an obligation to respond to these legitimate access seekers' requests within 72 hours. So, in a nutshell, such data accuracy obligation will have a significant impact on existing policies and procedures in place across the industry. And we feel that the impact of that on the cybersecurity, though, is limited. So while registration database accuracy is, of course, important for the overall health of domain name zones, it's also important to keep in mind that it is not strictly a network and information security issue, as it won't help to address all different cybersecurity threats when it comes to maintaining security, stability, and resilience of DNS. So, for example, it won't help with addressing such cybersecurity threats as DDoS attacks or DNS hijacking, for example. And so the reach of data verification obligation, if we look at the co-legislators' positions, is limited. And it really cannot be also claimed as the most important issue for DNS security, as it has been stated in the proposal in providing the framework for these additional obligations. And of course, after all, NIS2 is not also only about registration data accuracy, but there is a significant attention given to this very specific issue. And we feel that there is a risk of shifting the focus on the issue that might not bring significant security benefits for DNS. And of course, this at the expense of individual actors such as registries and registrars. So with that, finally, I would like to just state that it is also worth to reiterate that ensuring safe and trusted online space for consumers, businesses, and public sector is a collaborative effort of many actors involved. And consequently, increased collaboration between infrastructure actors and competent authorities based on a clear procedure and the rule of law is the key to make sure that the online space remains a safe space for all. So thank you with that, and back to you, Giovanni.
Thanks a lot, Paulina. It was a very healthy reminder about the multi-stakeholder nature of the internet community and the importance of having a constructive and good dialogue among the different parties. So thank you so much, and also thank you for having brought up again the part of the statement that CENT made in the official position of Central membership about how much data accuracy contributes to let's say safer and more resilient internet infrastructure. Emily, is there any question from the floor? Any hand up that I may have missed?
I'm not seeing anything just now. Thank you, Giovanni. But just to encourage all participants to raise their hand or to post some questions in the chat, and we can pick them up as you've done in the flow. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Emily. So let's move straight to the next panelist, who is Dirk, Security Manager at URID. He has been completely booked over the past 24 months by all the compliance requirements to make URID up to speed with all the obligations as an essential operator. And he has done a great work to also brief and communicate internally the importance of the different things we have to comply with. So thank you, Dirk. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Giovanni, and good day, everyone. As a CCTLD registry operator, we are obviously very curious about what's going on in the NIS2 landscape. And it looks like everybody is obsessing about Article 23. But just to give a side note, there is 42 other articles in the NIS directive, which all of them, they have an impact on a registry operator. But there are a couple of questions that we are asking ourselves, and there are plenty of open questions, and this is also very true amongst the different European CCTLDs. And those open questions are about how is this directive going to be transposed into member state law? And as an operator of essential services, we have already seen how this happened in Belgium, for instance. The Belgian transposition is different from the Dutch transposition or the Luxembourgian transposition, which is also the reason why there is a NIS2 directive. For instance, in Belgium, the scope of the NIS directive is different from the one in Luxembourg of the one in the Netherlands. So in Belgium, it's only about the DNS services, whereas in other countries, the registration services are also included within the NIS directive or the NIS implementation. The other open question we also have is where will registrars fit into this image? Because if you read the NIS directive, registrars can be part of the essential entities. If they're large enough and they are offering authoritative services, then they also become essential entities, which is not true, of course, for most of the registrars, because most of the registrars will be small enough not to fall under that category. That's not, as mentioned earlier by Melina, Article 23 is a little bit of an exception on this because it includes all the registrars. And then, of course, there's this big question, what about the GTLD space? The NIS directive, even in its original version, never made a distinction between GTLDs and CCTLDs. TLDs are TLDs, whatever they are. The thing is, the member states have translated this into CCTLDs in Europe, which means that, for instance, in Belgium, then you have the funny situation that both .eu and .be are both falling under the same regulator. And in the Netherlands, for instance, you only have SIDN dealing with .nl. But if the GTLDs are also included, there are plenty of European GTLDs, and then we have a complete different ballgame. CCTLDs are governed in a different way than GTLDs on the level of the internet governance. GTLDs are governed by ICANN, whereas CCTLDs in most cases are completely governed by themselves. So again, that's a very important question. Now, the internet has another open question, I think, is that the internet is open by nature and international by nature. And so we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean when the NIS directive is transposed into member state law, including some of the registrars, but what about jurisdictions? We fall under the Belgian jurisdiction, but if we have a large registrar, I'm just giving an example like a French large registrar, who might also be a registry, well, what if they also fall under the French implementation of the NIS directive, and how is this going to work on a European scale? So all these questions still need to be answered. And especially when we're looking at Article 23, there's a lot of interpretation possibilities, and there's also a lot of things that can be added by the member states. When I read the last version of the NIS directive, for the version of the 26th of November, then the amount of data that is supposed to be accurate and complete is limited to a relatively small set. Originally, it was a much larger set, but now it's a smaller set. But that implies that member states can interpret this and add things to this thing. So there we have the question of how is this going to be interpreted by the member states? And will there be guidance either by the European Commission or by the industry to help facilitating this thing? Because this exercise is quite complicated. When we're looking at Article 23 more specifically, Article 23 paragraph 3 is quite an interesting one, because that one is the one about the policies and standards that will be used, which need to be public to validate or not to validate, to make that data that is collected accurate and complete. So again, these are open things that are not very well defined. In the meantime, the industry, of course, is looking at this directive and trying to work together. So there's several initiatives already within the European TLD community to try to understand how we are going to react upon all these different obligations and how we can deal with this, taking into account that it's a directive and not a regulation. But lastly, and this is just a little remark, the DNS is not about registration data. The DNS is about the DNS. It is a system that allows us to use the internet as it is. And we have to make sure that we don't forget this. I mean, making sure that the DNS is stable and resilient, which it has been for more than 30 years without any big issues, is utterly and the most important thing. The DNS must flow. To paraphrase Frank Herbert, it is the DNS that is important. And why is this important? If we think about the future, we have to be careful. We have to be careful that we can treat all domain names equally, but also equally important, because not all domain names are actually equal. If a domain name, for instance, is used in a smart city, and it's literally used for 1,000 or maybe tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands devices, if that domain name would have, if something would happen to that domain name, that's a big issue. So we have to be careful not to focus too obsessively about DNS abuse and not forget the other things that are happening with the DNS and where the DNS is an essential component. And with that, I'll leave the floor to questions or remarks.
Thank you so much, Dirk. And Emily, any question from the floor? Anybody who likes to?
I'm not seeing anything more, and I can't see any hands raised. But there were many. I've just seen a question from Samuel Kariuki. Sorry if I've pronounced your name wrongly. Maybe Samuel would like to take the microphone if that fits in with your plan, Giovanni.
Please, Samuel, the floor is yours. If you like to speak up, otherwise we'll just read the question. Okay. Shall we just read the question?
Yes.
Ali, please.
Oh, here we go.
Samuel?
Hello, my name is Samuel Kariuki. I would like to ask, what are the penalties for those who do abuse the DNS? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just as a suggestion, Giovanni, maybe we could ask Benjamin or his colleague to answer some of the questions raised by Dirk as well at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. If you Benjamin and Melina, if you like to take up any of the points highlighted by Dirk in his intervention, the floor is yours.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. Also, thanks, Dirk. These are all, I think, very good questions. I think I have answers to most of them. So you mentioned rightly that the NIS 1 directive, well, it has not worked perfectly, to be honest. There has been great divergence when it comes to how it was interpreted and transposed by the member states. And that's one of the main reasons actually why we have decided to propose a revision of the directive. So just to give you a few examples, you already mentioned it. There were quite wide divergences as regards the scope. So for example, when we speak of the DNS, there were certain member states that only covered authoritative DNS, while others covered only resolving entities. So, and when it comes to requirements, again, some member states, they had very high level requirements, basically following ISO standards, while other member states were much more detailed. And as regards to reporting, some member states, they requested or required that you report an incident basically immediately once you find out about the incident, while others said, we can wait 72 hours until we want to hear from you. So, and our directive is trying to address this. So in particular, as regards the scope, we are making it extremely clear that all entities along the DNS resolution chain are now in the scope. So that includes both authoritative DNS and resolvers. We have provided some more explanations as regards the requirements, although they're still relatively high level, I admit. And finally, as regards to reporting, we've set a deadline. So within 24 hours, you have to provide a first report of an incident. So, and we're hoping that these measures will help to align the national transposition a lot and to make the directive much more consistent. Secondly, indeed, I can confirm registrars, they are not under the scope for domain services, but they're under scope as authoritative DNS providers if they provide such services, which I think a lot of registrars do. You've also mentioned the generic top-level domain names. So as Paulina already explained, our jurisdiction our jurisdiction regime that we have proposed is that in principle or in general, the general rule is that entities are supervised by the member state where they provide a service. We call that concurrent supervision. But in the case of providers that we consider to be highly digitized, or their business models are highly digitized, we make an exception to that rule, and TLDs, they fall under that exception, and that means that TLDs are only supervised by one member state, and that is the member state where you either have your main establishment, or if you're located outside the EU, where you have your representative. And we covered them on purpose because we feel that the generic top-level domain names, they play an important role in the European Union. A lot of European companies register such domain names, are available under such domain names. That's why we've registered and why we consider them critical. Before passing on to Melina, I also would like to directly answer the last question that was given orally by the audience. There are penalties in the directive, but these penalties, they are addressed to the organizations that provide services. So there are penalties conceivable for example, DNS resolvers or authoritative DNS servers. There are no penalties foreseen for DNS abuse. If you, for example, as a citizen, you are a malicious actor and you're abusing the DNS for your own purposes, then this is not covered by the directive. The directive is also not a sector-specific law for DNS, but a very general, broad law covering all the sectors. And it's really about the provision of services by entities. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Benjamin. Melina, I don't know if you have anything to add very shortly.
Yes, I will try to.
We are running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I will try to be super short because a lot of open questions indeed, and I think Benjamin covered most of them. Just maybe to quickly comment on 2 points. The one on potential risk of less harmonized transposition by the member states of the directive. I mean, this is, I think, the inherent difference between a directive and a regulation, that the regulation is directly applicable while a directive precisely leaves room to member states on how to transpose certain provisions. But especially in terms of Article 23 and accuracy, this is precisely why I mentioned in the beginning that the Commission may in the future issue some guidelines in case indeed harmonization is at stake, and to draw from best practices and hopefully give some guidance on this issue if necessary. And then another point, if I understood well the point, and apologize if I didn't, on basically arguing that potentially Article 23 may limit the scope of registration data and certain types. Just to highlight that in the original Commission proposal, we did not prescribe any specific data categories. We really wanted to leave this up to the member states. And even in the last Council text, as currently is highlighted in the general position adopted by the Council, it's mentioned the word at least. So at least some categories are, provided, but it doesn't mean this list is exhaustive or in any way limits member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melina. And now I'd like to give the floor to Kit Drazek of VeriSign. And VeriSign is really, looking forward to knowing a bit more about the future of the NIS2 directive as the major registry player in the world. So, Kit, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giovanni, and thanks, Emily, for the invitation to participate today, and to all the panelists. I'd like to respond. I'll be as brief as possible. We should want to keep a few minutes for Q&A, obviously. I think some very interesting questions have been raised, and I just want to note that VeriSign has been a long-time supporter and strong supporter of the multi-stakeholder model and the multi-stakeholder engagement related to the DNS and the domain name system, domain names, IP addresses. And some really interesting and important questions have been raised here. And that is, one, the distinction between country code top-level domains and generic top-level domains. So I think, as Dirk noted, CCTLDs are located typically in each member state, sometimes operated under the auspices of the government, sometimes under whether a university, but certainly under member state law. Where GTLDs are generic and more global and responsible to ICANN in terms of our contracts, in terms of our responsibilities, in terms of the policies established in the GTLD space. And so there are some concerns, I believe, about the impact of the proposed NIS2 language on the multi-stakeholder model, the multi-stakeholder engagement at ICANN. Another important question is the distinction between registries and registrars. And this also ties to the requirements under GDPR and the questions about data, who holds the data, who has the relationship with the registrant, and what those obligations might be and should be. I think on questions of data privacy, there is an ongoing and active community engagement within the ICANN space to look at the question of data accuracy. There's actually a scoping effort for future policy work on the topic of data accuracy underway today at ICANN. And again, this would be specific to GTLDs, not CCTLDs necessarily. And so we have some questions and some concerns about the possible impact of a regulatory approach in a particular jurisdiction on the multi-stakeholder engagement as it relates to GTLDs. I think a key question is around the roles and responsibilities of various actors and various players in the internet ecosystem. I posted a link to a blog that I posted recently that focuses on some of these key questions around roles and responsibilities of various actors and definitions of DNS abuse as a broad heading or an umbrella term. And I think it's really important to recognize that different actors in the space have different roles and responsibilities and technical capabilities and different obligations under law, including GDPR. And I'll give an example. For today, and for the last more than 20 years, VeriSign has not collected or held registrant data for our .com and .net TLDs. We haven't needed that information to operate the service that we provide as a registry. And the registrant data for .com and .net are held at the registrar level. And questions of where that data should reside, should all of that data be transferred across borders, across jurisdictions, I think is a question that is being dealt with within the ICANN community and the multi-stakeholder model. But it's an example of a potential conflict between requirements for a registry, a GTLD registry, to collect, hold, process data that we simply don't need to perform the services that we perform and have performed. And I will note, with now 24 years of uninterrupted availability and uptime for .com and .net, 24 years, we've provided our registry services without that data, without those obligations. And we're concerned that I think as Polina noted, there's some extraterritorial impact of this type of a regulation. What does that mean for GTLD registries that are housed outside or headquartered outside the EU? And what does that mean in terms of new obligations? So I'm going to wrap up there. There's a lot to talk about here, but I want to make sure we leave sufficient time. And I would refer people to the blog post link that I put into the chat for additional detail, additional information about the ongoing ICANN community efforts on DNS abuse. So thank you very much, Giovanni.
Thank you so much, Kit. And you brought up indeed an interesting point about the need of holding registrant data for registries, GTLD registries. So thank you for having brought that aspect up. I'd like to move straight to Arda, who is going to, give us the perspective of the Online Child Abuse Assessment Bureau on the data accuracy, data management, and the NIS2 directive. So Arda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I do feel like I'm an odd member here in this technical panel, but I do want to give my point of view or the point of view of the hotlines who try to identify the owner of websites. So even after, but also before GDPR, we have seen an enormous drop in the possibility to reach the website owners who host child abusive material. This is an ongoing problem for us. What we mostly do is notify the internet hosting party as well as the website owner, because we know the majority of the time the website owner doesn't react. It's not mainly because of they don't want to react. We also know that the majority of these companies who do spread the material are not, as you might think, websites with mainly this kind of material, but it's for the majority image hosting websites who are very vulnerable for this material. And we also found that these image hosting websites are not big companies, but they're most of the time small business enterprises, even not medium enterprises, but business enterprises, who sometimes do it beside their day job just to get some extra money. And they do everything not to get hassle out of it. So yeah, they won't have a very accurate abuse address. It's hard for us to get in touch. We have to go through all kind of lengths to get to know them. And the thing is that what we want here is swift deletion of that material, because the more it's online, the more harm it can do. I do understand, because I think because these are small enterprises, I do understand that there are still some hurdles to go through, and certainly for registrars and registries who are, some of them are also small. They're not big companies, so you need to do a lot of administrative extra work. Although I must say, honestly, if I'm looking from the outside, I'm going to be completely transparent, because I'm a politician too, but I'm really looking from my Child Sexual Abuse Fight Act hat. I've heard the same discussion when GDPR came into place. People were very worried about that happening and thinking that, would give a lot of hassle. And of course it does, but we also seen that it does improve the privacy for people online. So basically, I think for us, it would be really important to have accurate data on who that website owns. And for consumers, it's important as well, not only for child sexual abuse, but for a consumer as well, to know who's behind that website. And I do understand that might give some problems. I think some very good analysis around the legislation has been given, and I would advise to look at that. But I also think it is proportional and it's doable. And I also think that you probably have good technical possibilities to solve the problem that might come around administrative. Thank you.
Arda, thank you so much also for the work that the Online Child Abuse Assessment Bureau is doing. And it's really, there are so many organizations doing, similar activities, and they all need to be praised for what they're doing. So thank you so much for your work in a very, very special sector. Indeed, I was just reminded that we have to end the session in 7 minutes sharp, because that's the timing. I'd like to open the floor for discussion, comments. Everything is so complex. I don't know whose idea was this of having this session in 1 hour. Emily and I will have to think about in the future when we think about topics, but we have already covered a lot, I think, and we have already heard a lot of interesting points. Emily, any question from the floor?
We've got some comments from the floor, appreciation about the structure and scoping of this session, taking a technical issue into the general IGF. Some support from Elena Plexida of ICANN for Keith's points about possible conflicting requirements in Article 23, and also some interest from Amir in joining the Dynamic Coalition, which I'll reply to in the chat. I can also see that Alan Woods has his hand up and Laurie Schulman does as well.
So Alan, please, the floor is yours, very short. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni and Emily, and thank you all. Just Alan Woods here. I work with a large registry called Donuts. I suppose I just wanted to echo what Keith had said, and he made very excellent points, and indeed there's many excellent points by all the speakers, but there's two things kind of stick in my mind, and I just want to hammer home. I suppose one of the things is where we're very glad for the clarification as to scope. I would encourage people to think of the interplay of NIS2 with other, of course, European legislative actions as well. So if registries and registrars are both expected under Article 23 to do certain things such as collect and verify and assess, I would ask about concepts of, data minimization. And again, thinking of where the interplay between a registrar and the client and the registry and their client, the registrant, and how would that duplication amongst the various layers of the DNS, how does that serve, necessity and minimization under other things such as the GDPR? And again, these are things that will be very much hard for a registry to make sure that they implement correctly and in line with the law. The second point, and very briefly, is just, and this is, I suppose, taking a step outside of the DNS or me as a registry, but just generally about, specific data elements being required under NIS2, and specifically looking at ones like, phone numbers. And I just want to encourage people to think about how does that affect on a global scale. In the DNS, the elements that are collected under registration data that can support the ideals of NIS2 is about the contactability of the registrant, ensuring they're contactable if and when there is a necessity to contact that registrant. And that doesn't necessarily mean by just a phone number. There are several elements. And if they're not maintained within the DNS or within the ICANN model itself, there are severe consequences up to, suspension of a domain name, deletion of a domain name. But when you say you must have something like exactly a phone number, that could be a bar to entry for many people, even within Europe, within the entire world itself, where many people might not have the luxury of a phone number. They might have an email address, which of course will allow them to be contactable. But again, there's these unintended consequences of ensuring something outside of the multi-stakeholder model, which is aimed at ensuring that we look at it as a global internet, not necessarily from a fractured internet. So these are things I would like to, make sure that they're still being monitored and thought of as we progress with NIS2, which of course is welcome from a security point of view, but the unintended consequences need to be.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alan. I leave the floor to Laurie because we are really now running against time. Laurie, please.
Thank you. I'll just say something very quickly, but I do agree with Alan about the contactability point. I think that's an essential point, that it's more important to contact, and the means may not be as important as the fact that something is usable and contactable. But I do want to highlight a point coming from the perspective of the private sector, and that segues from the discussions about the child abuse protections. The concerns that we have with NIS2 today, and the two different versions that Benjamin mentioned from the Council and the Parliament, is this definition of legitimate access seekers. In the Parliament version, it's very clear that the legitimate access seeker is law enforcement, period. The way I understand and read that new legislation, or the compromise that came out of Council. On the Parliament side, it's more broad, saying typically legitimate access seekers without specific limitations. Those of us in the private sectors have deep concerns that organizations that are investigating harms and work very closely with law enforcement and sometimes share their information with law enforcement will not have the ability or will not be treated as legitimate if there is too much of a broad scope and not enough guidance on the definition.
Thank you so much, Laurie. That was really the last intervention. I'm really sorry for that. Emily, any last minute point you like to bring up?
I can see some comments. There are lots of comments in the chat. Peter Van Roster chimes in at the end to say a working email address seems to cover most cases mentioned in this discussion. And there's more detailed remarks back on section 23 or article 23, which is animating people a lot, but nothing more than that. And great questions and comments from the audience. Thank you very much.
Indeed, Emily, thank you so much for being the online moderator and the rapporteur. We will circulate the notes both on the Dynamic Coalition mailing list and also on the IGF site. We have to wrap up now. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you to all the attendees. It was a very interesting discussion. It was clear from the beginning that we didn't have enough time to cover everything, but we did cover some very interesting points. So thank you so much. Stay tuned on the Dynamic Coalition on Data and Trust. We'll catch up soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and apologies for the short delay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to all participants on site and remote. It's a pity it didn't work for everyone to be in Katowice, but thanks to the Polish government, this hybrid meeting offers an inclusive opportunity for everyone to participate. My name is Manal Ismail. I'm Chief Expert Internet Policies at the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt and moderator of this session on the occasion of the launch of a new book titled Power and Authority in Internet Governance, Return of the State. The book examines the controversial topic of the role of the state in internet governance in light of today's digital society, picking up on debates over digital sovereignty and compiling views by various stakeholders from different regions, sectors, and regimes. The book is co-edited by Blaine Haggart, Associate Professor at Brock University, Natasha Tasaikov, Assistant Professor at York University, and Jan Art-Schulte, Chair of Global Transformations and Governance Challenges at Leiden University. I'm honored today to be accompanied by two of the co-editors, Blaine, who volunteered to help with the moderation, and Jan, who volunteered to assume the rapporteur role, and three of the authors of the book, Olga Cavalli from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, Ting Blue, Senior Lecturer at Manchester Metropolitan University, and Niels ten Oever, postdoctoral researcher at University of Amsterdam. This is in addition to Anita Goromorthy, founding member and executive director of IT for Change, as a discussant to enrich and inspire our brainstorming. Without any further ado, allow me to hand over the floor to Blaine for a brief description of the project behind this book. Blaine, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Manuel. Very good morning from Canada, and very glad to be here, if only virtually, with all of you. I just want to give a few words about the book itself before turning it over to the people who actually, contributed the chapters for the book. The book itself came about from a July 2019 workshop that we held at the Center for Global Cooperation Research at the University of Duisburg-Essen in Germany. The idea for the book, and they were also responsible for the book series of Routledge that the book ended up being published with. And the idea for the book itself came out of Emmanuel Macron's speech to the IGF in 2018, which I'm sure a lot of you remember, where he called for greater state involvement in internet governance. As those of you who were there for the speech will recall, it was a very attention-getting speech. And so we decided to use it as a kind of our entry point into this really eternal question or longstanding question of, well, what is the state's role in internet governance? Because it's always had a role, but what is it? What should it be? What are the effects of how it's being enacted? And so these were the questions that we put to our authors, several of whom are here today. Now, one of the things we wanted to do with the book is look at actually existing state involvement in internet governance, kind of moving beyond the authoritarianism versus freedom narrative that too often shapes these debates, and to see if there's any commonalities or differences in ways that internet governance is viewed or practiced throughout the world. And this kind of led almost naturally to the division that we ended up with in the book, where the first part really talks about internet governance in the state from kind of a bird's eye view or a holistic perspective. And this is represented today by Olga and Niels's contributions. We've got a couple others in the book as well. The second part of the book looks at internet governance as it is practiced in authoritarian countries, focusing, as we did in the book, specifically on Russia and China. And Ting is one of the authors of one of our China-focused chapters. And the third section focuses on internet governance in democratic countries, and it draws on case studies focused on the European Union, Brazil, and Latin American generally. Now, time constraints meant we couldn't fit everybody onto the panel, but I will say that all of them are very excellent chapters. And for those of you who are interested, I'm going to post in the chat, if I can, in a moment, maybe a flyer for 20% off the book, because sometimes even academics have to be just a little bit mercenary. So also, as you might be able to tell from this very brief overview, is that the volume itself attempts to look at these issues without falling back on kind of dominant American and Western European perspectives. Anyway, I'll end all this by saying, for my part, that for the editors, it was a pleasure to work with all of our authors and all of you. And for our authors, I hope that you're as happy with the outcome as the editors were. So thanks. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Blaine. And we will now go to our panelists for a 5-minute introductory statement by each. And I would like to start by Olga Cavalli. So over to you, Olga, please.
Thank you, Manal. Dear Manal, nice to see you virtually. I miss our ICANN meetings, really. Thank you to the Polish government for organizing the IGF. Unfortunately, I decided not to travel. I could have, but I decided not to travel because of all the uncertainties. But the good thing is that it's quite hot here in Argentina. We have summertime, so that is a good thing for me. And good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Thanks to the editors for inviting me to this panel, and thanks for editing this book, which I think is very interesting. The chapter where I work with my dear colleague Jan Artscholte, and he was so good to put in the good format the ideas that we had together through that process that we lived in one part of the ICANN history. It's about the evolution, the role of government in ICANN. In particular, we focus on what was called the IANA transition, that it was a process that happened in between 2014 and 2016, when ICANN oversaw the transfer of responsibility for certain core technical functions to the Internet from the United States governments to the global multi-stakeholder community. If you recall the history of the IGF, like 15 years ago when we were in Tunis, the idea of creating this forum was mainly to discuss this role of some countries into the administration of some critical internet resources. The internet has evolved, and the concept of the internet governance was defined as holistic, so that has evolved as well. But if you recall, the original idea of the IGF was mainly focused on the administration of these critical internet resources. At that time, at the time of that process, I was vice chair of the GAC, representing my country, Argentina, and Jan Art was external advisor to that process. So we both had a quite privileged and different focuses in that process. And for me, it was very intense and quite very, very interesting. I felt very privileged to be part of that. So we all know that ICANN is a key multi-stakeholder organization in the internet governance, making policy for the domain name system, overseeing the implementation of some IETF functions and the regional internet registries functions, and of course oversees the management of the root zone files. So the organization has a unique structure. It's quite unique, and it is multi-stakeholder. But as a difference from the Internet Governance Forum, where we all stakeholders have an equal footing, in ICANN, stakeholders have a different role, and in particular, governments gather in an advisory committee, which is called the GAC, the Government Advisory Committee, that issues advice to the board. So it's not involved in defining the policy, but it issues advice to the policy once it's defined, or now it is involved perhaps in earlier process that has changed a little bit with the time. But at the end, it's the board and other supporting organizations the ones to define the rules. The board is required to adopt what the GAC advises or just say no, but they have to justify the refusal. It is not bound to the GAC advice, and the GAC has no legal sanctions available if the board rejects what the GAC recommends. So that's, as you can see, the role of the government within ICANN. It's perhaps different like other internet governance organizations. So the chapter focuses on one part of the IANA transition. I don't want to take a lot of time. So the main focus of the chapter was about one part of the IANA transition for the establishment of a mechanism to enhance the accountability of ICANN, given that ICANN would be independent from the United States government. That was a big change. Some people thought that was kind of a privatization of ICANN. So there was also a political discussion within the United States at that time between the different representatives of both main parties. And finally, you have to read the book, you have to read the chapter for all the details. And we concluded that while states have become more active in multi-stakeholder processes at ICANN, they overall still hold a secondary role. And we include some ideas on how this role of governments could be enhanced. And at the same time, we state the fact that states should participate more actively within ICANN, because sometimes some stakeholders request from some more participation, but then they don't use that opportunity to be more involved. And I will stop here, and I will welcome comments or questions from colleagues and from participants. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Olga. And thank you, Blaine, as well, for sharing the flyer in the chat. We will be allowing 15 minutes at the end of the session for Q&A, so please note down your questions or comments until then. And for now, I would like to turn next to Ting-Lu. Please, Ting, go ahead.
Good afternoon from Manchester. So thank you very much for inviting me. Well, although it's a pity I cannot travel to Poland, but thanks to the internet, we can still attend the meeting remotely. Now, talking about internet, of course, we need to get back to internet governance. So this chapter I co-authored with my colleague, Dr. Alfei Lu. So I want to start with the motivation we have in this chapter, taking what Blaine had mentioned earlier. So in our chapter, we were intrigued by the binary division between authoritarian and democratic states when people talk about internet or internet government. Now, internet government in democratic states quite often has a positive connotation. So, and they are also quite often associated with positive work, like freedom of speech or like liberation. But when we talk about internet government in authoritarian regime or talk about internet in general in authoritarian state, on the opposite, people quite often, associate this term with negative connotation. Now, taking China's internet governance model as an example, Western scholars and observers quite often perceive China's internet model as one in which the all-powerful authoritarian regime is able to utilize the internet or the technology as some sort of surveillance or control technology and to stay its authoritarian rule. And I think we think this telling emphasize, the following: the hegemonic nature of the Chinese regime, the great firewall that separate the Chinese domestic network from the global one, or the censorship of sensitive information, or blocking of foreign website, or even suppression of dissident news. However, we think that this is just one side of the story. This will focus on the use of the internet in sensitive areas, so those that are vital to the legitimacy or the survival of the regime. In contrast, little attention has been paid to Chinese internet government in non-sensitive area, such as promoting technological-driven economic development, or even the regulation of online content, which is the focus of this chapter. Now, so I want to highlight that also we borrow the lens of fragmented authoritarianism, initially termed by Lieberthal back in the 1970s. They used this term to demonstrate Chinese government's approach to generative governance. So I went very briefly on this framework. So even though China is an authoritarian regime whereby the policy-making power is monopoly by a small number of top officials at the central level, but Chinese leaders, they do face challenging governing a country that is both vast and diverse in population and in terms of population and territory. So to deal with the challenges, responsibility and authority are delegated, both vertically from the top to the bottom and horizontally across different authority, different ministry, different bureaus. In other words, the authoritarian state in China is not unified. Instead, it's fragmented and destroyed, and that's what we term fragmented authoritarian state. Now, then turn to internet governance. In this chapter, our focus is on content regulation, one area of internet governance. And we use this framework to demonstrate how internet governance works in China. We find that the nature of internet governance really depends on the sensitivity nature of the areas. So in sensitive areas that are vital to party survival, we observe a continuous effort by the Chinese government to centralize authoritarian control. But in non-sensitive areas, such as online health content or online advertisement, the focus of the case study in our chapter, we observe fragmentation. And we use this Chinese metaphor, 9 dragons run the water, to demonstrate this situation. So Chinese dragons are different from the Western one. So Western dragons typically breathe fire, but ours don't. So the Chinese dragon tend to be considered as like benevolent rulers or emperors. So in Chinese mythology, dragons are quite often, they are authority responsible for controlling or managing water or weather. And when the 9 dragons each have their own opinion on how to run the water or the weather, then either no dragons take the initiative to manage the water, or either everyone try to compete for the management. And the result will be disaster. Either there are too much water, that's a flood, or too little, like a drought. So basically, I think these vividly demonstrate how does it work in China as well when it comes to internet governance in non-sensitive area. So basically, this governance of non-sensitive or non-priority area, they are fragmented among multiple government agencies with conflicting agenda and interests. And the result in our case is a regulatory vacuum whereby it's in no authority's mandate and responsibility to add or regulate. And we also find that when it comes to this case, in our case study, for example, the exaggerated claims of medical treatment or even fake medical information online that seriously affect patients' life choices, the response from government were linear, one-off, and targeted at specific issues. Limited legal steps at the time were taken by the government to avoid the occurrence of similar problems in the future online. So this is just a basic introduction of the chapter. I know we have time later to talk about the implication of state's role. So now it's back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ting, for sharing your initial remarks on this hot topic and your part of the book and introducing what I believe may be selective governance, depending on the sensitivity of the issue. Our third speaker is Niels ten Oever. So over to you, Niels, before we dive deeper into the discussion. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much for this opportunity. And it is really a distinct pleasure to be with you all, be it virtually. Whereas with this practice, we might be contributing to climate justice, an issue that emerges, but also probably intersects and will intersect more with internet infrastructure governance in the near future. But now first towards this excellent book. It's been a real pleasure to work on and to learn from all the other authors and editors who really took a lot of care in their work, and it really tells a unified story of the continuously developing practice that is the internet. Because just like Heraclitus already said, you cannot stand in a river twice, and Jacques Derrida added on that you cannot stand in a river once. The internet is continuously evolving and changing. So talking about internet governance is also talking about a continuously evolving practice. So since the mid-1990s, multi-stakeholder governance, and specifically private internet governance, has been viewed as a governance innovation and a departure from intergovernmental telecommunications governance. However, in the 2010s, the private internet governance regime, characterized by multi-stakeholder bottom-up self-regulation, started to show some signs of wear and tear with the increased rule setting done by states and multilateral bodies. For instance, several states have felt that they currently have insufficient stake in the decision-making in the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, the body that coordinates the usage of unique identifiers such as top-level domains and IP addresses that are foundational for the Internet. Other states, such as China and Russia, have gone further by unilaterally proposing and enacting national regulations and creating domestic Internet infrastructures in order to better exert influence on the Internet. This contest, at its heart, involves a contest between conflicting norms. The private multi-stakeholder internet interconnection through industry coordination and norm development. In contrast, the multilateral regime seeks to achieve a number of other goals, including, but not limited to, maximizing state sovereignty, promoting economic prosperity, and limiting the spread of harmful and illegal content through laws, policies, and norm setting. I argue that the private multi-stakeholder and the multilateral regime are two different regimes that are guided by different norms. The private multi-stakeholder regime aims to create interconnection, largely between multinational corporations, to create a transnational seamless network, whereas the multilateral regime seems to inscribe local and regional norms exactly in this network. But I then argue that instead of looking at these regimes as being in contestation with each other, I think that we should see this as an overarching meta-governance regime, where both regimes are optimized to serve different goals and jointly can produce a transnational network as it is the internet today. What is going to be very exciting in the coming time is to see how these two regimes interact, and will they merge together, or how will they adapt to the power of the other? Will there be a division of tasks and labor, and how will that be contested and coordinated? So I think that will be an interesting research area for the coming time that we already see playing out in the next generation of infrastructure, such as 5G and quantum technologies. I hope this was a useful input. I greatly look forward to discuss it with you.
Very useful indeed, Niels. Thank you very much, and thank you for describing the different models and the different regimes. And it's interesting to see how things will fold and whether they will compete, coexist, complement. But before getting deeper into the discussion, I would like to hand the floor to our discussant, Anita Goromorthy. Anita, appreciate your views on how you see the debate over the role of states in internet governance. It would be great if you can share your perspective, teasing further input from our panelists and from our audience as well. Please, Anita, over to you.
Thank you so much, Manal, and congratulations to all authors and editors. This is a thought-provoking, elegantly argued, and exceptionally significant contribution to the discourse. Really refreshing. Maybe we're birds of a feather, but so what? And I'm ever so grateful to join this session, Niels. When you were describing the process and the journey, I felt, envious that I was not part of the journey, but I'm really glad I'm able to join you. The book signals for me a counterfactual moment. What would have happened to the internet had it not been for the totalizing control of digital capitalism? Of course, this is not to go back, and it certainly is not about the book. As Blaine pointed out, what this book urges is that the debate must move beyond a simplistic dichotomy between liberalism and authoritarianism in order to consider also greater state involvement based on the values of democracy and human rights. Olga and Jan, your story of the INR stewardship transition lays out brilliantly the need to shift focus to corporate dominance. I loved your autoethnographic account, and as I was reading it, the experiences of IT for Change, came back to me. I miss, bumping into all of you in those corridors of power. Ting and Alfai, I think your co-authors are also present today. Your thesis about China's political versus economic statecraft is extremely valuable, especially in the context of the often blunt analysis we see in Western and Northern academia of the Chinese context. Niels, your submission that the unease in the internet governance terrain is a conflict of prioritized values within what is actually a single regime complex and not an existential conflict between private and public governance, I take on board. But I would also like to understand how, given the deep tentacles of digital corporations, we can set boundaries for private governance and repoliticize public governance so that our institutions can be adequate to the digital moment. Since the book was put together, the context has changed considerably. And I'll start with China. China's recent regulatory interventions in sectors such as education tech, which is edtech business models, and its AI, artificial intelligence regulation, and most recently, the revoking of cryptocurrency mining licenses due to concerns about energy guzzling and financial risks, all of this point to a willingness, and perhaps some would say, political motivations to take on capital. China is willing to incur the risks of negative market sentiment. The stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange, can go anywhere. And this is more than what conventional liberal democratic states have been willing to do. There's room to not dismiss this as irrelevant to the project of public interest. Research on AI ethics shows how China bashing can be unproductive. For example, credit scoring algorithms in China are predominantly used not against individuals, as is often made out to be the case, but for tracking businesses and their compliance. Unidimensional explorations of authoritarianism in the Chinese case also obscure the inefficacy of data and algorithmic governance in other jurisdictions, such as the EU, for preventing human rights data abuses by corporations. While these developments in China only bolster the conclusions of this book, they also behoove us to think more about another dichotomy, that between digital public policy and the rest of public policy. Digital governance is intermeshed with governance in a more fundamental way. Its protocol power reshapes the values, norms, worldviews, principles, rules, incentives, disincentives, etc., that make up the social body politic in democracy. We need to think more about repoliticizing the discourse of governance and ask what constitutes public interest with respect to social, cultural, economic, ecological, and many other publics. The second point I want to make is that the regime complex, as colliding value systems where privatized control meets state governmentality, may need some deeper interrogation. In my view, we must capture the discursive hegemony of multi-stakeholderism for its extraordinary hold of public imagination, not only in digital governance. From where I come, multi-stakeholderism is playing a constitutive role in the very de-democratization of public policy processes, both national and global. As the digital enters all aspects of social life, public policy questions in socio-economic domains become entangled with transnational digital capital and its breezy technicalization of political aspects of governance. A global consensus around multi-stakeholderism in the digital arena thus supplants democratic deliberation, legitimizing privatized technocracy as the obvious approach in all of public policy making. With the political economy of international development linked to data value chains, many countries, even if they so desire, may not be able to contain private capital. Clauses in trade deals require countries to part with their data in all sectors. On the other hand, public interest exceptions in the WTO, for instance, to demand that digital behemoths open up their algorithmic practices cannot simply be enforced. Then there is development financing, which is closely tied to tax justice and the obduracy of digital corporations in rich countries to refuse to bend. There's thus a loss of autonomy at many levels. And so the question is, how do we deal with the de-democratization of public policy processes in this skewed terrain of international development under digital capitalism? My third point is related. The liberal human rights regime founded in the Enlightenment ideas of the unencumbered man, the rational man, is unable to prevent the extraction of sociality and intimate life worlds by digital capital. Currently, there's a lot of focus on how, if only we ensure that liberal fixes are not compromised by market-state pacts, we can have an equitable digital order. But the political and economic tools of statecraft drawn from post-war liberal constitutionalism is unable to provide an emancipatory sociality. This would need an intervention that is a step change, not an incremental change. The questions for democracy and human rights need answers in a supra-liberal framework of justice. I come back to my counterfactual to conclude. What would have happened if the political constitutionalism of the internet and its multilateral governance had been designed differently? For this, power and authority in digital governance must be placed within conceptions of global justice. This is, of course, a question for procedural democracy, but also for problematizing the limits of liberal ideals of democracy and human rights. It's about replacing the market with new civic, public, institutional frameworks in key aspects of the digital domain, taking the tech back and dealing with the question of pure public goods, globally, nationally, subnationally. This is where we need a carefully crafted return of the state in internet governance, as the editors put it, that can support a new architecture of autonomous civic publics. And to borrow from Harris Gleckman and Georgios Kostakos, we do need a revitalized multilateralism of an open UN with formal constituency assemblies offering their collective knowledge and advocacy positions for consideration by intergovernmental bodies. Pie in the sky? Maybe, but I leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anita, for the provoking questions and inspiring thoughts. And with that, I would like to go through a second iteration with our speakers for further elaborations, views, or reactions to your inspiring thoughts. So following the same order, Olga, please, would you like to start?
Yes, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you, Manal, and thank you, Anita. A lot of thoughts, and as I said when I started to talk about the role of ICANN, and the concept of internet governance has evolved through all these years. And as you rightly mentioned, we are facing new challenges, like what happens with free flow of data among countries, sovereignty, the role of the different in artificial intelligence technology that is being used. And for me, living in a developing economy and a developing region, what happens to us being consumers of technology and sending data to some other platform? I'm not saying that it's wrong or right. I'm saying just that it's a new reality. And as you rightly mentioned, we should think about how to revitalize the different spaces that we have for discussions. Especially, we are focused, and I've been investigating this for many years, the role, how can developing countries really contribute and be a part of an active, have an active role and a relevant role in all these discussions. And this is a major issue, because we have seen a special concentration of power in the internet in the latest years. Again, I'm not saying this is wrong or right. I'm saying this is a new reality. And this gap in between the digital improving of the economy and of the society, the profit from the society of using technology in developing economies is becoming more and more complex. So this gap is widening. So how can we make this developing economies be more active and more relevant in their participation in these spaces? And so I see this concept that you said, revitalize these spaces, is relevant. I don't know how. For the moment, what we have been trying is to train our participants. Mainly I see problem in governments in moving from the old structures, like multilateral structures, in the officials, in having a new view and trying to capture the value of a multi-stakeholder dialogue, for example, in the IGF or in other spaces, in particular in ICANN. And I'm not in the GAC anymore, because there are other colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, luckily younger people, doing that role. I see a lower involvement of government, effective involvement. So I see this is a missing opportunity. So once we have a space, we have to be sure that all the countries and all the governments do use that space and use it in a relevant role, in a relevant way, and at the same time revitalize those that are stuck to old ways of participation, like multilateral. This is a huge challenge. I see it as the journey, not the destination. It's an evolving issue. But we are involved in this multi-stakeholder spaces, and we may have some experiences to share. We should be the ones in bringing these ideas, especially to developing economies. Developed countries maybe have more resources to have specialized officials of the government to go and participate actively and more relevantly in these spaces. But for me, the big challenge is our developing economies. In particular, Latin America has been the region with suffer most of this crisis after COVID. We are the region with the lowest, with the highest decrease in our economies. So I see as an opportunity. I'm always optimistic. I see this as an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Olga, and thank you for building on what Anita mentioned regarding how to revitalize the different spaces, and also for your focusing on how developing economies can have an active and relevant role. Indeed, it's a huge challenge, and when we speak about governments, the weight would be in having all governments talking and voicing their concerns, and not only a handful or a single government. So we need everyone to be involved and have an active and relevant role. So I would like to give the floor next to Ting, please. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for Anita's comment. That's thought-provoking. So I think I would like to go back to these sort of binary division between authoritarian and democratic state first, and also want to address some of these points you mentioned about the recent development in China. So I think the first point I want to say that at least from our study, it demonstrates that regardless of the nature of the political regime, either it's democratic or authoritarian, China does not differ much from Western liberal democratic country in their struggle to regulate or manage user-generated content online. And we believe that given the rapid development of digital technology and the sheer amount of online content, government around the world have to, basically share the same difficulty in trying to govern the internet. And so that's why we think that 9 dragons around the water, basically, it does not just apply to China. And moreover, especially in this case, in our case study, it does demonstrate that when in response to this decentralized nature of online content, content regulation in China is also decentralized to involve not just the government, but also companies and users as well. So I think this also is the same in terms of the response to this kind of challenge, generally to the challenge of internet governance. The second point I want to mention, maybe that also happened related to what you thought about the recent development. I think given the kind of the challenge we face in internet government have to spend the resources in areas they deem important or they deem sensitive, right? So these in China or in the West also involve setting priority. So in China, basically, that means priority areas are areas that's sensitive, right? In the West, maybe it's different. Now, this comes to when you mentioned about the recent development, the step taken by Chinese government, how they are maybe more capable than, for example, the US government, they're less constrained to do things that you think might be good for the public interest, perhaps, right? Now, I want to highlight that even though in my chapter I mentioned about sensitivity, meaning that those areas that is vital to the regime's stability or the party's rule, and although some existing Western study tend to mention this has to do with the kind of content or the kind of area that's likely to trigger collective actions, but I must mention that my understanding is you can in a way understand China's governance as this guardianship model of governance. Now, legitimacy in this kind of governance does not lie at how they get their power. So not by election, but by outcome. So outcome meaning that whether they are able to deliver tangible benefit to its people or nations. So when it comes to economic development, if economic development is so crucial to the development of to the party's rule, and of course this will be the priority and this will be the sensitive area, and there will be centralized effort. And that's how I see the recent development as well. Maybe this issue is becoming sensitive or becoming crucial to the regime's survival, so they have to put more efforts. They have to be a little bit more, perhaps more, well, maybe not liberal, but a bit more brave in tackling those issues. And I think, and what else? Something else I also want to highlight. Thank you for bringing up this social credit system issue. I agree with you that the outside of China, people tend to consider social credit system as something that target individuals, and I agree with what you said. And totally, I have a new working paper entitled "Surveillance by Popular Consent" with other co-authors I have and a few other co-authors. And basically, from this project on the social credit system, I want to highlight that this also applies to internet government in China. I also want to highlight it's not just the division about the binary division about authoritarian regime and democratic state. We also need to pay attention to the context. The context, especially what was the status quo. Internet government or social credit system, they are the same in the sense that the status quo, let's take social credit system for example, right? The status quo is we don't have anything like that in the past. So what happened at that time is, just a very brief example, what happened in the past is, there are a lot of fraud or scams that happen. Victims do not get their compensation, or offender can just, get no punishment and move to somewhere else, start new business. It's not like in the West, you have something, you have a credit history. Everyone has something to constrain or to discipline their behavior. But in China, we don't have that. So that was the status quo. And the social credit system, to understand that, or the same for internet government, to understand what's going on now, we have to see what was that before these new reform and before all this new development. So that's my response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ting, for your thoughts and highlighting the effect of different priorities and how models could be made legitimate. And a very interesting title of your new paper. Looking forward to read this one too. We started 5 minutes late, and I think we're exactly 5 minutes delayed. So I hope we will be able to still give the audience the promised 15 minutes for their questions. But before that, Niels, over to you, please.
I promise, dear Chair, I will keep it very short. But I was slightly surprised that by the provocation of the discussant who localized the source of global social justice with public institutions. I personally would rather focus on collectives and movements of people. Because what we are currently seeing is that people are being excommunicated from information infrastructures in the sense that the users are not configuring them, but are being configured. So, but who is now vying over the control of these transnational information infrastructures, whether it's states or corporations? This is an ongoing battle that has been going on for ages. Transnational communication networks, since the first intercontinental cable was laid in 1865, have been a proxy for power and are produced in contestation among and between states and corporations. States have been complicit in creating surveillance capitalism, as Julie Cohen argues. In the 3GPP, it are governments demanding surveillance APIs on every layer of the stack. And it have not been time and again governments, for instance, arguing in the Internet Engineering Task Force for Human Rights Protections. So that does not mean that governments do not have a role, nor that corporations have a role. But I think it's very it's slightly dangerous to say that one actor can say we can say as a defender of the public good, and neither can civil society. But what is very important is that we continue creating a socio-technical imaginary of what we want communication infrastructures of the future to be. How can we be? We're now building on our information societies on completely privately owned and governed platforms. Yes, we're coming up with laws, but what is really the network we want? What would a real democratic infrastructure look like that people can configure, materialize, and that they can also use to experiment and explore themselves instead of being reduced to customer and consumer? So I think that is the big question. So how can we really reappropriate the infrastructures for the people instead of producing consumers and citizens?
Thank you very much, Niels. Thanks for your comments and highlighting the dangerous to say that one actor is the defender of the public good. Indeed, it has to be a collective effort. And looking at the time, I think we're good now to open the floor for any questions. Thanks to our panelists, Olga, Ting, and Niels, and thanks to Anita as well. Any comments or questions? And please, Bail, if there is something I have overlooked, please let me know.
I don't think so. And if anyone wants to just put their hand up or write your question in the chat, and I'm sure our panelists would be happy to answer.
Sure. And so meanwhile, as we're waiting for hands, I see Olga's hand up. Please, Olga, go ahead.
Thank you. In the meantime that we wait for some colleagues in the audience to comment, I would like to build upon what Niels said. Yes, you're right. This is an old thing that we have been following and experiencing from ages. But the big change now is that the amount of information that it's created all over the world by half of the population being connected to the internet, and the very high speed that any content is spread all over the world. I think this makes really the difference. and the flow of information from many countries to some platforms that are in few countries. And again, I'm not saying this is good or bad. It's the reality of it's the sign of the times, and this is what we have to focus on. And in relation with the role of states, yes, all stakeholders have a stake at what happens with the internet, but states have this responsibility at the national level within the boundaries, and they have responsibilities for their citizens, for different regimes at the national, provincial, or county level. So it is a special stakeholder. It's somehow different. It's a different species of stakeholder. So just wanted to build upon that and maybe provoke your response.
Thank you very much, Olga. And I see Anita's hand up. Please, Anita, go ahead.
Yes, I think it would be lovely to do this over a coffee face-to-face, an old debate that requires, I think, for us to sit in the same room. But I think in the new context, what we do really see is the hollowing out of the public in the developing world. And I think Olga's vocabulary, coming from where she is framing the problem similarly, but with different kinds of epistemic locations. But, coming from where we see, for instance, in various health data, you know what happened with the Palantir deal in the UK, and we're actually seeing that data is really going out from the health system, the public health system. To reclaim it in the form of data trusts with individuals and communities is really not an option, because you really don't have a canopy of a public law which recognizes that data is a commons, where access to rights and the inappropriability of data by any one person who can enclose it, in this instance, of course, the digital corporation, that has to be legitimated through a public process. And I think that the existence of collectivities, collaboratives, cooperatives, etc., which manage digital goods, for those communities, a different ideal of, I think, public law, different ideal of public institutions, their roles, their mediating responsibilities, those are needed. So I do think that revitalization is about really looking at a new pillar for democracy, where the state is not above scrutiny of the public or the communities. That's what I mean. And I think that the idea of claims and entitlements from the developing world is one that's always citizenship being enacted constantly. And for that, the corporate power and private power really has to be something that the state takes responsibility to check. And that's been our experience, whether it is physical resources or it is the intangibles of data. That's where I'm coming from. And I do certainly believe that communities should really be at the edge of this movement towards emancipatory existence.
Thank you very much, Anita. And in lack of other questions, maybe I can break the ice with one. In light of our discussions today and the excellent book we have at hand, what do you expect for the future in terms of the role of state? How would it evolve? Should we expect more involvement from states or less involvement looking forward? And would this be considered something good or bad? And are we in the right direction to where we would like to be, or we should do things differently? So if there are any expectations to how this role would evolve, the role of governments, and I liked very much how the book concluded that the question is not whether the state should be involved in internet governance. It always has been, and the question should be how the state can be most constructively engaged in internet governance. So this struck me as a good conclusion. And sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Ian, please go ahead. Ian, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
No.
Yes.
I have a resistant computer. No, I just want to see if I pull Niels and Anita out a little bit more. Do I hear you both in a sense saying in your different ways that the debate, posing the debate as multilateralism versus multi-stakeholderism?
I'm sorry.
Adrian, I think
someone, someone
I think
needs to mute, please.
I think it's gone now. Yeah, it's okay. That posing the debate as conventionally done between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism is not the most constructive politically. That you would rather pose it as governmentality versus emancipation, or Niels, you have a different kind of rationale. You have different languages, but am I hearing both of you say that the posing of the question about authority and state and so on in internet governance as a multilateralism versus multi-stakeholderism is not the most productive way to conduct the debate?
Anita, will you go first?
I think for me, they're apples and oranges. I think multilateralism is a pre-existing form of, some kind of intergovernmental. Of course, multilateralism can have many meanings, but in the context of, the international, politics in the context of absent democracy globally, what it simply means is the way intergovernmental cooperation takes place in the United Nations, which is supposed to really house this membership. For me, multi-stakeholderism is an invention of participatory democracy. So it's a process. And it's a process in which the stakeholderism and the contents and the discontents of stakeholderism can be unpacked in many, many ways. And what the literature shows is that mostly in the bland ways by which people understand stakeholderism, the claims of people, the weightage that should be given to power, and all of those things are absent, when you really refer to multi-stakeholderism, although in its most benign and charitable, form, it could be interpreted as listening to everybody, being inclusive, etc. But in the ways in which it's translated into making way for inclusive discourses in the internet governance space, multi-stakeholderism, I think, deserves a very, very strident criticism. So for me, there are imperfections with multilateralism. We have seen it. And we do not know at this point in time, despite hundreds of years of experience with democracy, how else to reinvent our global existence. But the internet makes such shared global existence necessary, and we need to reinvent multilateralism and probably use the internet itself as a tool to do so. Multi-stakeholderism, my contention is we really need a vocabulary that's post-multi-stakeholderist. I think stakes don't describe the way claims get politically mediated, because political claims in any context are embedded in power relations in a particular social context. And therefore, I might have a claim actually to drive my car, but it might actually be deemed by the court that pedestrians have a better right to walk on those streets. So the mediation, I think, is very important. I don't quite like the stakeholderist language at all.
Thank you very much, Anita, for sharing your interesting thoughts on multi-stakeholderism versus multilateralism. Niels, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I would just offer a footnote to the things Anita said, but while completely reinforcing what she said, is that and while also dodging the question of Jan, is that I think so. So the greatest things have happened if the interests of states, corporations, and publics converge. Then you really see interdisciplinary work that can make things happen. And but we're now often confronted with we're now at times of divergence in many different ways between many different publics, among states, within states, and we need something to build convergence again. But we're also being thrown quite some curveballs with the current COVID regime, and there we see also like that states are not doing the obvious right thing of releasing intellectual property of COVID vaccines, right? We see how capital also penetrates the state. And this is me coming from the Netherlands, where the state has been produced by capital, right? So just saying capital is more than just corporations. But the way to think our way out of a future is a way in which we leverage our different senses of temporality, materiality, and institutionality to come up with a progressive and more equal future. And for that, we really need to focus on imagining that. And right now, we're still often, and me myself as well, it's easier to be reactive to what is there than to anticipate on what could come. But we need another infrastructure, because the current infrastructure will not survive climate change, and is definite and is not necessarily sustainable, and continuously creating more devices and new networking equipment that's not going to solve many problems. But also like where power is shifted in oligopolies on every layer of the stack, or how we create data publics in which we really enable the sharing of knowledge and emancipate and empower people to do to shape joint futures. So I think that is where we need to go, and for that we really need to open knowledge and liberate that from trademarks, from intellectual property, and bring also academics more in, saying that as an academic, now we're talking with a lot of academics, with some policymakers, and having those discussions about futures and possibilities, I think is radical futures and possibilities. There is no time when it was more needed than now, but that has also been said always in history.
Thank you very much, Niels. And indeed, there are a lot of competing and complementing interests, and the more complementing, the better. I see Blaine's hand up.
Yeah, and this goes. Thanks, Anita, for all the for such insightful comments too, I should say. But yeah, to get back to the question about, or to continue the conversation on the question about, like, what role for the state, more state, good, is it what's happening, good or bad? I mean, part of, for me, the big interest in this volume is the idea that you can't escape the state. Like there's always going to be states there in some way. So what does that mean? But there's also on the other side too, that you can't escape from regulation or from consequential rules, whether it's by states or corporations. And, and part of the challenge, at least in Canada, it's part of the challenge here has been, is dealing with this, this understanding that I think that, that a lot of people on the panel share, this understanding that rules can be consequential, whether or not they come from companies or whether they come from non-state organizations or states. But that does not often translate into policymaking within kind of the, in kind of general politics, where, again, it's often treated as, if it's not, if the state's not regulating it, it's still the Wild West. And, it's so, part of a lot of my interventions in public policy in Canada have been, no, it's not the Wild West. So just trying to, it would, one thing, that would be a nice hope is that, our state's headed in the right direction or the wrong direction, but to have the discussion about understanding that the state is going to be there, it should be there. What should that look like? And I think, that's kind of, it's a very small advance, but I think it would be a very consequential one. And it would move it beyond, at least in Canada, where we've got it, where it's basically the state shouldn't be involved. It's like, well, that's, a bit off the table.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Blaine. And thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to our speakers, to our audience. We need to close. So please stay safe and have a very good rest of your days. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Bye. Bye all.
folks. It's great to have you all here with us to discuss what it is the future after the pandemic, or to be honest, living in a digital world that has suffered so much and has been pushed towards so much of digitalization. It would be fantastic to discuss this initiative for a post-pandemic digital rights future. So what we have today is been thinking about what it is to live in this fantastic digital world, and with all the challenges and opportunity that it brings to us today. We have been discussing what it is, the possibilities, what are the main processes that we can provide to create this global governance regime, global governance system that will allow us to live in this concrete world, but also in a digital space together. So the last 2 years have shown us how important, how significant, and how much we actually need the digital space. And again, how we are going to be able to live in this global village with these different jurisdictions, different points of view, different, including regulations and including values as well. In the past, we have seen many different opportunities, many different initiatives as well, and national and global initiatives. And we have today the opportunity to discuss with some of the most brightest minds of how to face these challenges and opportunities. What are the main initiatives that we can follow? With us today, we have Ronaldo Lemos, which was one of the, not only the lawyer, and technologist, but also one of the founding fathers of the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights, Marco Civil of the Internet. And he will provide us with the opportunities of discussing what was the process that led to this fantastic and famous legislation and piece of regulation. We also have today with us Sarah Wynne Williams, which is a Frontier Technology CEO from the Minderu Foundation, showing about her points of view of how important it was Marco Civil for the world, and how it could be a template for many potential initiatives in the future. And also with us, Juan Carlos de Martin, which is not only a professor of the Polytechnic of Turin, but also a co-founder and director of Nexa, to showcase what are the global implications of what are the main possibilities that have happened in the past, and how, for instance, Italy was one of the main countries that look at the Marco Civil of the Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights and saw an opportunity to expand and provide not only a framework, but also a potential point of regulation in the future. So our town hall meeting will later focus on some of principles that we have developed during this initiative to provide a template and a starting point to a big discussion on what are the potential principles that we should gather for this initiative. So the part we'll have a round of discussions amongst those three fantastic leaders, and then we'll open the floor for a big discussion on the principles, on 12 principles that we think will be set up a basis for a potential future consensus. So I'll handle the mic to Ronaldo Lemos for a few minutes, 9 minutes, to kick off our big discussion on the potential future of the post-pandemic digital rights initiative.
Thank you, Christian. It's really great to be with you today. It's great to be with Sarah and also with my friend Juan Carlos de Martin, which I haven't seen for quite a lot of time, but I think the pandemic is partially responsible for that too. So in this short initial conversation, I would like to provide some aspects of what happened in terms of governance and decision making in Brazil that actually led Brazil to build one of the first successful Bill of Rights that actually exists worldwide regarding internet and technology. So as you probably know, there has been a lot of efforts in different places and instances about building bills of rights for the internet and for technology. Some of them progressed really well. Some of them came up with interesting and important ideas. And I think like Brazil was one of them that actually succeeded in terms of how you can approach that effort. So before I talk a little bit about the microcivil, I would like to say that more than ever, initiatives to discuss, debate, and implement bills of rights regarding technology feel to me important, relevant, and absolutely necessary for the moment. We had like a civil society, the scientific community coming together with private sector, the government, and so on, coming up with a broad discussion about the principles. Once that round was completed and we reached consensus about the key topics that were important to deliberate in terms of norm setting, then we moved into the actual text that would make those principles concrete. So I think that process in itself, in my view, is very valuable. And of course, if you're going to run that again in the world that we live today, I think we have already evolved in terms of participatory technologies in how you basically collect the experiences of different building initiatives. So in my view, what happened in Brazil is very instructive to what can happen right now in terms of resuming digital Bill of Rights initiatives. And just to conclude, I think like a couple of points that are important. This process that Brazil applied ended up being influential in many other places. For instance, in Italy, in which it was a sort of an inspiration for the Italian parliament also to address the challenge of a Bill of Rights. At the time, it was led by Stefano Rodotà, which is a preeminent name if you think about digital rights in Europe. And Juan Carlos de Martin also participated in those possibilities as well. So just to conclude, you know, my point here is we are living in a moment in which we have a different kind of challenge from the global perspective. And in my view, in order to cope with that challenge, we are going to need new institutions. So basically, we are going to have to exercise institutional imagination in order to cope with the different type of challenge that requires new institutions. I am a member of the Facebook Oversight Board. Actually, I should call them Meta now, but it's hard to get into that. But the point is the Oversight Board, I think, is one tiny experiment showing that it is possible to try to design new initiatives and institutions that can cope with these new types of challenges. But I really think we need to think even bigger. We need to think about, as Christian mentioned, a post-pandemic digital rights initiative that can get inspired by what happened in Brazil and projected elsewhere in order to build a new institutional imagination process that can actually and effectively deal with the challenge that we have right now. Let me conclude now, and I'm very eager to hear from Sara and from Juan Carlos as well, and then we can resume on this task and debate afterwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronaldo. It's fantastic. You set the scenario for what we believe it's the starting point of this initiative. So we have to look at the past, see what has been achieved, what are the main processes, what are the main important aspects that we can gather together and build on using, as you put it, our creative imagination for the future. Now I want to talk to Sara. Sara, you were you were not exactly involved in the process, but we were very close looking at the process when they were developed in Brazilian Internet Bill of Rights or Marco Civil. And it would be very interesting to see from your global perspective, from your point of view, what was important, what was interesting aspects, and how we can build upon those interesting aspects as you have seen in order to have this post-pandemic digital rights initiative. What are the aspects that created consensus? What are the aspects that created legislation that was worth looking for and using as somewhat a starting point for a much bigger discussion, a global discussion?
Thanks, Kristen. I think one of the reasons Marco Civil stands out to me is sitting here in December 2021 and looking at the current internet governance framework globally. If you were starting from scratch, you wouldn't design what we have now at all. You would not approach any aspect of it, I think, in the way that we have. And so if you look back, and most of that's been put in place in the last decade, most of the national laws that touch most upon technology are new. Or they are adaptations of existing laws trying to bring it closer to, to address the huge impact that technology is having on society. And at the moment, one aspect of that is that there are literally thousands of open processes on regulating different aspects of tech, and you can categorize that any number of ways you like. But if you were looking to release a technology product a decade ago, you would face a radically different landscape to what you have now. And we can debate the merits of that one way or another, but I think you have to look at, in that decade of radical expansion of legislation, policy development, all of that, where are there examples of really effective models, and Marco Civil stands out, and it stands out for a number of reasons. Interestingly, those are both process, which I think Renato touched on and illuminated a lot. They're also on design, where I think a lot of very smart choices were made. And then they're on the substance. And I engaged with Marco Civil from industry, which is always an odd seat to have when a country is developing its own national framework. So, I'm not Brazilian. I wasn't directly at the table at this. And one of the things that I think is perhaps a marker of success for the process is that throughout the 3 years that Marco Civil was being developed, industry position on it changed radically. There were times where industry groups were putting out advertisements in national papers in Brazil saying, please pass Marco Civil. There were times when those same industry groups were saying, we have to kill Marco Civil. And I think, to me, that's actually a mark of success. That shows you that there was no voice that dominated. It was a very open process. And I think everybody who engaged, whether that's from the scientific community, the academic community, industry, civil society, there were times where they felt that process was going in their interest and in their favor, and there were times where they felt it really wasn't. And that, to me, is a mark of a messy but effective process. The other thing that I think on process was really effective is that all those voices were at the table, but there wasn't too much weight given to any, and you had confidence that there were experts refining the decision making. You were unlike some other processes which I won't name, there was a real confidence that the people designing Marco Civil understood the technology, or in instances, and there were a few where what was being suggested simply wasn't practical. You could have that conversation. You could say, look, is this log requirement actually going to work, or whatever the specific provision was. So again, I think that was really great. And there wasn't one voice that dominated, and there was a place for expertise to rise to the surface. Again, that's something I've noticed in Brazil more generally, but really came to the fore. And I think you see that in the result. And then I think there were a lot of very smart design choices. And when I think about where we sit today, I think it's worth understanding why Marco Civil has endured and why it is, even in recent months, been very topical, had, very great impact in the politics of Brazil. And I think that's because there's a choice to frame this around principles and rights. And when you look at technology and you look at society, a lot of things at the very pointy end that technology pushes are issues of rights, and those involve trade-offs. And you can think about those trade-offs in lots of different ways, but if you think about the very complex debate around encryption versus online safety and protecting vulnerable people in society, like those are very difficult trade-offs inherent, because you have competing rights in some instances of that. And that is why having a rights-based framework that was looking ahead to how do you create norms, how do you create a permissive framework that will allow the debate to continue and to develop, but will create some framework and some ability to give effect to those rights and have the discussion about those trade-offs. Again, Marco Civil was very smart in doing that. And if we look ahead now to what is needed in the internet governance generally, I think is a framework to be able to have the discussion around those trade-offs. And at the moment that's happening, what I'm observing, and I stand to be corrected, is a lot of that is happening on the national level, and you're having interest groups trading off on specific legislative provisions rather than abstracting it back to what are the norms we want in society? What should we be governing? Let's try to abstract and coming at it from a principled approach. So I think the work that we're hoping to seed around discussing potential principles comes back to those design choices. And then again, just finally on substance, I think there was a very considered and very effective choice of issues to be addressed. And I know that changed over time. There are times where it was more ambitious, and there are times where, there are some things we're not going to get to. And being able to understand that having some framework, even not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. So accepting that politics and open processes and grounds, from the bottom up processes are going to involve trade-offs the whole way. I actually think it makes the end result more enduring. So when I look back at having engaged in a decade or more of internet policy, for all of those reasons, Marco Civil really stands out. And it, to me, is the model that we should turn to when we look ahead and say, what does the next decade hold? But thanks for your time. I don't want to take up any more.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I think you had two very key observations that I find it fantastic. First, you said it was sort of a messy process, but effective. I think this is a very good description of what we intend to propose, because it is sort of when you seek out for consensus and you seek out to build principles and rights, obviously it is sort of a difficult process in the beginning, but it actually builds very solid foundations. So this is a very good. And the second part, I think you mentioned that not having perfect enemy of good, it's also a very interesting way of looking at building the building blocks for a global governance initiative in terms of the digital space. And in that note, I want to call to the mic Juan Carlos, because he was at the offset of one initiative in Italy that took up a little bit about what has been done in the Marco Civil and build upon that to have an interesting off Brazil initiative as well. So Juan Carlos, what are your thoughts from what you have seen in Italy and how we can build upon that to have a global initiative, a global governance regime. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. It's a pleasure to be attending this meeting with you, with Ronaldo, with Sarah, and all the people attending and listening and participating in this meeting. Yes, indeed, this pandemic has confirmed the importance of looking at digital rights and considering them as an important, crucial component of the world that we want to shape in the future years, because all of us have seen suddenly, sometimes from one day to the next, how the digital technologies were essential for our job, for our personal life, for education, for health. So if everything we've been saying for many years before the pandemic, now it's even stronger. We've seen the impact on inequality. We've seen what it means not to be able to access the internet or not to have proper devices, not to have a proper way of dealing with these devices. So everything is even more sharper and more important than it used to be. And certainly it's a very good idea to launch again an initiative on digital rights based on the successes of the previous years. And of course, Marco Civil is rightly remembered and held as an exemplum to draw inspiration. Because it's true, was an important piece of legislation that was passed in a very important country, and was indeed one of the elements that inspired Italy, as you already mentioned. We're thinking about 2013, 2014, when the Marco Civil was being discussed and then approved. And back at the time, let me briefly remind the audience of what happened in Italy in those years. With Stefano Rodotà was not only a law professor, but also a political figure and a public intellectual with a strong voice in many issues, including the issues related to digital rights. Well, in those days, we had a president of the Italian Chambers of Deputy, Laura Boldrini, who was convinced that it was important for the Italian parliament to say something about digital rights. And actually, not just to say something, but to aim at not anything less than issuing a declaration of internet rights. So we had actually Representative Molon in Rome telling the story of Marco Civil. And then shortly after that, the Italian president of the Chamber of Deputies created a commission of member of parliaments representing all political forces and experts. And I was one of them, and Stefano Rodotà was our moral leader, so to speak. And in the following 8 months, actually was quite quick, actually almost less than a year, we drafted this Declaration of Internet Rights that is available also in many languages, also in Spanish, in German, in Portuguese, etc. And was not exactly stakeholder in the sense of some other initiatives, because it was an initiative of the Italian Parliament, but there was an important component of participation because we had dozens and dozens of auditions. I can say that we audited essentially everybody who, not only that it was important to involve, but also everybody who wanted to say something. And so those auditions was very important, and also with a pretty lengthy and consultation process. So we received the contributions of experts, regular citizens, industry association, etc. And therefore, the final Declaration of Internet Rights that was a strong improvement on the original draft that was the one discussed during the consultation. So I can say that in the end, the Italian Parliament issued a declaration that was truly the outcome of the contribution of a very broad range of experts, industries, civil society organizations, political parties, etc., etc. So in the end, even though not literally, but the actual outcome was true, very much multi-stakeholder in that sense, even though it was issued by the supreme institution of parliamentary democracy. Since then, the Declaration of Internet Rights in Italy has been a reference, and sometimes also referenced elsewhere, like in the European Parliament and elsewhere. I think it stood the test of time fairly well, because now and then I personally and other people go back to the declaration And even though in 6 years many things changed, we think that most of it, if not all of it, is still pretty much a good reference to understand where we should go in principle. Currently, the challenge, if I can say something about the current situation, the challenge that I see in Italy and perhaps also elsewhere in Europe is the great emphasis on everything digital at the European level, and then that percolates then at the national level as a sort of a instrumental tinge. So everybody talking about digital transformation as if it's purely a technological transformation. So there is a lot of talk about Italy and Europe being behind the US and behind China, and that we have to catch up. So a lot of focus on that, which is fine. Personally, I'm an engineer, so nothing against an instrumental view of technology. But at the same time, the talk about rights is maybe in this frenzy about digital transformation should be reminded more often. Of course, we do have privacy. We do have some laudable exceptions to what I'm saying. So we had, a proposed draft regulation about AI. In Italy, actually, very recently, we passed a moratorium on the use of public recognition in public spaces, which I think is a very good exception to what I'm saying. But still, I think it's a very good timing for an initiative like the one we're discussing today to shine some light again on the topic of digital rights. Of course, it's not the only thing we should do. Digital rights is one component, has always been one component, an important component. We also need something else because, as in the document produced by our friends at ITS Rio says, we also have a huge issue of concentration of power. And concentration of power, you can deal with that to some extent with rights, but you need definitely something else. You need actually to show the force of democratic control of technology with the help of rights, but also with the help of other instruments in order to tackle concentration of power. So I welcome this initiative. We can contribute in any way. Of course, we would be very pleased to do so. And let's hear what the other participants have to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. It is fantastic to hear from you, from your perspective of how important a process, consensus, and the blend of technological aspects and principles and rights is important for building an important governance structure for the digital space. And I think one of the main points of this initiative is actually to blend all those aspects, the social, the rights, the principles, and obviously the technological aspects in order to create this building blocks, the starting point of a more global interoperable initiative. And in view of that, we have proposed to discuss now with the audience 12 principles as a starting point. It's obviously open to a major discussion on what we're going to go, how we're going to discuss this. And obviously the idea is to see what you're going to talk about process, what you think about the rights, what you think about principles, and then I'll put it.
You're on mute, Christian.
Yeah, sorry, folks. So I'm going to put on the chat so that you can have a little bit of a look as well of the 12 starting points, 12 aspects that we can discuss. And now, if anyone wants to raise their hand to discuss or write something on the chat, otherwise, I think we can start having an idea of what it is, the main social aspect that we consider they're going to be the most basic starting point. And I think when you look at the Marco Civil, we had this aspect of having a basic legislation that has as a bulk rights and principles as this starting point. So I would lend the floor to see if anyone wants to contribute. Otherwise, I would ask Ronaldo to go for it and give us what was the main idea behind those specific starting point principles that we had in the Marco Civil.
Absolutely, Christian. So I think the point here is the following. I think as Sarah and Juan Carlos mentioned, because of the pandemic, I think we all agree that the digital infrastructure and the digital capability, transformation, and so on has become a key component of the lives that we have today, of resilience, of everything that we need to do in order to basically deal with a crisis, a global crisis as the pandemic. So I think if you look into the proposals from people like Yuval Harari, he basically talks about creating a sort of an antivirus for the world, right? Not speaking only about the virus itself, but also about protecting the stability, resilience, and availability of the cyber infrastructure that we have today, because it has basically proven itself as absolutely crucial for going through a global crisis as the one we're still going through. So I think that is a point of consensus. So that's the first thing I would like to talk about before we delve into the principles. Second thing is, we are not alone. So we are here basically talking about a post-pandemic digital rights initiative. And I think one of the tasks of an initiative like this is precisely to look into what has been made so far, what are the other initiatives that are happening all over the world in order to deal with these problems. Sometimes these initiatives are focused on a specific problem like artificial intelligence, other are focused on cybersecurity, other are focused, on algorithmic bias and discrimination and so on. And realizing that we are not alone in this initiative and that there are so many interesting and important projects that have happened and are already happening as we speak here, I think that is very important. So recognizing those initiatives, in my view, is important, and also mapping what are their proposals and what seems to be the topics and the consensus that might emerge from these initiatives and from the work that has been made so far. Final point is, I mentioned in my first talk about the importance of participatory technologies. And I really think part of the problem that we are facing right now is because we have delegated a lot of decisions to algorithms as a sort of a replacement for collective participation. So one challenge that feels to me absolutely crucial is, how do we bring back participatory technologies that in the 2000s were basically flourishing? And I think the most important example of that is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is an innovation not in terms of technology itself, but it's an innovation in terms of governance, on how people can organize themselves, even people that have never met, in order to achieve a common goal and to come up with a collective work that is actually very sound and important. And of course, we're not in the 2000s anymore, and we have so much more possibilities right now. We have so many more tools and infrastructure and possibilities of participation that range from quadratic voting, pairwise methodologies, and you can name so many different initiatives. And I think we can bring that back into the debate again. So in my view, we are on a very important and ripe time in order to propose this post-pandemic digital initiatives. And if we take these three elements together, basically recognizing the importance of principles and agreeing with those principles and setting those principles beforehand, understanding that we are not alone, and recognizing the other initiatives and bringing back participatory technologies rather than algorithmic decision making, I think we can create a multi-stakeholder process process that can be quite successful for doing that. So, Christian, I welcome the principles that you have shared. I'm looking at them right now, and I'll be very happy to discuss each one of them and to approach them in a way, that resonates with this challenge that we have ahead.
And indeed, Ronaldo, I think you mentioned two of the most important parts of this bigger discussion, which is how do we establish this process in a global way? How do you establish consensus in a global way? And obviously having different methodologies is a very important starting point. And this is one of the things that we wanted to reflect in the principles as well, just at an extent to expand the possibilities, methodological possibilities of creating a governance ecosystem for the world, to a certain extent, for the whole digital space and globally speaking. One important aspect as well is what are the main tenets of that we're going to move towards the digital rights initiatives. And one of the tenets that we wanted to bring through this principle is not a principle in itself, but through the principles is, for instance, interoperability. So we are facing a world that we have, as Sarah mentioned, many different initiatives, most of them national. So we want to find ways to maintain our national values, but also making them potentially interoperable within different types of regulations. So starting point, building a consensus on the basis of principles and rights. This is facilitate the possibility of an interoperable working system globally. And on this note, I wanted to open the floor to see whether Sarah and Juan Carlos want to contribute and say some words about the main basis of principles that we're going to discuss, and whether you have anything to add on potential procedures that we want to move on through this initiative. So Sarah and Juan Carlos, do you have anything to add from a starting point of what are the main tenets that we should move forward?
I think just a short observation that I think you can see we've drawn inspiration from Marco Seville in setting out what the principles, because again, it's a model where you've got principles that have held up over the test of time and seemingly have only become more relevant, even if there are some changes at the margins. And the other thing I'd say is, I think interoperability is going to become more key over time as each national jurisdiction fills out its framework across multiple different areas of technology policy. And it's striking to me that isn't discussed more often. And so when you look at those principles, as I sort of flagged before, I think you can see some that there is tension between some of those principles. And what I would be interested in is contributions from other people on whether you think there's anything that's been omitted or anything that's been included that perhaps shouldn't be or has the potential to sink the overall objective. Are there some issues that aren't ready for a principled approach? Because as Christian knows, ideally would have 10. I think it's just a nice enough, but it's very hard to ignore areas that are ripe for consideration on like how an interoperable framework could work.
And Sarah, before Juan Carlos steps in, that is a very important thing, editing what we are proposing, right? So when we did the micro-civil, one example was we decided not to talk about intellectual property rights within the micro-civil, because if we knew that if we were going to do that, that would have basically killed the project from the outset. So I think you're absolutely right. So when I look into the principles here, I absolutely see some that are truly global in nature. So for instance, protecting the internet stability and functionality by all technical means, protecting issues regarding infrastructure security and cyber resilience. Others might not have like that outreach. So I completely agree with you that we have to focus on those, and I think we all welcome inputs about how to do that, and because that's part of the design decisions that we need to make.
If I may, one quick comment is that we also have to think about the relationship with this internet or digital principles and the basic fundamental principles which are typically enshrined in our constitutions, because during this pandemic, we've seen some of those rights come strongly under stress. I speak for Italy, and we see a surprising amount of stress on freedom of expression. In just in recent days, we have had very prominent figures in our political landscape say things like, we should be less democratic about what we say on television. We heard famous journalists say, talking to an expert, come on, doctor, you shouldn't be saying that on television in prime time. Even we are not questioning whether it was true or not, whether it was appropriate in the scientific sense or not. But we have a very strong pressure on definitely freedom of expression and also other fundamental principles. So maybe we should take in consideration, especially if this pandemic continues for some time, and I'm afraid it will continue for some more time. Think about the interplay between the actual fundamental constitutional principles and these other principles that we care about. So we care about both, of course, and actually the second, the latter are based on the former. So that's maybe the comment I would like to make at the beginning.
Indeed, Juan Carlos. I think that's one of the main tenets that we try to express through this initiative. So we also have to think about the internal constitutional principles and rights and how it may have a tension towards a more global effort. And if you look at, we have to actually boil down the basic major principle of freedom of expression, for instance, to the realities, but continue to make this interoperable within the different nations as well. And there are a few of, obviously, we're trying to propose some of the principles that are a bit more on the edge of what it is seen as traditional rights and principles. For instance, when you're talking about sustainable development and intergenerational justice, this is obviously something that is being discussed, and it's being created throughout bringing consensus worldwide, but still it is not as traditional principles, I would say, and rights as freedom of expression. So it would be interesting to see, since we are in a town hall, what are the main ideas, whether this is something that may achieve international consensus within the different and the global aspects that we are doing now. Other principle that it is quite interesting is, obviously, most people, or I wouldn't assume anyone would disagree that children should be protected in the digital space. But do you think this is a principle that has achieved a global substantial consensus that it should be one of the main tenets for the future or post-pandemic digital rights space, let's put it this way? So this are the types of discussions that we wanted to see. And from the standpoint of our participants here, it would be interesting to see what are the other potential tensions that you already see. For instance, do you think that access to a right of access to internet has achieved this level of global consensus as well, or not? What are the main specificities that we can have?
Yep, if I can follow up on what Juan Carlos mentioned about freedom of expression, I think probably freedom of expression is the intellectual property issue of our times. Not because it's unimportant, it's precisely because of the opposite, because so many national states and regions are already working with that issue from a normative perspective. I think the is probably following its own course. So in Europe, freedom of expression norms has not been turned into legislation yet. It was approved in one commission in the Brazilian Congress. And if you look around the globe, there are so many other initiatives doing just that. So my fear is if we deal with this particular issue, we might be basically engulfed by it and basically not being able to move forward precisely because it's already happening at so many instances at the national level. But that is one reflection. And
I just want to echo and support that, as I do worry. And again, it goes back to the perfect being the enemy of the good. That you can have just one issue that sinks the entire initiative. And just to abstract that upper level, I don't think, and I love the far more qualified Brazilian citizens on this call to correct me, I don't think Marco Civil could be passed now in its current state. And so I think some of the principles that to us look relatively uncontroversial in this moment in 2021 are going to become more contestable over time. And so there is a strong argument to where we can see existing norms and consensus, codifying them in some way before they come under pressure and that common ground shrinks further.
If I make just a very quick comment on that, yes, I understand tactically what you say. However, at least for Italy, I don't know about other countries, what I see is that we do not have initiatives on freedom of expression in the traditional sense. Because I think that governments, at least in Europe, if they tried to restrict freedom of expression, the constitutional courts, they would stop it. There's no way they're going to change such decades of jurisprudence on freedom of expression. But we do see attempts to restrict freedom of expression online, on digital platforms, not using laws, but using a sort of soft power and softer regulation, etc. So in my regard, I raised this issue not because I wanted to raise a difficult potential obstacle to this initiative, but because I do see a specific effort in trying to bypass traditional protection for freedom of expression on the digital domain, using something softer than laws. That's it. I don't want to focus too much on this topic.
I think
that's a great point. Yeah.
I was just going to say that's one of the important issues that why we have this initiative, because not only the courts, but we should have a governance system that will support this logic. But I hand it over to Ronaldo Lemos for more.
No, just a quick comment. I think we are talking about issues that should be edited from the list of principles. And also, you mentioned, Christian, issues that are being left out, right? So one of them, in my perspective, is the whole debate about a decentralized internet, what is being called the Web 3.0. And I think there is a lot of consensus right now about the problems of excessive centralization. I think we've been talking a lot about that. However, I think we are going to face, as Sarah mentioned, issues that right now might not seem controversial, later on in time might become extremely controversial. And one of them, in my view, is precisely the movement we are seeing happening in the direction of building decentralized permissionless networks that can operate upon themselves and not really rely on a company or in a government, on individuals, but on the networks themselves. So this is an issue that I think it's in the very initial stages right now, but it's one that I would also like to see, which is how do we deal not only with the problems of centralization, but also the problems of decentralization, especially when it's embedded in the network itself.
Fantastic. I think there are obviously more than one issues in terms of decentralization. We also have seen this logic of splinter net as well to a certain extent. So it's important for us to see interoperability as one of basic tenets, not only in the sense of legal interoperability, not only in the sense of interoperability of different systems, but also the interoperability of this decentralized internet system. So having common ground might help us build a system that is actually interoperable. I think we are reaching our final time. I don't think there is going to be more strong contributions from the audience, so I would like to propose us 2 minutes each to have some thoughts. What are going to be the future? What are the main aspects we should look at in order to build up upon a digital space that is actually interoperable, that's based on consensus, that's based on a process that involves different voices, different stakeholders. So if I may have a round of final 2 minutes for each of you, that would be fantastic. So can I start with Ronaldo as well?
Thank you, Christian. I'll be very quick. So from my perspective, I think we should be excited with this possibility of advancing once again the discussion about a Bill of Rights. It has to be one that fits with the challenges that we are having at this particular moment. And as I mentioned, I think the list of principles that you came up with so far, they're a great initial list. And of course, our challenge is going to get feedback and edit that list and also include some points that might not be added so far, and use everything that we discussed here in terms of participatory approaches, multi-stakeholderism, and everything that the Marco Civil inspired and made possible in Brazil to basically ignite the discussion and bring it to a level that I think it can effectively contribute to the challenge that we are having now. So thank you, Christian, for the moderation.
Thank you very much, Ronaldo. Can I ask Sarah for 2 minutes on final notes, how to ignite this initiative as Ronaldo mentioned?
I think part of it is understanding that there is this limited window of opportunity and creating some urgency around it. Part of the challenge that I see is that we tend to be very reactive, whether we sit in civil society or academia or industry, and don't tend to project out 5 years or 10 years. And Ronaldo, that's why I think it's helpful to bring up, what does a decentralized internet mean for these set of principles? And to me, that goes back to this point that I think hopefully we'll leave the session with, which is it sounds ambitious and sort of like a nice thing to have, and it doesn't seem like a daily necessity. This is not food, water, survival. And I remember when we first pitched to the UN, including internet access in the SDGs, and they're like, people are starving. Why would you be talking about the internet? And I think sometimes it's good to be early to an issue and to appreciate the urgency behind it. We will look back, I'm confident, if we have this discussion and inshallah we do in 5 years or 10 years, and say, look, there was a real moment there to create some global norms, to create some interoperable frameworks, and that moment has passed, and our ambition has to scale back even further. So I think being very pragmatic and saying, let's drop anything that could sink this, and let's see where we can start to build from the ground up something. And hopefully that will become a basis where we can build and build and build over time. And I see it as urgent, and I see that we will look back on this time and not realize how much opportunity we had.
Fantastic. I think that's the note that we have to finish, the opportunities of the future. So Juan Carlos, what do you think about that? Your final 2 minutes.
Yes, pretty much following on Sarah's remarks. I do think that these efforts to establish digital rights in the past several years, for a long time have been, with a few exceptions, a niche initiative of people like us and our community and other communities, but definitely not something reaching the mass. At least in Italy, that was not the case. And this pandemic, as indeed, as we said at the beginning, and Sarah also reminded us just a moment ago, this pandemic has made hundreds of millions of people, if not billions, touch with their hands what it means to have certain digital rights or not have them for education, for work, for your personal life, etc. So I do think that this pandemic is an opportunity. So many horrible things, but also the possibility of being an opportunity to exploit the awareness, the new awareness that digital technologies is not just simply a luxury. It's not only Netflix, or it's definitely part of your life. And if you do not have proper digital rights, you can suffer very concrete consequences on your life, on the education of your children, on your job, on your health. So this is an opportunity, and moving forward, I think we can now seek to establish broader alliances. So to get out of our space and to have more easily alliances with, civil society organizations, political parties, political movements, trade unions. I've been talking the other day with a prominent trade union leader in Italy, and trade unions in the last 5 years have made an enormous change in their awareness and understanding of what it means, digital technology. So maybe that could be this opportunity. Maybe it's where we can establish a stronger push to establish digital rights on an international level.
Fantastic. I think that's the end of our discussion today, and that's the idea. So we have to establish a starting point based on a broad consensus and broad view. And as Juan Carlos mentioned, the masses have become aware of the importance of digitalization, the importance of the digital space. So this is also one interesting point to see how base our global initiative on rights and consensual principles may be a very good basis for international, global, interoperable governance regime or institutional arrangement. So thank you very much. And this is the start of a very broad discussion that should move forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anita Gurumurthy. I'm from IT for Change, an India-based organization engaged in research and policy advocacy at the intersections of digital technologies, social justice, and gender equality. I welcome you all to this session that we are co-organizing with the Office of the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Internet Lab. And the session is titled The Open Forum on Women's Right to Online Participation, Promise or Pipe Dream. We all live in times of a platformized public sphere. What this means is that just as platforms have enabled novel forms of speech and expression, they have also engendered new practices of speech regulation. In this brand new speech paradigm, liberal legal philosophy and jurisprudence somehow seem to really fall short. They're woefully inadequate. Coordinated troll attacks on women and gender minorities do not operate like traditional silencing mechanisms. They create a crisis of unfreedom, taking away their right to equal participation in the digital agoras. As the infrastructures of speech change social interaction, we are faced with the task of gendering the right to free expression all over again. That's why we are here today, and it's our belief that a multi-constituency dialogue is a starting point for this process. Judith Arenas, Senior Advisor, Office of the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression, will be moderating the session. She'll be introducing the panelists, but before I hand over to her, I just wanted to reiterate the questions the session is keen to examine. The first question is, how are content governance standards to be set by platform companies so that they adhere to a universal baseline of women's human rights? Second, how can states design intermediary liability frameworks to achieve the fine balance between platform responsibility for redress against sexist hate online and preventing private censorship of online speech? And finally, what do we need to do to promote synergies between national policies, platform self-governance, and community standards, and a new regulatory approach to preserve freedoms and address harms? And what is the role, particularly in the context of the IGF, of the multilateral system in working towards this synergy? Over to you, Judith, and welcome everybody.
Thank you very much, Anita, and once again extending our warm welcome from the Americas to all of you joining from different parts of the world. On behalf of the Office of the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Opinion, Irene Khan, I'm really delighted that we are able to partner with civil society in this extremely important session and this very important issue about women's right to online participation. On behalf of Irene Khan, I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone, and as Anita has mentioned, to emphasize that we see this very much and very strongly as part of a process. This is, as I was commenting while we were waiting, we hope to be very much able to reconvene and continue the track process with the Internet Governance Forum, and hope that this is only the beginning of a longer term process. On behalf of Irene, she did ask me to send a few words. She was going to send a recorded message, but we did have some technical problems, very apropos. But she wanted me to remind everyone and emphasize that for the first time in 27 years since the UN established the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on promotion and protection of freedom of opinion and expression, this mandate is held by a woman. For 27 years, there had not been a gender dimension, and the second report that the office has produced, which was very much informed by the very thoughtful, insightful, and detailed inputs that many of you online provided, was actually devoted exclusively to the particular challenges faced by women and gender non-conforming people in exercising their freedom of opinion and expression. The report in itself is only the beginning of a process. This Internet Governance Forum session is an ongoing one, and we hope to be able to continue to work with you to help figure out what are the specific recommendations that need to be made and need to be implemented by both member states, by companies, by media, by civil society, so that we can frankly end what is an unlawful interference with women's freedom of opinion and expression. But more than anything, that we are able to actually create an enabling environment for women to exercise their agency and have full access to both information and ideas, both on and offline. this Irene herself has said that women's voices are suppressed, controlled, or punished explicitly by laws, policies, and discriminatory practices, and implicitly by social attitudes, cultural norms, and patriarchal values. Sexism and misogyny, which are dominant factors in gendered censorship, have been heightened by the rise of populist, authoritarian, and fundamentalist task forces around the world. And in light of the dominant role of the internet world, it's particularly important that attention be paid to this evolving space online and to the impact of digital technology on the challenges that women face, both physically and in online spaces. And I think it is particularly in this context where we know that there is a gender digital divide, when we know that we have gender data gaps and other barriers that frankly stop women from accessing their full right to information, that we figure out how we overcome these multiple divides. So it's in this context that really this conversation could not be more timely. It's a fantastic conversation that really allows us to be able to fully engage with all of you and different participants and different means of experience. And we're very, very grateful that you've allowed Irene to share these comments via someone who is not as good a speaker as her, but those were written by her, so they are truly her own words. But I hope that that helps set an overall scheme. And I will put in the chat the link to the report so that if anyone is interested, you can access the full link and see the final outcome. We are limited in UN reports with a word page limit, but all of the contributions are available online. So for those of you that I know did send in very detailed contributions, rest assured that they were all fully integrated. And with this over, we really want to now move into what I think is the most exciting part of our conversation today, and really to figure out the what is next and how do we draw upon all the different pieces that we should be taking into account and really enriching it from a variety of government, intergovernmental, private sector, civil society perspectives, where we have a fantastic panel that I hope will be able to interact. We also have all of you who are in person and also joining us virtually. Please feel free to use the chat function so that you can let us know if you have comments. The way that we're going to run this is we're going to have some scene setters and enable our participants to just really lay out some of the key issues in what I hope will be an interactive conversation, and then really from there be able to kind of move into a more broader discussion from all of you. And first of all, I am delighted to be able to welcome Elvira Garcia from the Directorate General of Human Rights of the Mexican Foreign Ministry. Elvira, we are particularly grateful that you're jumping in after some other Ambassador Buenrostro is representing Mexico on the UN Security Council and was pulled in at the last moment to participate in a Security Council session. So Elvira, we are so grateful that you are obviously a fantastic person to have, and delighted that you're able to share some of the governmental perspectives. So perhaps we could go to you first, just to really, as a country that has expressed a feminist foreign policy, we would love to hear your takes on what could be done. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Mexico appreciates the organization of this important event and appreciates the invitation of the organizers. Ms. Irene Khan, Special Rapporteur of the Promotion and Protection of the Right of Freedom of Opinion and Expression, offered in their last report a very valuable analysis of the challenges faced by all women and girls in online and offline spaces, and made relevant recommendations to create an enabling environment and a safe digital space for all women and girls to enjoy the freedom of opinion and expression on equal footing. As you may know, since 2020, Mexico adopted a feminist foreign policy which aims to promote a gender equality and the human rights of all women and girls at multilateral fora and in our bilateral and regional relations. In the particular and very relevant issue of freedom of expression and technology, the participation of all women and girls must be a priority in promoting their empowerment and autonomy and overcoming the gaps that the digital world imposes, including gender digital divide. Digital platforms have provided a space for activism, but they have also been shown to perpetuate gender power structures, gender stereotypes, and patriarchal values. Mexico recognizes the digital world and the development of new technologies as key catalysts for economic development and investment, with consequent benefits for employment and social welfare by reducing obstacles to economic participation, including the participation of women in the economic sphere and achieving their economic autonomy. This is the reason why it is of utmost importance to continue fighting for gender equality and women and girls' human rights, and to adapt scientific strategies, technology, and innovation to address their empowerment and reduce inequalities, including the digital gender divide. The digital world poses new challenges, and in the case of all women and girls, it is not just about access. Although we recognize that the ability to have meaningful internet access has a direct impact on the exercise of the right to freedom of expression and opinion, among other rights. We know that women in all their diversity also face challenges on availability, affordability, cultural discrimination and norms, capacity and skills, availability of relevant content, and participation in decision-making roles on the internet and or in the technology sector, among other barriers. Women and girls, including those in vulnerable situations, should be able to enjoy access to information relevant to them, including diversity in languages, interests, content, and context. Multiple forms of discrimination and violences against women and girls online, such as cyberstalking, cyberbullying, harassment, or misogynist speech, limits their full realization of women's human rights, including freedom of expression. Of course, we must also provide women and girls with a digital world free of violence to become a tool for their empowerment. One important achievement in Mexico was the adoption of the Ley Olimpia, which punishes the dissemination of intimate and sexual content without the consent of the person involved. Women and journalists not only face those risks suffered by their male peers when they investigate and report human rights violations or political crisis situations, but women journalists have to address additional specific gender-based attacks, which, analyzed with the intersection of other identities and socioeconomic factors and conditions, increase their level of risk and create additional obstacles in their exercise of the right to freedom of expression. On the other hand, gender stereotypes continue to exclude many women from participation in public debate and bar their free expression. Practice shows that the media considers women's opinion less important and that they expect women to fit into stereotyped roles and sexualized images of them. This situation results in the unequal power relations between men and women in the media world. This is contrary to what it is established in Beijing Platform for Action in its sphere of gender and media. For those reasons, we stress the term gender justice. As in the report presented by Mrs. Khan, there is an urgent need for transformative changes and encompassing equity and equality to break the structural and systemic barriers holding women back. one of Mexico's priority is leave no one behind. Having a feminist foreign policy will enable us to place women and girls at the center of the country's welfare policies, both at the national and international levels. In the case of freedom of expression, we have the responsibility to address factors that increase the likelihood of gender-based violence and harassment and multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination against all women and girls in media. It is especially relevant to involve more women and girls in STEM careers and media. Their participation in these spaces undoubtedly promotes the elimination of gender stereotypes and inspires other women and girls to participate in these areas that have traditionally been masculinized. It is therefore important to invest in the development of leadership skills in all women and girls. Under the principles of Mexico's feminist foreign policy, we will continue to promote the inclusion of the gender perspective in all global issues. The vision of women and girls must be considered to solve all the challenges we face as humanity. Mexico is aware of the fact that its feminist foreign policy will contribute significantly to the country's national development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elvira. That's a fantastic overview, inspirational one as well to see the policy commitments. And thank you very much for flagging the Olympia law that we know has actually been so instrumental in really, and the model law for many other countries. One of the things that emerged in the Special Rapporteur's report is the issue of the dampening and the silencing effect that this climate of online and offline violence against women can actually have. In fact, I would like to invite everyone, and I will also share this link. We are currently highlighting the cases of 10 journalists around the world where their voices have been silenced and they have received more gendered attacks simply for the fact that they're going about doing their journalistic work. And Mariana, I know that in Brazil, you have actually been documenting some of these specific examples, you know, the fact that freedom of expression and freedom of opinion, when limited, can actually have a long-term negative impact on hampering women in political life and women journalists. Would you be able to perhaps share a little bit of that context of what your research has identified?
Sure. Thank you, Judith. Thank you, all the folks at IT for Change for the invitation. I'd just like to start by saying that we really appreciate the Special Rapporteur's report. It aids us really immensely, and it's very historical because, and this is what I want to speak about, seeing freedom of expression and women's rights as antithetical is only serving inequalities in the online environment, right? And this is what we're seeing in our empirical research, looking at the social media of politicians in Brazil during electoral periods and of journalists. In the 2020 elections, we monitored over 100 profiles of women candidates. We were also monitoring male candidates to compare. And we were able to see a striking difference, not only in the numbers of the offenses and attacks that these women were getting on social media, but also on the sorts of attacks. The kind of things that women get online. When we're looking specifically at the social media of women, from all the messages they got, around 10% in Twitter and on YouTube of all those messages, they contained offensive terms. Sometimes they were not offensive, but they contained offensive terms. And when they were really offenses or attacks or hate, they did not always violate social media policies because sometimes they didn't get to the threshold of really violating those policies, so they were kept online. And it's not because they don't violate policies that they're not harmful, especially when considered in bulk, right? So one of the things we were also doing was speaking to those candidates and seeing the effect that it had on them. And this was really a striking experience, learning the kind of things that these women are getting and how it gets much worse when we're speaking of Black women, trans women. These women were getting much more slurs than the other women. And when we're speaking of how offenses were different when we're speaking of women or men, it was pretty clear that men also get offenses, but most of these offenses, attacks or slurs, they're mostly related to their work, either in office or their experience. While when we look at what women were getting, they were getting attacks related to their appearance or to their role in their families. So, for example, either as mothers or as wives or to their sexual lives. And that was strikingly different. Another thing that I think is important is that we've been looking into research showing that fear of such attacks is one of the reasons why many women fear running to politics. So what I wanted to say is that this has real effects in participation and in changing policies around women's rights, not only online, but everywhere, right? And because online campaigns are so important for women, in the case of Brazil, women get much less, in general, get much less money for their campaigns than their male their male peers. So being safe online, being able to express themselves online is really important. And we're now doing a similar research looking at the profiles of journalists, and we're also comparing male and female journalists. And what we've seen so far, we've only analyzed Twitter, is that female journalists, in average, they get twice as much as the number of attacks that male journalists get. And this also shows how it is already difficult to be a journalist in Brazil, but it's much more difficult being a woman. It's really massive, the kind of things that they get just being online and just doing their work, right? And I think one of the things that we are going to discuss further is that we have a lack of social and legal acknowledgement of misogyny, right? That's almost everywhere in the world. That's definitely the case in Brazil. And that makes it so much harder to encompass the problem, to describe the problem, to make it visible, to make it visible to the government, to laws, to social media platforms, to society at large. This is something that's largely not acknowledged. And I think that's the first thing that we should be talking about.
Thank you so much, Mariana. That's actually a very interesting, a couple of different, the data points in themselves are actually, they shouldn't be surprising because we hear people talk about them so much, but yet they are, because they're shockingly high. And at a time where we feel that we're actually making a lot of progress and moving in different dimensions, it seems as if we actually still, well, you just really emphasized the fact that we actually have a huge amount of work that we need to actually focus on and really try and prioritize. I would really like us now to move on to Cindy, because I think, Cindy, one of the, Facebook, now Meta, and apologies, I should know whether it's Meta or Meta, but I'm hoping that you're going to correct us in a second and let us know what the new official word is. But, technology platforms, we've seen during the pandemic, we've seen how they have become instrumental in terms of just providing that ability to connect. We have also heard of when there have been internet shortages, how people can have huge negative impacts on both livelihoods and also just in terms of connectivity. So I would really, I know that you've been doing some really interesting work in terms of actually figuring out how to tackle some of these issues. So Cindy Southworth from Meta, or Meta, who I will be corrected in 1 second, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I'm Just a note, the Facebook, formerly known as Facebook, the parent company is now known as Meta, as in the metaverse, which I actually, sort of, as much as we're all having our moments trying to get used to the new term, it's helpful for me because my remit, I'm the global head of women's safety for Meta, which means that I get to work on safety features and work with engineers across the company, from WhatsApp to Facebook dating, Instagram, Oculus, you name it. I get to be involved in all of those topics. And so when I used to say that I was head of women's safety for Facebook, people thought it was just Facebook Blue and not all those other platforms and technologies. But just a little bit about me, and then I'm going to jump right into your question. I worked in the nonprofit world for almost 30 years working to end gender-based violence. And in fact, back in 2000, I founded a technology project called the Safety Net Tech Project at the U.S. National Network to End Domestic Violence. My very first slide deck talked about privacy and safety with Netscape, if that ages me just a little bit. And one of the things that I was looking at there is cyber violence. And what I expected was that the offline violence that we had been seeing for hundreds, thousands of years because of the patriarchy and misogyny, my assumption was that it was going to start moving into tech spaces. And, whether that be, the early versions of the internet, with GPS, tracking of people via their cars or phones. And then unfortunately, all of those predictions played out. I had spent 10 years before I joined the company. I served on Facebook Safety Advisory Board, and I was able to see what was happening inside with some really passionate staff trying to tackle these very complex issues. And so when this position opened up last summer, I was really happy to join the company to try to see what I can do to help, use this platform to amplify nonprofit voices so that we can do that critical social change work that is needed to get at the foundation of misogyny offline and online, and then B, what I can do with all of my colleagues to make sure that we're doing a better job of taking down harmful content, making sure that online spaces are safe for all users, not just sort of the privileged few. We know that freedom of expression, if it's truly going to be realized, has to be freedom of expression for all voices, women, marginalized voices, women of color, trans women. It can't just be for Western white males. Like, we have to make sure that the safety mechanisms that we have, and that's sort of a mix of our policies, as a couple of people mentioned, our community standards, which we've recently enhanced just in October, and added more protections for activists and journalists, more protections against sexual harassment, and also more protections against brigading and mass harassment. Those all just were announced in October. We also look at all sorts of tools. And one of the things that I'm excited about is our proactive detection is getting better. So ideally, our computers will identify hate speech before anybody sees it and reports it to us. So for example, on Facebook, 96.5% of hate speech is removed by proactive detection by the computer before someone reports it. On Instagram, it's, I think, 93.8% is caught by proactive detection. Because of our scale with so many users, that's still not enough. Like, even 1% or 0.5% is still going to mean content is staying up that has to come down. So we're constantly striving to even increase those numbers. And then we're working on other tools to get at some of those nuances. As Mariana was saying, sometimes things don't hit the threshold, which the challenge we run into is, we have very comprehensive slur lists in every language that our nonprofit partners help us develop to make sure we're staying current with language as it changes. But it's hard to catch something that is really contextualized. So for example, I was talking to a woman, Paralympian swimmer. She's amazing. And she talked about how often she gets comments talking about how she should be in the kitchen. And our algorithms are not going to pick up on kitchen as a slur or as hate speech or as an attack, but in her case, it absolutely is. So that's where some of the tools we've created, like hidden words, content filtering, keyword filtering, people can put in words or emojis such as kitchen. If you're an athlete, you never want to talk about kitchen on your professional page. Maybe you want to redecorate your kitchen, that's a separate issue, and probably on your personal page. So it's a balance of how can we work with policies, tools, and then partners. We work with over 850 nonprofits on safety issues around the world. And then another tool that we just announced that I think matches what we were talking about with the Mexico image abuse law is just last week, we announced a partnership with the UK Revenge Porn Helpline we launched stopncii.org. It's run by the NGO, owned by the NGO. We helped fund it and helped build it with our engineers, but it allows people to proactively hash intimate images on their own device. So they never actually share those images or videos with anyone. It doesn't go to a nonprofit. It doesn't come to us. The only thing we get are those hashes, which is a string of letters and numbers, which can't be reversed. And then Facebook and Instagram will prevent the same hash from the matching image from showing up on our platforms. And so, and we're hoping it's set up so that there's a central clearinghouse run by a nonprofit, and we're in talks with other major tech companies so that hopefully many of us will be receiving those hashes and preventing those images from being shared. It does not stop the root of the problem. We're also, like, one of my big goals for 2022 is to re-engage with a whole bunch of my nonprofit friends around the world that work on engaging men to interrupt misogyny, because until we get at the root of this, I would like it to never occur to someone to share an intimate image without permission and consent. So, like, we've got some serious social change work to do. But in the meantime, I'm going to do everything I can inside the company to address it from an engineering standpoint, a policy, and an enforcement. And we know we don't always get it right, and we have a lot more work to do. So I'm thrilled to be part of this conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cindy. That was really encouraging in terms of laying out and helping us to look forward towards 2022. I always say that events that we participate in December of 2021 are helping us shape our New Year's resolutions. So I hope everyone took note of figuring out where they can actually implement that vision that you shared out in their own spaces, and certainly look forward to discussing this, how to go forward. Elif, I'm going to want to turn to you next, because I think part of what we really have is we need to really also be looking at the power of multilateralism, right? The power of intergovernmental organizations, and the role that intergovernmental organizations, and particularly regional ones like the Council of Europe, can do in terms of helping shape and shepherd others in terms of capturing those online learnings and then taking them out to national governments. So over to you, because I know that you've been doing some fantastic work that we've also wanted to hear from.
Thank you very much, Judith, and thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be talking here today. First, maybe I should introduce myself very shortly for those who are not familiar with the work of the Council of Europe. I'm an administrator at the monitoring mechanism of the Istanbul Convention, which is the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. But I will refer to the convention as the Istanbul Convention during my intervention. I wholeheartedly agree with all of the other speakers that violence against women online has an enormous impact on the women and girls' participation online and their freedom of expression. Yes, the growing accessibility of the internet and the wide use of ICTs has created great opportunities for many women. It's connected them, it empowered them, all of us. It helped us to get through the pandemic. But of course, there's this dark side of the internet that, which we will be talking about today, is the growing volume of violence against women perpetrated online or through the use of ICT technologies. And we can no longer ignore the fact that as the use of internet grows, so does the violence against women and girls. And again, as all the other speakers mentioned, this is a continuum of the violence that women and girls experience every day on the streets, at workplace, at home, and it is being spread, worsened, amplified in the online world. But the root causes, online and offline, the root causes of violence is the same: is gender inequality, gender stereotypes, in particular stereotypes about male and female gender roles in the society, misogyny, and the general notion of women's inferiority to men. And also, women are disproportionately affected by online violence, as again it was mentioned that yes, men are also targeted by online criticism, but it has such a huge silencing effect on girls and women, and it seriously limits their potential in all sorts of ways. And the scary thing is it is more and more being normalized. So what is emerging is that much more needs to be done to rein this in by states. by preventing this from happening, by protecting and supporting the women and girls who have been victimized by it, and by holding the perpetrators accountable. And this is where we believe the Istanbul Convention offers such a huge potential. And today I would like to specifically talk about our new and the first general recommendation on the digital dimension of violence against women. So the uniqueness of this general recommendation comes from the fact that for the very first time, a legal instrument provides practical guidance to the state parties of a binding international convention on how to implement these provisions in the context of the digital dimension of violence against women. So we, with this general recommendation, first we sought to set out definitions of key terms and concepts regarding the digital manifestations of violence against women, the various forms it may take. And most importantly, we provide recommendations to state parties in line with all of the 4 pillars of the convention, what we like to call 4 Ps, which are prevention, protection, prosecution, and coordinated policies. First, I would like to say that the Istanbul Convention was and is already applicable to online and technology-facilitated violence. It has provisions that are directly related to violence committed in the digital sphere, for example, stalking, which in the digital sphere, it can take the form of surveying, spying, or contacting the victim repeatedly on their social media accounts, stealing their passwords, or hack their devices, gain access to their accounts, or installing spyware or geolocalization apps on their devices. Even the Internet of Things, the smart home devices are being used to intimidate and control women. Another article of the convention that is relevant to the online dimension of violence against women is sexual harassment. And as we all know, this can take many different forms. Image-based sexual abuse, which is also known as revenge porn. All these new words that appeared in our vocabulary recently, creep shots and upskirting and deep fakes and sextortion and even rape threats and sexualized bullying. And also, of course, there's psychological violence, which has been covered by Istanbul Convention. And I think we can all agree that all forms of online and technology-facilitated violence has a huge impact on the psychology and mental well-being of its victims. The Istanbul Convention and the General Recommendation offers a holistic approach covering all of these pillars. And first and foremost, these recommendations address the state parties, but it also provides recommendations to the state parties on how to engage the private sector, such as internet intermediaries, social media platforms, software developers, media, in the policies combating violence against women and girls. For example, to give some examples from the recommendations, under prevention, for example, education is the first and ultimate step towards eradicating all sorts of gender-based violence against women in society. And this means enhancing the digital literacy in the society, but especially among women and girls through education. Means providing mandatory and continuous capacity building to all relevant professionals, because we also noticed that many of the professionals, especially law enforcement professionals, judiciary, healthcare, asylum system, they lack the technical knowledge and skills to combat this kind of violence. This also means developing awareness-raising campaigns targeting women and men, girls and boys, all levels and all actors of society on this particular form of violence against women. Of course, media has an undeniable role in shaping public perceptions on gender roles in society. So the recommendation encourages the state parties to incentivize media organizations and journalist unions to first abandon victim-blaming attitudes and privacy violations when reporting on the violence against women issues in all of their journalistic activities. And also to increase the number of women who work in the media sector, because as, again, I think we all know that media and journalism is a largely male-dominated sector. Also, the recommendation the recommendations also address protection services. It needs to be that they have to be accessible to all of the victims in sufficient geographic distribution across the country. To overcome these issues, the recommendation calls on the states to develop and disseminate information on legal avenues and support services to victims, create easily accessible complaint mechanisms, preferably through online platforms within the law enforcement forces or prosecution authorities. It also means that we should equip the NGOs or support services that provide protection to victims with the technical knowledge and skills to address this kind of violence against women, because we have been hearing cases of victims having a tracking device on their phones, for example, and they seek shelter in a shelter that should be confidential. But because of this tracking devices and because nobody is able to detect them or how to remove them, deactivate them, these devices make their location known to the perpetrators. And this is something that is putting extra strain on the already limited human and financial resources of the protection services. Also, as I mentioned, and I think it's very important, the general recommendation addresses the roles of the main non-state actors, which are the internet intermediaries, which include the ICPs, search engines, social media platforms, software developers. So states should encourage these actors to establish mechanisms to provide robust moderation of content that goes against the principle of the convention, either through removal of the account of the perpetrator altogether or the content, or an information on how to utilize these reporting mechanisms should be available and easily accessible to all the victims in languages that are suitable to the user base of these platforms. Also, again, law enforcement and prosecution authorities, they need a lot of capacity building in this area. Unfortunately, they lack the technical knowledge and resources to address this. It is necessary that the state parties provide this kind of financial resources to their law enforcement forces. This can be by creating specialist units or through capacity building activities to forces that are already working on violence against women cases. And also securing electronic evidence is very important, and it's a very tricky issue. This is another thing that the forensic capabilities should be developed within the law enforcement officials. And also, more often than not, violence against women committed in the digital sphere has an international character, which means that multilateral cooperation is very important in this area. So the general recommendation promotes international cooperation and mutual legal assistance to ensure first simplified access to evidence held by the service providers, such as subscriber information or the IP addresses used by the perpetrators. And second, to use effectively the communication channels that are already either formal or informal, such as Interpol or bilateral exchanges, to communicate with each other. And the recommendation also encourages the responsibility of the ICT sector and suggests that the sector should adhere to very strict standards in content moderation, and they should work collaboratively with the law enforcement when it comes to sharing the identifying information, the IP address of a given perpetrator, or electronic evidence that might serve to support the case of the victim. And most importantly, the recommendation stresses that all victims of violence against women perpetrated in the digital sphere should have effective access to criminal justice systems. I mentioned the 4 Ps of the Istanbul Convention, and the fourth and the final P is the coordinated policies. So the recommendation requires, first and foremost, the inclusion of digital dimension of violence against women into all national strategies, program, action plans on violence against women of all the state parties. as well as any wide-scale research and survey initiatives in this domain. The recommendation also promotes the establishment of effective public and private partnerships involving all relevant actors, which are the private enterprises in the ICT sector, NGOs and civil society organizations, equality bodies, ombudspersons, national human rights institutions, and state authorities. So we try to show ways to state parties how to engage technology companies, software designers, IT professionals in general, and of course, social media platforms in their efforts to combat digital dimension of violence against women. For example, online service providers can be a part of the solution by offering easily accessible, effective complaint mechanisms for users to report harmful content. And the information on how to use these mechanisms should also be equally transparent and accessible. And the ICT sector should, in general, be encouraged to adopt a human rights-based approach in all stages of their commercial activities, which starts from product design. And given the increase, and this is also a very important and disturbing issue, given the increase in online sexual violence, and we see it more and more in our country, monitoring activities, filmed rape and recorded violent sexual acts, these are being more and more visible and being shared against the consent of the victim. Sometimes the victim doesn't give consent to the act itself. Sometimes the victim gives consent to the act, but not the violent nature of it or the sharing of it on online platforms. And there are many commercial entities that are making profits out of showing these privacy violating content. And we are calling the state parties to address this problem by criminalizing the production and distribution of such content when it's necessary. And right now, in our agenda, digital dimension of violence against women is quite important. So we launched the general recommendation, but we also published recently a study on the synergies between the Istanbul Convention and the Budapest Convention, which is the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime. So how these two conventions can strengthen each other. On one hand, we have the Cybercrime Convention that provides forensic tools, international mutual legal assistance mechanisms. And on the other hand, we have Istanbul Convention that already criminalizes certain forms of violence against women. And our study seeks to bring these two tools together and show how can they be used in the combat against violence against women. So thank you very much.
Elif, thank you so much food for thought and different ideas. And, you know, I was just writing collaboration down as you started talking about the need to have private, public-private partnerships and all these things. I think there's been a huge set of ideas and thoughts, and I know that my mind is reading. I just want to make sure that if people want to ask a question, this is an open session. It is an open forum for us to be able to participate and debate. So I know sometimes kind of hitting on and off mute is hard, but if you want to ask a question, please unmute yourself. I am looking at the button. If you're not able to, just please put a message in the chat or raise your hand function, and we will be sure to be able to sort out the technology or put it in the chat. But to keep us going, I know that there is so much reflection, and I think the insights that I've taken are just a huge. From a procedural point of view, I do want to reassure everyone that there is a write-up. So I know if you were scribbling down madly trying to capture all the thoughts, other people have been helping us with capturing these ideas as well. But I think the discussion has been very, very exciting. I am delighted that we did not focus on content moderation, that we actually, all of you came up with the need for different stakeholders to be engaged. And I think one of the observations is that I have is that we've actually managed to absorb a lot more of this. What is the journey and what is the trajectory of the challenge? If anything, the breadth of the challenge that we have is huge, because we're talking from shifting cultural norms issues of dealing with misogyny, to dealing with issues around data collection, to also figuring out how do we actually, in this very rapidly changing environment of technology moving so quickly. You mentioned yourself, Elif, the need for us to actually be training. Police officers, prosecutors don't understand the technology, and then that critical point about how do we actually nail down the product piece and the product design piece. And Cindy, thank you so much for sharing all those insights about the work that you're doing in Meta in terms of, and I'm very encouraged, frankly, to know that we have someone like you that's actually looking across the range of products and really taking a very holistic approach. So what I would like to do is give each of the speakers who want to take the floor an opportunity to come back and help us kind of capture if there's anything that you thought was particularly helpful, if you want to kind of reply to what anyone else has said. But I wonder whether we could perhaps, because we are in IGF is a very unique as a multi-stakeholder forum, maybe I could work my way backwards, Marianne, and go back to you, then Cindy, and then Elif. And just to say again, from the multi-stakeholder perspective, what do you think are the one or two things that we should be focusing on? Where should we need to be putting our efforts on as we think through our resolutions for next year?
Thank you, Judith. And I guess what I was going to say really reflects what you said to Cindy, because I also really appreciate that there's someone looking to multiple areas, because I think one of the problems, and I'm going to get to the multi-stakeholder problem, one of the problems that we see is that these issues of women's participation online, they're really embedded in all the problems that we're facing in the online environment, right? And it's so common that people treat them separately, as if gender-based violence is like a separate box that we need to tackle separately. And when we're looking, for example, at elections, it's very important that task forces in electoral courts or in companies themselves, that they take up this dimension of misogyny, gender-based violence, gender equality online, and not just elections, but when we're thinking of journalism and the problem of journalism in the public sphere today, that's like another issue where these subjects should be being discussed. And feminist organizations, civil society organizations that deal with these feminist issues or women's rights issues, they should be at the table, right? In these different places and with these different stakeholders. And I guess I'll close there because I know we have just a little time.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Cindy, your reflections and, how do we from the different, I should say my official job is in the private sector. My pro bono role is for the special rapporteur. So I do understand the need for bridging, but I find very often, that kind of like how to work better with the private sector and in a truly multi-stakeholder way is not really understood. So give us your top wishes for multi-stakeholder engagement.
One of my favorite parts of my current job is working on projects that I helped inspire in my nonprofit life. And there are features that Facebook offers, such as mute and ignore within Messenger and restrict within Instagram, that came from the violence against women community, saying it's not always safe for a user to block their ex-partner. They may need to keep an eye on their activities to see if they're escalating, to know if they need to leave town to go to a shelter or refuge. And those features came from nonprofit partnership with a tech company saying, here's a use case scenario you've never thought of, because it's not as simple as just block somebody who's dangerous to you. Like that seems simple, but it's not when, you may have to deal with exchanging the children over the weekend for visitation and all of those types of things. So one of the things that I'm really proud of is that we have very broad relationships. And we've just launched a couple of months ago a global women's safety expert advisory group, and that's going to be an expanding group. We're going to be rotating people in and out so that we get to hear from the most voices. But because everyone's under non-disclosure agreement, I can bring things to them before they're fully baked and show a couple of different approaches that we're considering with a product feature or with a policy we're working on, and get really critical feedback. People are not, they're not warm and fuzzy. They tell us if they think we're blowing it or what's not working right. But it's really nice to have this group in addition to the 850 global safety partners that we talk to all the time on lots of issues. So I just would say, please, one of our core tenets is we need to be hearing from people about what we're missing, where the gaps are, what we need to be doing better. Please feel free to reach out to me directly through any of you. I'll put my email in the chat box.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Alif, you shared so many really detailed ideas that I hope other regions and other IGOs can listen from. But your thoughts on multi-stakeholderism and how do we leverage that to really tackle this challenge that we have of online and offline safe spaces for women?
Yes, as you said, it's such a detailed topic, and I could go on forever. But just one thing from the top of my head, I would say states should cooperate more with independent regulatory authorities in the media and ICT sector, if there are any, or any journalistic unions, any professional unions, to sit together and discuss what can be done about this. Another way is, of course, it's not a multi-sectoral approach, but the hiring of maybe feminist cybersecurity experts in the ICT sector. I think that would really enable to tackle the issue from the perspective of the private enterprises. I could go on to involve the ICT sector and companies and NGOs in the education and awareness raising efforts. I think it's very, very important, because this all goes back to the historical roots of violence against women. And the earlier we start teaching a society about digital literacy and gender roles in general, and both boys and girls, and what to share, what not to share, what is consent, I think that's very important that the ICT companies become a part of this discussion from early on, and they support any state efforts in this area.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Elvira, I don't want to put you on the spot, because I know that you are very graceful. You did a fantastic role in jumping in when the Security Council agenda changed. But if you want to say something, by all means, I think you gave a very good overview of everything that is happening, but don't feel that you need to. And I know that we are at 2 minutes, so I want to just thank everyone on behalf of the Special Rapporteur, emphasize that we're in the middle of a process. This is, we have done a report, but that really was just to get thoughts out there. Would love to continue to be involved, and I'll also share my email and our new website, which actually has a specific space where we want to actually gather and hear more information. And Anita, turning it over to you, and with huge thanks and appreciation to everyone at IT for Change.
Thank you so much. I think people have really taken time to be here with us. What I think I want to take away is what we started off with, which is about reaffirming the fact that we all owe it to the great deliberations of the Beijing Platform for Action and the various women's human rights instruments, which talks about full agency for women and nothing shorter, right? I mean, it's unfortunate that just as we were beginning to think that here are my communities of interest, here is a global citizenship that I'm going to really enjoy, at that point, something happened, and then the structures of the internet in some way also turned against women in the very ways in which it has given them voice and agency. So this is like, a double-edged sword. And here we are to reaffirm some of the principles. And I want to just recall a couple. One is about gender justice and breaking structural and systemic barriers, which I think we have to transpose online. We have to look at intersectional locations, women in political life, journalists. We will have to look at making the problem visible because of the lack of social and legal acknowledgement. We really have to acknowledge also the international character of the problem, because the internet is a global public good. And the points about baking in human rights at all stages baking in women's rights at all stages of product development. So these were some of the thoughts I take away. And I really wanted to thank everybody for having joined us today. We will prepare a report and circulate it. Thank you very much to the Office of the Special Rapporteur and others who joined us.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Bye.
Geneva, dear ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the open forum organized by the European Commission and entitled Access to the Open Internet, Benefits, Challenges and Policy Approaches. My name is Teresa Horeisova from Diplo and the Geneva Internet Platform, and it is my big pleasure to be able to moderate these 60 minutes of our exchanges and discussions. Now, before I start, let me just share with you a few points on the kind of modus operandi of this session. So first of all, I'm not the only moderator here. I am having with me Mrs. Laura Ferre-San Juan, who is our online moderator. She will be monitoring the chat, which I really encourage you to use to think of any questions that you would like to ask, as well as just contribute with some comments. And we will make sure that Laura then summarizes it for us. I would like to encourage both our online audience to use the chat as well as our participants in Katowice, because as you know, this is a hybrid meeting. And in order to kind of get the biggest benefit of the session, it's great if we are all on the same platform. Now, one great thing about this session also is that we have interpretation, English and French. So feel free to use any channel that is kind of closer to you. You can do that by clicking on the interpretation button at the bottom of your screens. So let us dive right in. As we have experienced also in many of the sessions that have already taken place at this Internet Governance Forum, it is kind of clear that to bridge the digital divide, access to the internet is absolutely key. Yet, it is not the case for all of the countries. If I just show you probably statistics that you're quite familiar with, according to the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, now 63% of the world's population are using the internet as of 2021. This represents an increase of 17% since 2019. So clearly, as you can see, the trend is quite promising. However, this still leaves 2.9 billion people online, which is not something that should leave us kind of unconcerned. So where we need to see some kind of connections is also that open internet is a key driver for innovation, for a social, political, economic, and cultural development as well. So it is not just about getting online, but what this can spill over in the second place. And to kick us off, apologies, for this discussion, we have excellent speakers with us, and we will hear from them and also the perspectives of the regions that they are coming from. So just to briefly tell you who has agreed to join us. We have, first of all, Mr. Yoichi Ida, who is the Deputy Director General for G7 and G20 relations at the Global Strategy Bureau at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, Japan, joining us remotely. Very good to have you with us, Mr. Ida. We have Mrs. Hadia Amayel Kane, Director, Network Technology Strategy at the Sonatel Group. Thank you for joining us as well.
Thanks a lot. Nice to be with you. Happy to be with you.
Thank you, Hadia. We have with us also Mrs. Raquel Gatto, who is a consultant for the IGF Secretariat in the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. She facilitates this network. Good to see you, Raquel, and good to have joining you from Poland.
Very much, Teresa. I'm glad to be here with participants on site and online.
Excellent. And I cannot, of course, not mention a very important speaker who is also behind trying to put this session together from the European Commission, Head of Sector at the Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue. Good to have you with us, Esteve.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure, and thank you very much to all the speakers and to you, Teresa, for accepting moderating this session. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you also to you, Esteve, and also for the leadership of the European Commission in this respect. Now, Mr. Ida, if I may, I would start with you and ask you about the vision of Japan on the open internet, as well as some of the connectivity projects that Japan is supporting in developing countries such as Africa. Over to you, Mr. Ida.
Okay, thank you very much, Teresa, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It is my great pleasure to join all of you today as a speaker. And as introduced with very interesting statistics in the beginning, the internet has been the foundation of economic growth and many variety of activities, social activities for the people around the world. But at the same time, it used to be more than half of the population, world population, hadn't been connected to the internet. But luckily, we have 2/3 are now having access, but still 1/3 is not given the access. And this is very important challenge for us, even for us who are already connected, because the connectivity gives the enormous benefit to all the people around the world, because when we want to access to people around the world, we need connectivity, and it is always very difficult to find sustainable and meaningful access to the world with the most serious difficulties. It is always out of the market, and it for government, it's always the most serious challenges. And if we having said this, we are now making. We have been making continuous efforts with colleagues and people from the like-minded partners to provide meaningful and affordable access to the people, especially in the disadvantaged regions, including Africa. So our government is now working with ITU and some other countries to provide access to the people in Africa through a project called Connect to Recover. The COVID-19 pandemic brought us to the recognition that internet connectivity is a foundation for not only for the economic activities, but also for the ordinary life and some very basic activities such as education or healthcare or transport. And in order to maintain very basic elements of daily life, and also to provide some economic activities needed for recovery from the pandemic, we definitely need connectivity. And we are now working with ITU and other countries to provide the better access and connectivity to the people in Africa. And in the beginning, we started some project in Rwanda and other countries through the project. We also promote some project by using official development assistance programs by the government, and we are trying to increase the connectivity by submarine cables and other innovative solutions. One of the example is a platform called HAPS, High Altitude Platform Architecture, which uses drone technology to provide platform at some 20 kilometers altitude to provide wireless access from the air to a wide range of region and provide some broadband wireless access to the people in disadvantaged regions. We are doing such efforts in the disadvantaged regions, including Africa, and we try to improve the connectivity, global connectivity around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Ida. Kind of two keywords that I've taken from your contribution when describing access were the adjectives of meaningful and affordable. I cannot stress enough how important these two are. And your contribution also was a nice segue to actually turning to Mrs. Kane, yes, because we've heard about the Japanese support also for some initiatives in the African region. Now, what, according to you, are some of the success and challenges, let us say, to open internet in Africa in particular? Mrs. Kane.
Yes, thanks a lot. If you allow me, I will switch to French, which is one of my native languages.
Mm-hmm.
So,
just a note for anybody who came late, we have interpretation, so you can use English channel if that is better for you. Go ahead, Mrs. Kane. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. Ok, so I will switch to French. Donc, merci à tous pour l'opportunité qui m'est offerte de représenter Sonatel, qui est la société incumbent de télécom au Sénégal. Alors, au Sénégal, en Afrique, aujourd'hui, sur les tendances marché de l'Internet ouvert, nous avons beaucoup d'acteurs qui sont dans le marché. Essentiellement, nous avons les opérateurs, nous avons les MVNO, nous avons aussi les fournisseurs d'accès à Internet. Donc, sur la branche Afrique, évidemment, la partie mobile est beaucoup plus développée que l'Internet fixe broadband. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les opérateurs qui sont venus tardivement ont beaucoup plus investi sur ces branches-là. Et dans le fixe, par contre, aujourd'hui, même si Sonatel est quasiment le seul acteur sur place, qui délivre des offres fixes et basées sur du cuivre ou de la fibre. Aujourd'hui, le marché du Fixed Wireless Access est quand même un peu en retard dans la sous-région. Donc, quels sont les besoins principaux d'après Sonatel pour assurer l'Internet ouvert? Le premier défi et le défi principal, c'est d'assurer une connectivité à toutes les populations. Et donc, dans ce cadre-là, tous les opérateurs ont introduit une politique sur la partie mobile broadband de développement d'infrastructures basées sur la 3G, la 4G dans la sous-région, et nous faisons partie des moyennes hautes. Nous avons un profil similaire à celui en Europe, puisque en général, dans les pays en Afrique subsaharienne, ils sont encore à près 20% de connectivité sur la 3G. Nous avons beaucoup de connexions en majorité qui sont hébergées sur la 4G. Donc aujourd'hui, Nous développons aussi dans la région un mix technologique dépendant de la zone et de son éloignement, si on est dans le rural, si on est dans l'urbain, pour avoir aussi accès à l'Internet fixe en nous basant soit sur des technologies filaires comme le cuivre, la fibre, ou bien sur des technologies fixed wireless access. Malheureusement, le pouvoir d'achat étant ce qu'il est en Afrique, déployer la technologie n'est pas toujours rentable. C'est pour ça qu'aujourd'hui, un des principaux besoins que nous avons, c'est quand même d'emmener l'État et les collectivités locales à baisser un peu la pression fiscale qu'on a sur les opérateurs pour leur permettre de dégager plus de moyens pour investir sur ces infrastructures-là. Et également, il y a d'autres initiatives autour du partage d'infrastructures pour co-investir sur les nouvelles zones. Maintenant, s'agissant de la question aujourd'hui sur la coopération à l'international, j'ai noté ce que le collègue japonais disait. On voit qu'il y a des initiatives sur le satellite et ce qu'il dit sur les plateformes qui peuvent donner des connectivités depuis l'air sont aussi appréciables parce que nous avons beaucoup de zones très reculées. Mais nous comptons en tout cas sur les standards, les organismes des standards qui vont asseoir aussi tout ce qui est problématique de technologie et d'évolution à un coût qui permet d'optimiser les dépenses en énergie, qui permet d'optimiser et de pénétrer plus loin. Donc, toutes ces évolutions technologiques-là vont contribuer un peu à apporter la technologie aux populations. Voilà.
Merci à vous, Madame Kane. Thank you very much for this contribution and for again opening our eyes with the very concrete challenges and possible solutions, not only of the technological nature that can be done. Now, staying on the local level and going to you, Mrs. Gatto, Raquel, what are some of the relevant practices that are implemented by local actors? And here, we can talk about local government, civil society, local providers, and entrepreneurs as well, to ensure that there is access to the open internet. Over to you, Raquel.
Thank you very much, Teresa. And first of all, for the sake of meaningful participation, I'm the only speaker on site, but I do not feel alone. I have lots of participants on site. Thank you very much for your attendance. I'm not sure you can see from the Zoom that we have almost half of the room full here, so that's great. So just to start with also thanking very much the organization for this opportunity to showcase this new intersectional track. Within the IGF, we are trying to be innovative precisely to tackle those major policy problems, but also real problems, and one of them is meaningful access. So the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, PNMA, another acronym for our environment, was created and kicked off back in June this year. It is comprised by a multi-stakeholder working group of 25 high-level experts from different stakeholder groups. And one of the goals is precisely to bring those key actors that are involved on achieving meaningful access to the table and to learn from those local experiences and from the broader community what needs to be done and really do it. So I'm shortcutting a lot of the discussions that we went over more than 6 months now. And we just presented, for those that are familiar with the IGF, I'm in one of those marathon days. We just left 2 main sessions. The main session that we presented the Policy Network on Meaningful Access, but also the main session about how to achieve the multilingual internet. And I congratulate also Mrs. Kane for coming and speaking in French, which is one of the aspects so much highlighted today. But back to the PNMA, so the group kick off with the discussion precisely what does meaningful access mean? Because in the local level and for each of us, it does mean different things. For some, access means their only way to have education. With the pandemics, it's been said over and over, but with the pandemic, we learned that this is a lifeline. For others, it's the only way to communicate with their families. And for many others in risky areas or in conflict zones, that's an emergency lifeline. So we need to listen more. We need to learn from those experiences and collect them. And what the group started seeking out with a call for inputs, and we received by now over 20 contributions, and they are still coming. So I invite everyone watching to please join and send if you have any contributions from your local level experience. But we are learning that there are some properties that we could build on, perhaps not go over definition of meaningful access, because there are good organizations that are already that have already worked on those, as A4AI, ISOC, and many others. But to really bring this together, what are those key elements that we need can work? We need they work, and what are the bottlenecks to make it happen? I think Mr. Ida was also tackling on this challenge, and it's really sometimes it is a policy aspect. Sometimes it is a funding barrier, and sometimes it is just a knowledge barrier of what can be done because it's not replicated. So one of the efforts that the PNMA is also tackling is to have a next phase. So to continue this year was building the policy network itself, bringing those actors together, understanding a little bit more and framing the challenges, and really come out with not only another report on what others should be doing, but what we can do together. So this is also an innovative way of approaching the IGF community that we hope we can bring together and continue next year. And those efforts combined not only within the IGF community, so the different components of the IGF discussions, of course, grounded in the IGF mandate, but also on the efforts from the United Nations Secretary General. The roadmap on digital cooperation brings this pretty clearly, but also the more recent Our Common Agenda call. And so bringing this all together, it's very important so to look inside, but also to tap on the other fora. And so that's what we're expecting in terms of achieving more participation and learning from you. So thank you very much, Teresa.
And thanks to you, Raquel, also for sharing kind of what it looks like in the room in Katowice. We are really appreciated that we have our on-site participants. Thank you also for mentioning the work of the PNMA, Policy Network on Meaningful Access. We do like good acronyms in these circles, don't we? So that's one more to add to our collection. Now, jokes aside, let's talk more serious stuff, of course, and that's some of the policy approaches. Mr. Sanz, we've heard from all of the speakers before you about the local specificities, about the local needs. Now, what can we answer in terms of policy?
Yes, thank you so much. Indeed, we've heard very, very interesting presentations from the previous speakers, bringing to light the problems of the digital divide, which are fundamental. And we've heard a lot, and we hear a lot about the digital divide in the IGF. It's at this point in time, we should really find solutions as soon as possible. It's almost surrealistic that we haven't found a way of digitizing the world at this point, taking into account how many things come with that. At the same time, we also hear in the IGF, and it's part also of this discussion around meaningful access that the Commission welcomes very much. This idea that we should press pause and think about connectivity perhaps in more complex terms. What we mean by connectivity and what we mean by connectivity to the open internet. Among other things, because this ideal notion at the beginning of the internet that you would put internet into communities and societies, and then you would empower citizens, you would empower companies, local ecosystems almost immediately. Well, we need to rethink it, at least rethink it. We need to pause and think what's going on, and for sure not take it for granted. And this is certainly what underlies, I would say, the EU policy approach to digitization in our own region, but also what underlies the philosophy and policies that are proposed in very recent communications and strategies by the Commission. One is the Digital Compass, but another one, which is particularly relevant for this context, is the Global Gateway. The Global Gateway is a new initiative that the President of the Commission, von der Leyen, introduced last week. The Global Gateway is a connectivity package that will mobilize 300 billion euros in connectivity investments, all sorts of connectivities, but of course, digital connectivity has a very, very, very clear role in partner countries. Global Gateway will build on existing European instruments and actions, and there are many of those, but it's a new instrument. We are really undertaking an exercise of rethinking our connectivity projects around the world. It's an still open instrument, and that's why these conversations are very important for us, because here we get ideas, we get perspectives that will certainly shape how the Global Gateway will look like in the end. But there are three characteristics that I would like to mention to you, because we have already announced them in the communication and the materials, and that will really underlie the Global Gateway initiative, connectivity initiatives that we will put forward in 2022. The first one is that we really think that digital connectivity investments need to be intrinsically linked to the development of standards, protocols, and infrastructures that support the free, secure, and open internet. So that basically people can access the full range of services with a high quality experience on this open internet. We have the telecom infrastructure. We should really link those investments on the telecom infrastructure with developments of the open internet. We think this is extremely important in terms of the quality of experience and the meaningful access that one can get to that connectivity, but also is a way of really preventing that connectivity might eventually get connected to alternative internets that really do not fit what we understand by an open and free internet. The second characteristic of the Global Gateway that I would like to mention is that these infrastructure investments will be combined with country-level technical assistance on digital regulations. Digital regulations that will want to ensure that the rights of privacy are protected, that data protection is really a core feature of connectivity markets, the development of local digital industries, societies, and cultures. This is not a given. We need a fair and open market vis-a-vis, especially the big tech power on those markets. We need trustworthy artificial intelligence. We need cybersecurity. The European Union is very much engaged into these processes. We have been experimenting with those regulations and designing those regulations for a long time. Our infrastructure investments will come with assistance so that, again, the connectivity that is deployed truly empowers local ecosystems and people and local businesses and does not create dependencies in that sense. The third characteristic of the Global Gateway will be that it will proceed on the basis of equal partnerships and multi-stakeholder partnerships. We will engage not only very deeply with countries and local industries, but also linking with existing international efforts in ITU, in the UN, in the World Bank, etc., but also with EU industry members and a broad range of stakeholders. So we really think that connectivity projects should proceed in this multi-stakeholder way, but really start from the ground, really start understanding what are the connectivity needs of partner countries, and really partner with them to approach to that. So in some, the open internet, as we have said, is a major source of prosperity, of innovation, of cultural creativity, of freedom of speech. And we should really, at this point, find solutions to bring this connectivity once and for all to everyone. But we think that we need more ingredients. And the 3 ingredients that I'm proposing you here and that are part of this Global Gateway initiative is infrastructure, yes, but connected intrinsically to deployments of the open internet, so that the experience of the open internet is the right one and the correct one according to local needs. Digital regulations as a package. We want an internet that really empowers local ecosystems, local markets, citizens, etc. And through well-coordinated multi-stakeholder partnerships to really confront the huge economic investment that this represents, but also really link it to what are the real needs on the ground. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Sanz, also for this kind of frank assessment that this is a complex issue and that there is no silver bullet, so to say. Now, let us try to hear from our audience about what are the challenges. I hope you can see my screen now, but what I would kindly like you to do is to go to www.menti.com and put the code of the session. You can use your mobile phone or your computer, of course. The code for the session is 78388509. And give us kind of your assessment on what you think are the greatest challenges to the access to the internet in your region. So let us just, spend a few seconds collecting the inputs. And I would like to take this opportunity to actually turn to Laura, who has been monitoring a chat. I know that there has been a contribution. So while our audience is submitting their opinion, would you be able to share with us what has been going on in the chat, please?
Hello, can you listen to me?
All good. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So by the moment we only have 1 comment in the chat, but it's a really valuable comment, so we are good on that side. We have had Steph, who is a researcher in cyber psychology, a very interesting field, and she was talking about how cybersecurity topics and the cyber world is very broad, and within it there are a diverse range of topics to explore. And she was saying that sometimes cyber psychology is a topic that is overlooked, that we don't pay enough attention. So she was raising the question on whether we should start changing the narrative on this topic.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that, and also for this question. So before I let our dear panelists to engage, let us quickly summarize what the kind of mood in the room, virtual, in situ room is. So most of you who have responded think that the greatest challenge to the access to open internet in your region is the lack of policy will, followed by something else. And then others appreciating the problem of appropriate infrastructure and little awareness regarding its benefits. So that's just a little illustration. If those of you who have answered that it is something else, would like to share with us what this is, we would be very pleased to hear from you. Feel free to use the chat, or obviously just raise your hand. Yes, we do not need to communicate only through the chat. Now, turning to our dear panelists now, I would like you to address both the question that Laura has just shared with us on the kind of cyber psychology, and I would also like to give you an opportunity to react to what the preceding speakers have covered, if there is anything particular that you would like to elaborate on further. I'll go obviously first to Mr. Ida, because you were the first speaker. May I ask you for your reactions, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. Having listened to the previous speakers, the importance of strengthening the infrastructure is, of course, significant now, but at the same time, we cannot forget the importance of maintaining and even strengthening the democracy in the internet space is very important and something we need to address at this moment. As Mr. Sands described, the priorities of the project Global Gateway must be how to maintain and promote free, open, and interconnected, interoperable internet around the world. And if we look at the current situation over the world, some countries, we don't want to bring too much politics, but still we have to admit some countries are now going into some different direction, which the internet has been providing us over the last decades. And the core value of the internet is freedom and democracy to all the people, all the participants, and the importance of multi-stakeholder participation. So we have to take actions all together among the like-minded partners to protect shared value, which are the human centeredness, human protection of human rights and the privacy, and the protection of democratic values. And in order to do that, we are not only working to increase the connectivity and the infrastructure, but we have to also take actions to prevail our common values through the good regulatory situations and good policy shared by all the stakeholders in the internet space. And to do that, our government would be very keen to work together with the partners from like-minded world. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Mr. Ida. Madam Kane, if I may turn to you now for any quick reactions on either the question in the chat or our speakers, please.
Oui, merci. Je voulais réagir par rapport à ce que notre collègue là, qui expliquait un peu le plan sur la communauté européenne, ce qu'il a expliqué, sur le fait que le plan, quelque part, est assujetti à une obligation de respecter les normes et les standards de l'Internet ouvert. Donc, par rapport à cela, Ce que je voulais dire, hein, je ne veux pas du tout choquer l'assistance parce qu'en fait, là, on est sur une question d'Internet ouvert. C'est vraiment notre objectif à tous. Et en Afrique également, nous avons des régulations qui sont assez strictes et qui nous obligent à nous conformer de manière à garantir l'intégrité de l'information et à ne pas l'altérer et à la sécuriser. Maintenant, le premier problème vraiment que les populations ont, indépendamment de ce problème-là de l'Internet ouvert, de fiable et sécurisé sur l'information, c'est qu'ils ont besoin, eux, de l'Internet comme formidable outil de digitalisation des usages. En fait, aujourd'hui, l'Internet pour les populations en Afrique, c'est un moteur et un facteur de développement. Et donc, à ce titre-là, aujourd'hui, nous avons une espèce de marketplace qui est sur l'Internet et que nous utilisons pour vraiment accéder à tous les services, à une distribution sans discrimination aucune. Et c'est vraiment un levier pour pousser les populations à accéder aussi au développement parce qu'elles sont enclavées, elles n'ont pas les services sur place. Quand on voit tout ce qui est fait dans le secteur du mobile money, on voit bien que tous ces services-là sont amenés à l'utilisateur dans les zones enclavées où il est parce qu'on a Internet. Donc, c'est aussi un facteur d'accroissement de tout ce qui est compétition économique et autres. Donc, le premier problème en Afrique, vraiment, c'est de pouvoir avoir accès à ces investissements-là uniquement pour une question d'accès d'abord, pas une question nécessairement de forte intégrité, mais déjà, il y a des services sur lesquels on n'a pas ces problématiques-là d'intégrité et de problèmes politiques, en tout cas d'altération de l'information. Ces services-là doivent être accessibles pour les Africains et nous avons besoin de cette contribution en investissement sans que ce ne soit conditionné nécessairement avec des facteurs très difficiles pour arriver à respecter cette question de l'Internet ouvert. Donc, notre cri du cœur pour faciliter cet investissement-là, ce serait vraiment, comme on l'a dit, que l'État et les collectivités aident les opérateurs pour qu'on puisse donner aux populations le moyen d'accéder. Et nous avons donc besoin, les fonds que vous avez mis en place en Europe, c'est ce que nous avons besoin, nous aussi, en Afrique, pour pouvoir accompagner le développement des infrastructures. On a besoin que le régulateur mette un cadre légal pour le partage d'infrastructures, pour favoriser le co-investissement dans les infrastructures. Et un autre point clé, c'est la participation des OTT, des GAFA, à l'effort d'investissement. Aujourd'hui, en Afrique, il n'y a que les opérateurs qui investissent. Or, nous fournissons un tuyau, mais le service, le contenu qui représente la richesse principale est fourni par les OTT. Et les OTT ne participent pas à cet effort d'investissement. Donc, nous avons besoin aussi que les organismes comme l'IGF, comme tous les standards, l'IUT, etc., les États, les gouvernements, aident aussi à construire un cadre qui va amener les OTT aussi à participer à cette offre d'infrastructure et aussi à déployer eux-mêmes leur centre de contenu, leur data center au plus près en Afrique pour nous éviter de faire des investissements très chers sur du câble sous-marin parce que contrairement à l'Europe, nous n'avons pas le contenu dans notre continent. Donc, c'est un peu ce que je voulais dire. On a besoin de ce genre d'initiative comme ce qui est fait en Europe, mais localisé en Afrique. Et si les OTT peuvent participer à l'alimenter, ce sera très bien pour nous parce que les opérateurs sont très seuls face à ce problème de l'investissement. Merci.
Merci à vous, Madame Kane. Thank you for also sketching some, possible solutions to the problem at hand. Raquel, an opportunity for you to react to those speaking before you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, again. And I'm going to start reacting by our comment online on the human aspect also of the discussions on meaningful access, because this was brought into the PNMA discussions. I think Mr. Ida-san mentioned also that very often those discussions are held into the infrastructure level, which is also important. We still need to connect a lot of people. Almost 1/3 of the population is not online, is still, but it's not connecting only the computers, it's connecting people, it's connecting humans. And the way we connect them is also important. So some of the questions, the key policy questions that are behind the work of the PNMA is looking into meaningful access with three pillars: the connectivity, which also tackles on the infrastructure, but looks into models that empowers this connectivity also from a bottom up and from the community. And I'm going to go back to this because I think that's the most concrete example that we can take out from the IGF experience, as also Mr. Esteve was mentioning. But just for the sake of the order, the three pillars that we're taking is connectivity, digital inclusion, and capacity development, precisely because it's not only about the infrastructure, but it's how you are going to get connected, what is the quality of your use, and what is the impact of this use and this connectivity. So those are the underlining questions that we are also working on the PNMA. But back to the concrete example, and for the sake of time, one of the examples that the IGF has been very successful is in promoting the community networks, and it's a dynamic coalition. It's another intersectional track, which is called the DC3. It's a connectivity community networks. I should know better, another acronym, but it has started back 5 years ago, and it started with sharing this experience from local countries closer to my region. I'm from Brazil, so Mexico, from Latin America. It started looking into the indigenous community that were not connected in any other form of communication. And so looking over their regulation, it was very hard to find ways to bring this connectivity. There was no commercial interest. There was no service that was provided for those communities. And so they decided to become operators, telecommunication operators, and so in a non-traditional way. And so this has sparkled a whole discussion that, of course, took some time to come together. But their experience ended up creating a new policy model of licensing for non-traditional operators, which is often called the community networks. And this is not the only example. I mean, there is no one single solution, but by being able to share this experience and how they came through the solutions, it has really been contagious in the region. So back in this 5 years, straightforward now, Brazil has already started reviewing and adapting some of its regulations. Argentina has done also, Colombia. And so we can see how bringing to light or bringing this knowledge and sharing in those spaces, not only the IGF, but other fora, was crucial to inspire other countries to look when they have this issue. And just on the human factor also, that is so important, because community networks does not mean only bringing those bringing the connection, right? Bringing the access, bringing the fiber or the radio station or whatever kind of connectivity you are looking for. But it's really bringing the community to appropriate from this, because you can get them connected, but if they don't understand the benefits, if they don't understand what they are using and don't appropriate from keeping up with this connection, it's not really going to be meaningful. So that's one of the examples that surfaces over and over. It's not only an example from Latin America. Africa has lots of them, and even in developed countries, in the US we have examples, and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to try to wrap it up with the comment that was made on the importance of not only putting the connection, but making a way that the community owns this connection and owns its decisions about how they want to be connected and what they are going to get after they are connected. Thank you very much.
Very relevant points from you, Raquel, indeed. And I'm very glad that you brought the capacity development dimension in. That indeed is important. Mr. Esteve, over to you for any quick reactions.
I will be very quick because I go last. And, but it's really, I couldn't agree more with everything that that the speaker said. I think that you know, in the end, it all converged to this idea of empowering local communities. It's really finding the right ingredients, the skills, the infrastructures, the technologies, etc., that really contribute to the development of local ecosystems, of really letting people shape the technology in a way that it's meaningful to them, that it's meaningful economically to one given country, and that contributes to self-reliance at the end, which was the initial promise of the internet. It was a bottom-up promise of self-reliance. But I think that this needs work. It's not a given. It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of thinking. It needs a lot of understanding of those local needs, those local cultures, and it needs work because we have forces that go against that, and now we see them. And Mr. Ida was very clear in mentioning certain states. We fully agree with that. Also, there are very big companies that have very big power online, and they might not contribute as we thought at the beginning to the development of local markets, and that's why we're thinking and evolving into these extremely democratic regulations around the internet, and that's really I think one common trend that we should really work, not take it for granted, but work so that local empowerment happens. And we should not underestimate the role of infrastructure here. It's not that simple. Infrastructure, it looks very technical, it looks like pipes, it looks like standards, it looks like protocols, but it is involved in all this. It is profoundly involved. And we should really take note of that and work on that.
Thank you very much, Esteve, and certainly for also collecting the inputs. We are hoping that this session will be a contribution as well. So feel free to use the channels we have available to really contribute. Now, opening up a little bit more sensitive topic, and that is there is a little bit of a shift as we can feel from the initial aspirational vision of the internet to. And Mr. Ida kind of referred to it, to endeavors of some countries to introduce, let's say, more state-controlled models of connectivity. As we start to being a little bit pressed for time, I would like to ask our panelists for quick reactions, very tweet-like manner, and I'll actually start with you, Esteve.
Thank you. I think that it's the agnostic is very clear, at least Mr. Ida and myself and the European Union in general. I think that share it very profoundly. But I just maybe just to say that we feel that we are entering even a new phase of this sort of debate that goes into the technical infrastructure itself, and this worries us a lot because basically we see proponents of standards in standardization organizations that would basically create a new stack of TCP/IP protocols that, according to their own description of those protocols, it would create an alternative top-down internet that basically it's completely different than the open and free internet that we understand. And this is something that worries us, that goes deeper into what we're generally used to, that it's not going to happen tomorrow because it's a very almost megalomaniac, I would say, project, but nonetheless it exists, and it would be very damaging for the free global open internet, because it would basically fragment the internet very significantly, and this is something that we will also be working on.
Thank you, Esteve. Raquel.
much, Teresa. I'm going back now to my technical community roots and also for my academic roots, because I precisely studied some of those aspects about the internet and the sovereignty principle, for example. But just to be very short in my answer, to say that recalling Windsurf, they named the internet as internet working for as of internet working TCP/IP protocol. So recalling, if you don't have the network connecting to the networks, and if you don't have the network of networks, this is not the internet. This is something else. So even if you want to create something, you might not call another internet or an alternative to the internet. This is something else. And it's very risky because it was built as a network of networks for a reason, because it was needed to have this interoperability. It is needed to have this pipes free or dump middle. There are some names from the technical community for that. But it is built to be resilient. It is built to be what we know of the internet today for a reason. And if we start putting those barriers, if we start putting those walls around the internet, we are going to, at a minimum, break it or kill it. Which would be even worse. So I would be very, very careful with those alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your words of caution, Raquel. Madame Kane, would you like to very briefly react to this particular question?
Oui, merci. Ma réaction à cette question, ce serait de dire qu'aujourd'hui, effectivement, s'il y a des initiatives très privées pour faire ce genre de réseau-là qui n'obéissent pas aux standards, effectivement, il faut essayer de faire toutes les initiatives possibles pour les bloquer ou les ralentir. Mais ce que je dirais, c'est que l'Internet a quelque chose de très, comment dire, qui contribue un peu à alimenter l'espoir des populations sur la possibilité d'avoir tous accès à une information qui est la plus généralisée possible. Et le fait d'avoir ce contenu-là, qui est un contenu de valeur qui permet à toutes les populations d'avoir accès à l'information, au divertissement, à l'éducation, etc., ça fera qu'ils seront de toute façon obligés d'aller chercher le contenu qui, lui, est autorisé par les standards. Donc, je pense que le meilleur moyen de lutter contre ces réseaux privés-là, c'est de continuer à avoir des standards forts, des organismes forts qui permettent de promouvoir l'accès à une information qui soit utile à tous pour que les gens puissent aller chercher et recourir à cette information-là plutôt que de se retourner vers les réseaux privés qui ne sont pas assez ouverts. Voilà.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much for this. Mr. Ida, you kind of referred to it in your remarks earlier. Is there anything else that you would very briefly like to bring up now on this particular question?
Sorry, I couldn't hear, but maybe just briefly from myself. I think finance is important, technology is important, regulation is important, everything is important. But for me personally, in the end, the most important thing is the passion and the will to protect this open, free, and interoperable internet. And we have to work together in the multi-stakeholder participation and bottom-up efforts is most important. And from that point of view, the IGF is the place to materialize this wills of the people, and we need to keep this momentum and the passion of all the different people from different communities around the world to integrate them into the power of maintaining and promoting this democratic, free, open internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Laura, very quickly to you. And while you're doing it, I will share one more Menti question, and we will try to do both things at once. So what has been going on in the chat, please?
Hello, Teresa. Thank you very much. So in the chat, we are having a few very interesting discussions. And also we are having some resources that have been shared by some of our participants. So thank you very much for that, because the links are very, very enriching. So one of the discussion is about optics versus results. We were talking about how sometimes governments have these very proactive policies, but then the discussion was until which point they are materializing. So this was one of the discussion. And then the other was more of a proposition, and it was saying that to address the lack of infrastructure for meaningful access, there are two key points. One of them, it was to opt for national regulation. They were arguing that that was important. And the second idea was that it is important to collaborate with the centralized community projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laura. I apologize that we will not have time to go through these inputs and questions, but we certainly thank you for that. If you want to give us some ideas for call of action on what are some of the concrete steps we can take, go to menti.com again and use the code 7838-8509. You can do it also after this session to give us some guidance, because inputs from this session will be considered definitely by the European Commission in their efforts. So with this, I am sorry that I will need to finish this session because we are out of time. I would like to thank our audience that has joined us in Katowice. I would like to join our audience that has joined us online. Of course, all of our speakers, a special thank you to Mr. Ida, because it is very late in Japan. Thank you very much. Travel safe if you're returning from the IGF in a few days, and we hope to see you soon. Feel free to give your inputs on the Menti as we collect them later beyond this session. Have a very good rest of the day. Bye-bye.